got loyalty, got royalty inside my DNA. I got killer beats, got war and peace inside my DNA. I got poison, pain, and joy inside my DNA.
Nezuko, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke have boarded the Mugen train. Now, their mission begins. By the way, Nezuko. The girl in question turned to the blonde. Are you sure it's a good idea, bringing Tanjiro along? Nezuko's gaze drifted to the box holding her sleeping brother with a soft smile. I'm positive, she said at a volume only she and Zenitsu would hear. No matter what, we're always going to look out for each other. Zenitsu nodded with a small smile, and the trio of slayers continued through the Mugen train. In another car, Rengoku Kyojuro unwrapped a fresh bento box. He took a bite, his face lighting up. Tasty. Bring me the demon with a Hanafuda-like earring, and the corpse of the demon slayer wearing its twin. Enmu smiled wistfully at the echoes of Lord Muzen's voice. If you succeed in that, then I will give you even more blood. The blood he had previously received pulsed through his veins, newly amplified power racing within the demon ranked lower one. But when I complete my mission, that could very well change. Enmu thought. What a dream it would be, to challenge one of the upper Kazuki and take their place. He was sure he could do so, once he received his reward. And to do that, he needed one rogue demon and a certain slayer's corpse. It shouldn't be difficult for him, surely. After all, it was one little girl and some demon who had foolishly severed themselves from Lord Muzen. Practically child's play, Enmu was certain. Especially once they were under his spell with everyone else. So. You know the flame Hashira? Personally? Zenitsu asked as he and Inosuke followed Nezuko through the train. Inosuke was busy freaking out about being inside the train. Yep. He trained me. Nezuko replied. No wonder you're so good. Zenitsu chuckled. That training must have been brutal, though. Gramps is a retired Hashira, and his training was crazy. It was pretty tough, but it paid off. Nezuko told him with a soft smile. So, how will we know we found him? Zenitsu asked. He sticks out like a sore thumb from his hair. Nezuko explained. That, or we wait until he has good food with him. Tasty, a familiar voice declared from the next car ahead of them. Speak of the devil. Nezuko thought with a smile as she opened the door. Tasty. She quickly found the flame Hashira. Not that it was particularly difficult. His hair had gotten no less bright. Tasty. She nodded to Rengoku, leading the boys to her mentor. Rengoku. Nezuko spoke up once she and her friends were close enough, waving to the flame Hashira to get his attention. Ah. A pleasure to see you back in the field, Nezuko. Kyojuro replied before taking another bite from his bento. Tasty, he declared. Nezuko couldn't help giggling at his enthusiasm. The flame Hashira certainly loved to savor his meals. And I see you brought friends with you, as well. I take it your brother is resting. Yep. Nezuko answered, tapping the box resting on her back. Might as well try to stay somewhat inconspicuous about it. She did not want to explain why she had a person in a box to anyone not already in the know. She was rather fond of not being arrested, thank you. Excellent. Kyojuro laughed, setting aside the empty bento and patting the seat next to him. Please, have a seat. Nezuko's smile widened as she shrugged the box off her back, placing it on the seat across from her before sitting down. The train began moving, and Nezuko couldn't help but marvel at it. Inosuke slammed against the window as they began to leave the station, getting more than a few people's attention. Would you cut it out? Zenitsu hissed as he pulled Inosuke away from the window. We're inside of the beast. Inosuke exclaimed. Inosuke, settle down. Nezuko called out to her boar-wearing friend, who immediately plopped into the nearest seat with Zenitsu following shortly after. So. How have things been? Kyojuro asked. I hope Kochu wasn't too intimidating. She was fine. Nezuko replied with a smile. We actually get along pretty well. I'm not sure whether to be concerned or happy. Kyojuro laughed. I guess we'll find out. Nezuko said with a quiet giggle. Did you receive the news from Kochu or the MSTR? Kyojuro asked. No, I can't say I did. What news? Nezuko inquired in reply. It has been discussed, and the request has been made that you and Tanjiro remain with a Hashira at all times. It should normally be myself and Kanroji, but the others are ready to step up if the need arises. Some more readily than others. Kyojuro explained. As it seems Kibutsuji has taken a personal interest in the two of you, this is for your protection, he added before straightening up impossibly further. As such, this will be your first mission as my official Tsuguko. Really? Nezuko gasped. I've been looking forward to getting to go on missions with you and Mitsuri. I can't wait, she exclaimed. While she wasn't sure about being kept at a Hashira's side all the time, she could get behind the reasoning. Her fights ever since she found Kibutsuji in Asakusa hadn't exactly been easy. By the way, did you or your dad Rasenjiro find anything about this in your family records? She asked, holding up the red streak in her hair. Unfortunately, no. Kyojuro answered, as blunt yet joyfully energetic as ever. There are no records of a demon slayer's hair color being altered by their use of a certain breath style. Even my own family's hair color is a result of a ritual during the mother's PRGNNCY. Anything we can use to guess? Nezuko inquired, hopeful there was at least some explanation for her hair suddenly getting the streak. We could only guess, based on the records of the first sun breather and the few sun breathers that followed. Kyojuro told her. The records stated that only a select few could become sun breathers, and they all shared the same characteristics. A red hue to their hair, red in their eyes, and a mark on their forehead. Nezuko deflated a little at that. And I only have a streak of red, she sighed, twirling the red strands around her fingers. Of her parents' kids, she had taken the most after their mother and the least after their father. Yes. But those records are quite old. Kyojuro countered. From what you've told me, the eldest sons in your family have a long history of matching at least two of those three criteria. Perhaps your family has been using sun breathing long enough as the Hinakami Kagura that it is simply part of your blood, now. Maybe your body is possibly adjusting itself to be able to accommodate your use of the technique, and your hair is merely an outer sign of it. Nezuko nodded to confirm she heard, though she was sure Kyojuro was just trying to keep her spirits up. A hand patted her shoulder, and she turned to her mentor. We can do more research once we dispose of the demon on this train. Kyojuro told her. In fact, I will make it the top priority, once the demon is defeated. What? Zenitsu shrieked. The demons are on the train. I thought we were meeting up with them, not trapped with them. We'll be fine. Nezuko told him, standing up and grabbing the sleeve of Zenitsu's haori. We've trained, we've improved, we can do this, Zenitsu. Deep breaths, okay? Deep breaths, she told him, taking a few deep breaths of her own for him to follow. Zenitsu quickly stopped hyperventilating, following her breathing. As he calmed down, a uniformed man approached them. May I see your tickets, please? The man asked. You have your tickets, yes? Kyojuro asked. The group of younger slayers. Nezuko nodded, not able to take her eyes off the man. He looked sickly, and like he hadn't slept in days. This man is here to make sure your tickets are valid. A faint chill crept up Nezuko's spine as she handed over her ticket. As the man punched a hole into the tickets, Nezuko could have sworn another chill raced up her spine. She looked around, trying to find the demon. Thank you, the man sighed, passing the tickets back. The lights flickered above them, and Kyojuro was on his feet in the blink of an eye. Sir, I'm going to request that you stand back, he declared. And seeing as this is an emergency, please ignore the fact that I have a sword, he added as he unsheathed the blade in question. The lights flickered again, and a demon was at the other end of the car when they lit up once more. It is by far the least humanoid demon Nezuko had seen, with multiple melted-looking faces on its head and a grotesque body. When did that get here? Nezuko exclaimed. Surely, one of the 4 slayers here would have picked up on the demon once they boarded, right? I suppose you were cloaking your presence, demon. Kyojuro said. But know this. I will see your bone turn to ash, with my sword of flame. He lunged forward with unknowing fire, decapitating the demon easily. Nezuko felt a tug, but it felt wrong. Still, she followed it to another demon. This one had long limbs ending in sharp points, looking like some sort of insect. Trapped among the demon's limbs was a civilian man. Let's go. Inosuke cackled as he lunged. Wait! Nezuko exclaimed as the demon attacked her boar-wearing friend. She leapt to intervene, slicing the limb before it could impale Inosuke. Well done, my protégé. Kyojuro laughed as he did the same to retrieve the civilian. Now, stand back. Leave this to me, he declared, decapitating the second demon with rising, scorching Sunday. As the demon turned to ash, Nezuko couldn't keep herself from gaping in awe. Even after 2 years of training to accomplish such feats herself, her mentor's skill continued to leave her stunned. That was so cool, bro. Inosuke exclaimed. Nezuko turned to him, confused by his sudden change in word choice. He is pretty great, isn't he? She replied, though it felt like she was being told to say it, for some reason. Kyojuro was great, no denying it, but something still felt off about her comment. Please train us, big bro. Zenitsu exclaimed. Nezuko turned to him, even more confused. What was going on with her friends? Very well. I will make the lot of you into fine swordsmen. Kyojuro told them with a hearty laugh. Nezuko smiled at the boy's antics, then she pulled out her ticket from her pocket. As the ink touched her fingers, a chill raced through her hand. Her eyes widened, and she turned to the others. Guys, The lights turned off with a decisive click, shrouding the train in darkness and cutting Nezuko off. When Nezuko's eyes opened, it was to white, only broken up by trees, and the snow crunching under her feet as she stumbled through it. Wait, what am I doing? Nezuko thought as she startled into awareness, reaching for her sword and searching her surroundings as a faint chill crawled up her spine. Her instincts were warning her of something, but she wasn't sure what. And why was she on a mountain, rather than the train? The snow crunched behind her, and Nezuko whipped around to see what it was. The monochromatic scenery was interrupted by 2 figures walking through the snow. 2 small figures that Nezuko recognized. But it couldn't be. Nezuko, a familiar voice spoke up, causing Nezuko to tense up. It was Shigeru and Hanako walking in the snow, carrying a basket between them. Hanako had noticed her, her face lit up with a smile. What's happening? Nezuko wondered as her little brother turned to her, his own expression lighting up in excitement. Nezuko! Shigeru exclaimed. Hi, big sister. Welcome home. Hanako called out. Both their smiles were as bright as Nezuko remembered, and tears began to well up in her eyes at the memories. Nezuko? What are you wearing? Shigeru asked. Nezuko didn't reply, dropping her sword and running for her little siblings. She tackled them both into the snow, causing them to drop the basket they were holding. She felt her braided hair, her long hair, hit her back as they all landed. A part of her was confused about why that felt wrong, but she dismissed it. It didn't matter. Her little siblings were in her arms, they were still warm and alive. Not covered in blood, not cold and dead. As if that nightmare of a massacre had never happened. Is everything okay? Hanako asked. Nezuko couldn't reply as she began sobbing. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, she wailed, tightening her embrace. A part of her terrified her little siblings would vanish into thin air if she let go. I'm so glad you're here. Of course, why wouldn't we be? Hanako asked. Nezuko leaned back until she was no longer squishing her little siblings, resting on her knees and reluctantly letting them go. I don't know, Nezuko trailed off as her mind blanked, shaking her head. She smiled at her little siblings, bringing a gentle hand to each of their faces. It doesn't matter. I'm glad to be home, she told them as she stood up, pulling Shigeru and Hanako up with her. A part of her wondered why they felt heavier than she felt they should be, but the thought vanished in an instant. She didn't question how she was wearing her kimono when it was tailored into a haori months ago, nor did she question how her hair had suddenly grown from shoulder length to its original hip length in an instant. None of that mattered. She wiped up her tears, and the three siblings walked back to the house. Zenitsu wasn't sure what happened after he passed out. 1 second, he was on the train with Nezuko, Inosuke, and Rengoku. Plus Tanjiro in his box, of course. The next moment, he woke up in Gramps' peach orchard. What happened? Zenitsu wondered. Footsteps approached, accompanied by a familiar, if slightly altered sound. Zenitsu, the blonde whirled around, coming face to face with Nezuko. But she was different from the girl he met on the road to a mission. Her scar was still present, Hanafuda earring still hanging from her left ear. But her hair, which still had the new red streak she had mysteriously gotten after Mount Nadagumo, was loosely braided, resting over her shoulder and falling to her waist. She was wearing a appealing kimono instead of her uniform. Nezuko! Zenitsu exclaimed. You look appealing. More than you already do every other time, he added. Nezuko's eyes widened slightly, then closed as she began giggling. And gods, was that sound music to Zenitsu's ears. Like the first songbird of spring, or a lullaby sung by the most appealing voice. Come to think of it, her entire sound was lighter. Her usual sound always had an undertone of sadness, mixed with grief and remorse. He never asked her about it, having his guesses about where such feelings originated from. But here, her sound was carefree, filled with happiness that seemed to know no bounds. Her already radiant smile was even brighter than he remembered, perhaps even outshining the sun above them. Thank you, Zenitsu. Nezuko replied, bringing the boy's attention back to the girl in front of him. She looks like a princess, or maybe even a goddess. Zenitsu couldn't help thinking that, especially when the sunlight and the flowers around them only added to Nezuko's natural beauty. He quickly, but gently, grabbed her hands, holding them up. Nezuko? Do you want to run through the orchard with me? He asked. He both saw and heard Nezuko light up at the suggestion. Sure. It sounds fun, she answered. Zenitsu smiled as he began running, leading Nezuko through the trees. It was nice, getting to spend time with her without possible death looming over them or the stress of demon slaying on their shoulders. Right here, right now, they were just a couple of kids being kids. A part of Zenitsu wondered just how long ago Nezuko had needed to suddenly grow up for both her sake and Tanjirou's. But that didn't matter here. They were just a couple of kids, and they were going to have a fun afternoon together. I'll make you a flower crown from the white clover, Nezuko. I'm really good at it. Zenitsu declared as they ran. That sounds wonderful. Nezuko giggled. Be sure to make lots, okay? Zenitsu leapt into the air with a delighted cheer, and the two continued running. We gotta cross a river, but it's shallow, he informed Nezuko, who responded with an excited laugh. Race you across, she declared. Zenitsu smiled in response, using thunder breathing to pick up speed while Nezuko chased after him. They both crossed the river, tumbling on the opposite bank and taking the moment to catch their breath. Once they did, they both began laughing. Zenitsu felt like he was in utter heaven, laughing beside Nezuko and hearing nothing but joy in her sound. It made his heart flutter, hearing that happy sound coming from her. He felt like he was falling for her all over again, and he wanted to help Nezuko feel this happy as often as he could. Expedition Team. Expedition Team. We are the Cave Expedition Team. Inosuke declared as he and his minions marched through the cave. Immediately behind him was minion number 3, Tanjiro, wolf pup with a piece of bamboo in his mouth. Inosuke whipped around to speak to his other 2 minions. Minion 2, a mouse named Chuistu, and Minion 1, a fox by the name of Pyanko. Minions, he called out, getting the 2 animals' attention. What is your report? I can hear it snoring. Squeak. Chuitsu answered. Tanjiro growled behind his bamboo, then Pyanko turned to him before turning back to Inosuke. He says he can smell the beast, Boss Inosuke, she declared. We must be nearby. I can sense the fight ahead. Where am I? Kyojuro wondered, opening his eyes to the Rengoku estate. When had he gotten home? Hadn't he just gone on a mission? Perhaps he was just overexhausted. He looked ahead, finding his father seated on the engawa. Laughter drew his attention outside, where he spotted 4 familiar figures running in the courtyard. He stood up and walked out into the sun. Sun. Kyojuro looked out to the courtyard again, moving unconsciously towards Tanjiro. I was wondering when you'd wake up, his father chuckled. Kyojuro turned to the man. Something about him seemed lighter. Like a weight had left his shoulders. Are you feeling all right? Yes. Kyojuro replied hesitantly. Something about this seemed wrong, he could feel it, but he couldn't figure it out for the life of him. What did I miss while I was out? He tried not to make it too obvious when his gaze drifted to Tanjiro. The boy had still been a demon when Nezuko came onto the Mugen train with her new friends. How long had he been out? Laughter distracted him yet again, and he turned to the group. Nezuko, Tanjiro, and Senjiro were piled on top of Kanroji, all of them smiling brightly in the sunlight. Are you okay, Kyojuro? The flame Hashira turned back to his father and predecessor. You can relax. The war's over. Over? Kyojuro thought. And Nezuko found a cure, he guessed, watching everyone play without a care in the world. Like they weren't kids forced to grow up too fast. Nezuko's hair had grown out from the shoulder length she kept it at since she cut it so long ago, now brushing her shoulder blades while the new streak of red she got after Mount Natagumo shone in the sunlight. Tanjiro's smile lacked the fangs Kyojuro had long grown accustomed to, the tips of the boy's hair the same dark red as the rest of it. Senjiro looked the same as ever, as did Kanroji. Though, Kyojuro could have sworn he saw something shimmering on her finger. Ah, you're up. Kyojuro turned to find Iguro standing behind him. Much like Kyojuro's father, Iguro seemed inexplicably lighter. With how close he was, Kyojuro could see the ring on the serpent Hashira's finger. He glanced outside again, realizing the shimmer on Kanroji's finger was a ring of her own. Kyojuro smiled briefly before his gaze drifted to the clouds floating slowly across the sky above. I must have hit my head quite hard. Kyojuro muttered. Something in the back of his mind insisted something was horribly wrong, but his mind only drew blanks when he tried to decipher it. Kyojuro turned to the others. Is everything okay? Iguro asked. Kyojuro offered his friend a smile. Yes, he replied, taking a deep breath and deciding to embrace the peaceful moment. It made him happy, to see everyone else so joyful. Nezuko laughing and playing in the sun with a now human Tanjiro, Kanroji clearly embracing herself, Iguro finding happiness despite his painful past, Senjiro having the space to have a childhood. As much as he lived to serve the Corps, seeing those he cared for so happy and free-spirited warmed Kyojuro's heart. Sleep. Sleep. Until you forget to breathe. Enmu whispered, smiling to himself. What happy dreams all those humans were having. And as they drifted further and further into their dreams, they would soon be as helpless as a newborn baby. "Mom! We're home!" Hanako exclaimed happily as she and Shigeru led Nezuko into the house, bringing the eldest daughter face to face with their mother. "There you all are." Mom chuckled. Nezuko was acting strange when she came home. Shigeru announced. "She saw us, and then she ran up and hugged us, and she started crying all of a sudden. That's kinda weird." Takeo replied, getting jabbed by Hanako. "Is everything alright?" Mom asked, turning to Nezuko for an answer while raising her hand to Nezuko's forehead. Nezuko sighed with a smile as she gently pushed her mother's hand away. "I'm fine, Mom. I think I just had a bad dream." Nezuko replied. That was what it had to be, a nightmare. Nothing else could explain the images of her mother and siblings, bloody and dead, when they were right in front of her. A tingling sensation encircled her wrist, and she was about to check what caused it when her mother's hand resting on her cheek distracted her. "If you insist." Mom sighed with a soft smile. "Settle down and warm up, okay?" Shigeru grabbed a blanket, giggling as he ran up and threw it over Nezuko's head. As Nezuko adjusted the blanket, Hanako and Shigeru ran up and hugged her. Rokuta toddled up to them, and Nezuko happily wrapped her blanketed arms around her youngest brother. "It was like I was in a bad dream," Nezuko thought, smiling as her siblings kept hugging her, aside from Takeo in the doorway. For some reason, a knot formed in her chest at the thought of her nightmare. She dismissed it, deciding it was probably just the memories of the awful dream she had. "Where's Tanjiro, by the way?" she asked, realizing her older brother was absent. "He's out in the forest, chopping wood," Takeo answered. Nezuko's instincts screamed in warning at that answer. "Outside. Sun. Tanjiro can't be in the sun, he'll die. Find him. Get him inside." Images of Tanjiro screaming in pain as his skin burned flashed in her mind, causing her to begin panicking more. "He's outside." In broad daylight, she exclaimed, preparing to stand up and run outside. Her siblings all stared at her with expressions of either confusion or concern. "Yeah. It's not safe to chop wood in the dark," Takeo replied. "Oh. I guess you're right," Nezuko muttered. "I don't know why I thought that it was bad for him to be out there. It was a dream. Tanjiro isn't a demon, he couldn't be. They don't exist. Subaru's spooky stories must be making me paranoid." For some reason, that reassurance didn't sit right with her. And despite the fact she should have warmed up by now, she just couldn't shake the chill settled in her spine. "Maybe some more fresh air will do you some good?" Mom suggested. "Sure," Nezuko replied, picking up Rokuta and standing up. "I think I'll take Rokuta for a walk. The fresh air will be good for both of us." "Yeah, that's what I need. Just some fresh air, and a walk through the forest." "Can we go see Big Brother?" Rokuta asked. "Of course we can," Nezuko answered with a smile as she grabbed the sling to carry Rokuta. "It certainly won't hurt to make sure he isn't pushing himself too hard, knowing how he can be," she added as she got set up, standing up once Rokuta was secure in the sling on her back. "Let's go, Tanjiro," she thought as she began walking. Her steps faltered as she processed what she just thought. "Tanjiro. He's never been small enough for me to carry him." As they walked, Nezuko saw something out of the corner of her eye. She turned to it, and was startled to see a box in the middle of the woods. It began to open, and Nezuko tensed up. What was that box doing in the woods? Who dropped it? Why did it look so similar to Nezuko? Rokuta's voice snapped her out of it. She turned to her baby brother, then back to the woods. The box was nowhere to be seen. "I just thought I saw something," she whispered with a shake of her head. "I'm sure it's nothing." Let's go find Tanjiro, she told him, resuming the walk. The chill continued its crawl up her spine. She barely suppressed the shiver that came with it, glancing around for any signs of danger. She couldn't quite tell what, but something wasn't right. The boy watched the demon slayer girl wander the woods, the girl oblivious that she was in a dream. He had to find the border before she became aware of his presence. Just a little longer, and the pain goes away. He thought. At least in the dream, he didn't hurt, even in another's. He turned away, sparing one last glance at the girl. She seemed so kind and happy. He felt himself falter a little at the thought of ending her life. But he had to do this. Just this one thing, and he wouldn't be in pain anymore. That's all he wanted, was for the pain to go away. Tanjiro, the girl called out, her voice approaching. The boy spotted another figure in the woods, and made his way as far from the scene as he could get. He heard the girl mutter something, and could only hope he wasn't spotted. Kyojuro watched as Nezuko and Tanjiro animatedly told a story from when they were little. Something about a brazier, that Kyojuro was pretty sure he had heard from Nezuko once. Or maybe he misheard, because he recalled Nezuko also mentioning something about her father and a bear once, too. Still, he tried to focus on the stories as best he could, happy to just be here after the war ended. During a break in the stories, Kyojuro was about to speak when he felt something deep in his subconscious. Every one of his hard-trained senses went off, warning him of an imminent danger. Danger. Intruder. Everything in him screamed as the world went white. What on earth happened? Kyojuro, a familiar voice spoke up. Kyojuro whipped around, his gaze meeting familiar red eyes. A shade of red he hadn't seen in years, yet still remembered. Mother? Kyojuro asked quietly. I thought humans couldn't move while under his spell. The girl thought as she tried to breathe around the hand clenched around her throat. What sort of crazy survival instinct is this? Kyojuro, his mother replied with a soft smile, raising her arms. It's good to see you, my son, she added. Kyojuro approached her, unable to quite believe it. Had he also died, and that's why he was seeing his late mother? What happened? He asked. You were dreaming, his mother answered. You're still aboard the Mugen train, with your Tsuguko and her friends. I'm asleep. Kyojuro asked. Him, a Hashira, asleep on the job. Who knew what kind of havoc that demon could wreak while he slept? It was downright shameful to both his family and his fellow slayers. Under a demon spell, his mother explained. The conduit for it is still intact, unfortunately. As such, you won't be able to wake up for the time being. Not to worry, mother. Kyojuro declared. I'm sure Tanjiro will be able to help. The demon boy, his mother asked, her tone inquisitive rather than accusatory. I trust that boy to do what is right. Despite the instincts and needs built into his very cells, that demon has done amazing things to help and protect humans against his own kind. Kyojuro replied. His mother's soft smile returned at his statement, and she raised her arms again, cupping his face. You've grown so much, she chuckled, her smile turning solemn. I wish I could have spent a little more time with you all. I know your father took it hard, and you did too. And poor Senjiro. It's all right. Kyojuro assured his mother, just now realizing how much he towered over her now. We're getting by. Father has improved immensely in recent years, and Senjiro has heard all the stories father and I could tell of you. His mother teared up a little, and Kyojuro raised his arms in a familiar invitation. His mother accepted, embracing him while Kyojuro wrapped his own arms around her. I'm so proud of you, Kyojuro, she whispered. I've been watching over you all this time, and I am amazed every day by the man you've become. I'm eternally grateful that I was blessed with such amazing sons. No, mother. Kyojuro protested. We are the ones who were blessed to have you in our family. For Senjiro and I to have been born to such a woman as you. Both embraces tightened. While Kyojiro hoped he could wake up soon, he also didn't mind getting to see and speak to his mother again. It had been so long since she passed, he hadn't realized just how much he missed her. "You've done such wonderful things," his mother chuckled. Kyojiro stepped back, seeing his mother's rare smile. "Those girls you trained have come far. I wish I could have met them while among the living. I'm certain Nezuko and Kanroji would have been ecstatic to meet you, as well, mother." Kyojiro declared with a laugh. "I'm eternally proud of them. And I don't doubt their potential will reach new heights in short time," he mused aloud. And he was proud of the two girls. They amazed him every day since he began training them. And, unexpectedly, he had come to consider the two as little sisters. "When you see your father and Senjiro next, I want you to give them a message from me." Kyojiro nodded, listening to his mother's words. "Nezuko, would you mind getting some water for the bath?" Nezuko turned to her mother. "I still have quite a lot to do." "Oh. And I was planning on making rice crackers." "Yum." Nezuko gasped, turning to Rokuta with an excited smile. "You hear that, Rokuta? Mom's going to make rice crackers." "Hey, no fair. You're not the only one who likes rice crackers," Takeo exclaimed with a pout. Nezuko laughed, turning back to their mom. "I'll get the water," she said before turning to Takeo and Hanako. "Can you two get the ingredients from Mom to make the rice crackers?" she asked, getting two playful salutes before she left the house. She grabbed a pair of buckets, and walked into the woods. As she walked, an odd silhouette caught her attention. A flash of color in the trees, she couldn't tell if it was red or orange. But when she turned to it, just like that box from earlier, it was gone. "What's going on?" Nezuko asked herself as she searched for the figure again. No sign of them, like they never existed. She resumed her trek to the dock, unable to shake the feeling that something was very wrong. Did I not get enough sleep last night? Why do I keep saying and thinking so many weird things? Why do I keep seeing weird things? Nezuko wondered. What's with me today? Once she was knelt by the edge of the dock, she reached down with a bucket to scoop up the water. "Wake up," her own voice yelled. Nezuko looked at her reflection, doing a double take at the image in the water. The Nezuko in the river had shoulder-length hair, a red streak standing out against the black, and a scar on the right side of her forehead. A familiar earring hung from her left ear. Why was this other version of herself wearing one of Tanjiro's earrings? What the hell is going on? Nezuko wondered before the other her reached from the water and pulled her under. Looking at the other Nezuko, she noticed her kimono was now a haori covering a gakuren jacket and pleated skirt. "You have to wake up," the other Nezuko told her, sounding almost desperate. "You're dreaming. You're aboard a train, and you're under attack. You have to wake up and fight back. Your life, and the lives of others, are in danger. Fight back. Fight. Under attack. Train. What's a train?" Nezuko wondered before she remembered. What she thought was a nightmare was reality, and this was the dream. Her family was dead, Tanjiro was a demon, lives were at stake and she was asleep. She had to wake up. But how? The water bubbled around her, and Nezuko was suddenly back home with her younger siblings. Hanako was scolding Takeo over stealing from Nezuko and Tanjiro's servings while Shigeru and Rokuta watched on. How do I escape? Nezuko asked herself, raking through her brain for an answer. I know it's a dream. Why can't I wake up? Tanjiro was woken up from his nap by his side hitting the floor. He must have rolled out of his box in his sleep. A bit of a shame, he was having a nice dream. He stood up and began looking around. What was he inside of? It was like a moving room, full of sleeping people. A look around revealed the flame man, holding up a girl by the neck. That was confusing, but Tanjiro's attention was drawn to his little sister before he could think about it any further. She was also asleep, but less relaxed than the flame man or her friends. "I have to wake up," she mumbled, her face pinched in distress. There was a sense surrounding her, concentrated around the rope tied to her wrist. It was demonic, which he knew was bad. Especially when his baby sister was involved. "I have to help her wake up," Tanjiro thought before slamming his head against Nezuko's, trying to hold back. She was human, after all, and wouldn't wake up if he accidentally caved her skull in. The only change after his headbutt was the skin on Nezuko's head swelling, then blood bursting from it. Tanjiro panicked at the sight of his sister's bleeding forehead. He tried to hold back, and he still went too far. He hadn't meant to hurt her. He just wanted to wake her up. He grabbed the rope around her wrist, impulsively lighting the binding on fire with his blood demon art. He hoped that would do something. "Ow!" Nezuko yelled, flinching as pain burst from the side of her head. She raised her hand to where the pain originated, and her fingers came away bloody. Blood? Did something hit my head? It felt like a rock, but there weren't any rocks on the train. Tanjirou. Just as she realized Tanjiro had headbutted her, red fire circled her wrist before engulfing her entire body. Nezuko, her siblings screamed, but Nezuko remained calm and got to her feet. It was Tanjiro's blood demon art, not a normal fire. Tanjiro wouldn't hurt her, so neither would his power. When the fire vanished, she was back in her uniform. Her sword was where it belonged, a comforting weight resting on her hip. Her hair brushed her shoulders as she looked around, Tanjiro's earring tapping against her jaw as she turned her head to look around. What just happened? Hanako gasped. Nezuko clenched her fists, trying not to think too hard about what she had to do. She didn't have a choice, she had to leave her family behind again. Reminding herself it wasn't real didn't make the fact any easier to accept. "I'm sorry," she whispered, turning around and running out of the house without looking back. If she looked back, if she slowed down, she wasn't sure she could muster up the emotional strength to keep trying to escape. Not when everything was so perfect, the way it should have been. She had to find the demon that created this dream and defeat it. "Nezuko? Where are you going?" a new but familiar voice asked. Nezuko stumbled over her own feet, barely keeping herself upright as she stopped and turned around. Tanjiro was there, forehead marked only by a scar and no bright red in his eyes or hair. He was human. "Are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost," Tanjiro added as their mother and younger siblings ran up to them. "I'm looking at 5. Nezuko thought, trying not to cry. She couldn't ignore how badly she was trembling, and hated that she struggled so much with staying upright. All because of a stupid dream. "Nezuko, are you okay?" Takeo asked. "That was crazy." "What was crazy?" Tanjiro asked, turning to Takeo with worried eyes. "Big sister was on fire. And now look at her. She looks so different." Shigeru exclaimed. "What?" Tanjiro turned to Nezuko, eyes wide as he looked Nezuko up and down for any burns. "Nezuko, what are you wearing?" Mom asked. "What's that streak in your hair?" Nezuko reached up to where she remembered the streak in question being. She had nearly forgotten about it. "Nezuko?" At the sound of her older brother's voice, Nezuko teared up as her legs finally gave out. "Nezuko! Are you?" Nezuko slapped away the hand of the illusion wearing her brother's face. "Get away!" Nezuko snapped, scrambling back from Tanjiro as he approached her and furiously wiping at her tears. "This isn't real. Don't try to convince me it is," she cried as she got to her feet, reaching for her sword with one hand and tugging on her hair with the other. Despite her efforts, she couldn't seem to stop crying. "It's just a dream. It's a stupid dream, it isn't real," she muttered as her tears dripped into the snow. "Nezuko, what's gotten into you?" their mother asked. Nezuko turned away from her family. She wasn't sure she could face them while telling them what she was about to say. I wish I could stay here, she whispered, letting go of her hair but not releasing her sword. I wish this was real, I wish I could just go back to the way things were before, she added as her tears began to fall. Her grip loosened on her sword. If none of it happened. If that monster never attacked our home, she turned to her family, remembering the sight of them alive rather than the bloodbath she had come home to that awful day. At least this illusion was good for something. Maybe she could have an easier time keeping their dead bodies from the forefront of her mind after this. All of you should be alive. Tanjiro should still be able to walk under the sun. We should just be living our lives as we always have. She clenched her fists. But that's not the world we live in. Not anymore. I have to go back. I have to stop the demon keeping me here, and help my friends. What are you saying? Hanako asked. Nezuko teared up as she answered. I'll never forget you all. You may be gone, but I will make sure you live on in my heart, and in my memories, she replied. And I'm sure Tanjiro will do the same, she added, unable to keep her voice from faltering. I love you all so much, and I hope you can forgive me. Goodbye. With that, she began running as fast as she could. No. Rokuta cried. Come back, Nezuko. Don't look back. No matter how much you want to, don't look back. Nezuko reminded herself as the tears began pouring down her cheeks. The others continued to call out to her, but she forced herself to ignore them. We love you, one of her siblings called out to her. Nezuko choked back a sob. I love you too. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Nezuko kept running, trying to find a way to escape the dream. As she ran down the mountain, a ripping sensation tore through her chest. She stumbled with a gasp, bracing herself against the nearest tree while her free hand came to rest over her pounding heart. What was that just now? Nezuko asked herself before she continued running. Hopefully waking up would get rid of whatever caused that. The boy was greeted by flames once he stepped through the hole he had torn into the subconscious. Honestly, it was more like a field of flaming wildflowers. It was so odd. He looked up, being met with 6 odd fire-like creatures, all in different colors. Purple, green, orange, yellow, blue, and a peach color. The sprites hovered for a moment before the blue one came to the ground and extended a flickering limb toward the boy, the rest surrounding them and creating fiery limbs. What are you? The boy wondered aloud, even as he followed the odd creatures. Were they guardians? Previous incarnations of her soul? He followed them through the flaming flowers. Despite the way they looked, nothing burned. It felt warm. Like curling up in a blanket by a fireplace in winter. He looked up from the sprites after a while, gaping in shock at the sight before him when they stopped. The spiritual core. It was right here. The sprites led him right to it. But why? Did they know he was looking for it? If they did, then surely they knew he meant to destroy it. He looked at the sun-like orb, watching pink flares emanate from it. It was so appealing. Why? He asked. Why would you bring me here? Who are you? A child's voice spoke up, startling the boy. He half expected it to be the demon slayer, come to protect herself. Instead, he was met with a dark red gaze and matching hair. I don't know you, the child said as he tilted his head, his eyes wide with curiosity. Come to think of it, the child looked like that boy he saw in the woods. What had the demon slayer called him? Tanjirou. The boy trailed off, unsure of how to handle this. He could only watch silently as the child reached up and grabbed the orb, hugging it close and turning back to the boy. He had puffed his cheeks out, his tiny face scrunched with determination. You protect it. The child nodded. Nezuko's my sister. It's my job as her big brother to protect her, no matter what, he added, hugging the orb closer to his chest. You're not gonna try to hurt her, are you? The boy's grip tightened on the awl in his hand. The weapon he was supposed to use to destroy this tiny orb. But after a moment, he let it go, allowing the tool to drop to the ground. I'm supposed to, but I don't think I can bring myself to, the boy admitted, staring at the spiritual core. Within the light, he could see spots of darker pink, some even approaching black. He wondered if it meant anything. He turned back to the child, jumping when he was met with a teenage boy. One who was smiling with a kindness that made his heart hurt. Thank you, the brother said as the boy teared up. Come on, come on. How do I get out of here? Nezuko asked herself. Is this dream endless? I can't run out of here. I need to find another way. As if answering her thoughts, the air in front of her glowed before a familiar figure appeared before her. Dad, she gasped. Nezuko, he replied, though he didn't turn to her. Take up your sword. What you must cut is within your reach, he told her before vanishing. Footsteps were approaching, Nezuko had to act fast. What I must cut is within my reach. Nezuko thought, feeling a prickling sensation along her neck. Well, this is a potentially fatal idea, but if there's no other option, she muttered before unsheathing her sword. Please let this work. Nezuko silently pleaded as she raised the blade to her neck, taking several deep breaths. Stop hesitating. Just get it over with. You don't have time for this. With a scream that was a mix between terrified and determined, she slid the black metal across her throat. Her blood stained the snow crimson, and Nezuko collapsed to the cold ground. She could have sworn she heard someone calling her name, and a hand came under her head just before the dream vanished completely. Around the boy, the subconscious realm vanished. The sprites all leapt, grabbing onto him and slowing his descent. The demon slayer girl was awake. Nezuko woke up swinging, taking a deep breath as she raised her hand to her neck. Still intact, and she could feel her pulse racing under her fingers. She was alive. She turned around, finding Tanjiro looking at her with worried eyes. As much as she didn't want to be, she was glad to see his eyes were bright red. And she had never been so happy to see that dead chunk of bamboo in his mouth. Are you okay, Tanjiro? She asked. Tanjiro nodded. Nezuko pressed her hand to her temple. It was sticky, but that meant she wasn't bleeding anymore. Be more careful with your headbutts next time, big brother, she chuckled. Do you have any idea what's going on? Tanjiro raised up a burned rope, the other end tied around a boy's wrist, followed by her ticket, which was also scorched. He waved the two around for a second before pointing to himself. You smell the demon on the rope and the ticket? Nezuko guessed, getting a nod in response. So that's why I got the feeling something was off, she whispered. Nezuko raised her gaze, finding 3 more people with ropes tying them to the others. None of them seemed to be any older than teenagers. We have to wake up the others, and fast. She turned back to her brother. Think you can use your blood demon art to burn off the ropes? Tanjiro grabbed onto the rope around Zenitsu's wrist, burning it away before moving on to Inosuke and Kyojiro. Zenitsu! Wake up! Nezuko yelled, shaking her friend's shoulder. He remained asleep, undisturbed by the jostling. Nezuko tried to think of something before remembering how her instincts kept flaring up in the dream. Zenitsu's hearing. Zenitsu, we're under attack. If you don't wake up, people are going to die. Tanjiro and I need your help. Still no response. Everyone remained sound asleep. Nezuko turned to Tanjiro, watching him point to the roof of the train. I'll see what I can do about the demon. You stay here and protect the others, she told him. They're practically defenseless right now, someone needs to watch over them. You and I are the only ones awake on the train, so, Nezuko felt a pinch in her shoulder blade, and she barely dodged the girl running at her with an awl in hand. "No," the girl screamed, turning to Nezuko. "If we don't stop you, we won't get to dream." "What?" Nezuko whispered while Tanjiro took a defensive stance in front of her. The girl glared at Nezuko, then the boy sitting in the corner. "You! Get over here and help us. I don't give a damn about your tuberculosis. You want to dream, too, right?" she snapped. "If you don't help us, I'll tell him. Then he won't give you any more dreams." Nezuko turned to the boy. "Tuberculosis? Are they sick?" Nezuko thought. The children, except for that boy, lunged for her. Nezuko made quick work of them, knocking them out with a quick chop of the hand to their necks, then turned to the remaining boy. "You didn't help them." "Why?" she asked. "Your soul," he mumbled. "We were supposed to eliminate your spiritual cores. But I couldn't do it. Yours was so warm and gentle, even though it was full of fire. I couldn't bring myself to destroy it. Even if I could have a happy dream. That must have been what those warning signs from my instincts were." Nezuko thought, recalling the sensation that her chest had been ripped open. "Thank you. You made the right choice," she replied. "And I'm not just saying that because it was me you chose to spare." She stepped forward to hug the boy, but he quickly scooted back. "I don't want you to get sick. Tuberculosis is really contagious," he muttered. Nezuko stepped back with an understanding nod, but Tanjiro walked forward and wrapped the boy up in a tight hug. "Wait," the boy gasped while Tanjiro nuzzled him and patted his head. "He'll be okay. He's a demon, so he can't get sick," Nezuko assured the boy. She turned her gaze to the ceiling of the train, then back to the boy. "Stay here, and be careful. Hopefully, that demon will be long gone when I get back," she told him before exiting the train car. The wind whipped against her face once she climbed on top of the next car, and she found a lone figure standing on the front end. She grabbed her sword, well aware a fight was inevitable. "You woke up earlier than I expected," the figure said, turning to Nezuko with a smirk. "Didn't I show you a lovely dream? So you're the demon behind this." Nezuko spat, drawing her sword and preparing for a fight. "Maybe I could show you a dream where your father's alive, too? Wouldn't that be lovely?" the demon suggested. "Or perhaps I could have given you a vision of all of them being slaughtered." Nezuko didn't respond, running towards the demon with her sword raised. "Flame breathing, first form," Nezuko thought as flames surrounded her blade. The demon raised his hand, revealing the mouth on the back of it. "Unknowing. Go to sleep," the hand yelled. "Damn it," Nezuko thought as the world went black. The second the snowy trees of her home came into view, Nezuko sliced into her neck. The dream vanished with the sounds of Hanako and Shigeru's horrified screams. She righted her stance, and began running again. The process repeated in a loop. Nezuko would be sent to sleep, she would slit her throat to end the dream, she woke up, and chased the demon until the process repeated again. "Keep going. Keep going," Nezuko told herself. She was close enough to see the kanji on the demon's eye, lower one, when the hand raised again. He leapt over her with a creepy grin. "Go to sleep." Instead of a white, snowy landscape, Nezuko opened her eyes to a red, blood-stained home. And she was already in her old clothes, so she had no weapon. Why is this dream different? Nezuko thought before crying drew her gaze to the floor. Rokuta was sitting in front of her, alive but covered in blood. "Rokuta?" Nezuko gasped as she knelt in front of her baby brother as he continued to sob. "Hey, it's okay. It's okay, I'm right here. I'm right here, Rokuta. I've got you." "Why didn't you save us?" he asked through his tears, causing Nezuko to stall in her move to pick him up. She opened her mouth to answer, only to get harshly shoved over by Takeo. Nezuko fell onto her side, uncaring of the blood getting on her skin and clothes, and rolled over to face her brother. Just like Rokuta, he was covered in blood. "Where were you while we were all being murdered?" Takeo demanded, glaring at Nezuko while Shigeru walked up behind him. I didn't know. I didn't know this was going to happen, I didn't know you all were going to die. Nezuko replied shakily, feeling a tug on her sleeve that brought her attention to Hanako. "What would you have done if you did know?" her little sister asked. Nezuko couldn't answer. What would she have done, if she had made it home that night? What could she have done against Kibutsuji? Even now, with 2 years of training from one of the Demon Slayer's greatest swordsmen under her belt, she knew she stood no chance against that monster. The dream flashed, and Nezuko was suddenly hit in the face with a cup. "What are you doing here?" Tears pricked at the corners of her eyes at the cold tone in her father's voice. Somehow, it stung so much more than the idea of the man raising his voice. "You couldn't even protect your own family. You struggle to even protect yourself. What's the point of you being here when you're so utterly helpless?" "I'm trying to be stronger," Nezuko countered, forcing her voice to stay even as she clenched her fists on her lap. With another flash, she was surrounded by her siblings' lifeless bodies again. "You should have been the one to die that day. How dare you be the only one to survive," her mother spat. Nezuko turned to face her mother, finding her carrying Rokuta. Nezuko stepped back, and a presence appeared behind her. "You've gone, and left us all behind." Nezuko reached for her sword, surprised once she realized she was back in her uniform. "Do you really think you can succeed? That you can actually manage to turn a demon back into a human?" Tanjiro asked from behind Nezuko. "Or are you just clinging to an impossible dream to make yourself feel better? So you can feel less guilty for being the only one to survive at no cost," he spat, venom dripping from his words. Nezuko tensed up, tightening her hold on her blade. "Tch," she scoffed, turning to the demon's mockery of her older brother with a murderous glare. "Big mistake, prick," she hissed before the dream vanished. When Nezuko woke up, she was furious. "They would never say those things," she screamed. "You don't get to insult their memories by putting words in their mouths like that," she added, leaping for the demon. Hinakami Kagura. Fire surrounded her blade, and she ran towards lower one at top speed. His eyes widened, and he tensed up. Beneficent radiance. The head went flying, but Nezuko felt like it wasn't over. That decapitation had been far too easy, even accounting for her improvement since Mount Nadagumo. "Oh." Lower one chuckled. "You thought that was my real body?" he asked as a fleshy mass emerged from his head. The same fleshy stuff was emerging from the train. "You only killed a decoy. Whilst you and your friends were asleep, I merged with the train. All 200 passengers, or should I say all 200 hostages, are practically in my stomach," he explained. "But now I see why he wanted you dead. Your presence truly is infuriating. Like a blistering sore on one's heel. So he sent you after me personally?" Nezuko scoffed. "I look forward to seeing the horror on your face before I rip your head from your neck." Lower one laughed before his decoy head vanished into the train. "This is bad. If that wasn't the real head, what is?" Nezuko thought. "I can only protect 2 of the 8 cars on the train without overworking myself. Maybe 3, if I really push it. Even with Tanjiro's help, that'll only be half of the train if he can defend 2 cars as well. I need more backup if I'm going to avoid casualties." Inosuke. Zenitsu. Rengoku, she screamed at the top of her lungs. "I don't know if you can hear me. But I really need your help. One of you, wake up." The roof right in front of her dented. Nezuko stepped back, getting a feeling she knew who was about to jump out of the train. "Comin' through," a familiar voice cackled as Inosuke busted through the roof of the train. "Took you long enough." Nezuko exclaimed happily as the boar-headed boy landed beside her. Seems I was right. This train is a fearsome beast that we must slay. Inosuke declared. I'm not even going to ask. Nezuko muttered before raising her volume so Inosuke would hear her. The demons merged with the train. All 200 passengers are hostages. We need to get back into the train and help Tanjiro protect them. Focus on the civilians. Hopefully, Rengoku and Zenitsu will wake up soon to help. Don't tell me what to do, Narumi. Inosuke snapped, though he did jump back into the hole he made in the train. Nezuko shook her head with a smirk before following her friend. Inside the train was a complete mess, compared to the outside. The small fleshy mass outside was all over the car's interior. A few spots began growing into tentacles, reaching for the passengers. Oh, no, you don't. Nezuko said quietly. Flame breathing, third form. Blazing universe. She yelled, swinging down and cutting a couple of tentacles before they could grab the passengers. Until I figure out where the head is, I have to focus on protecting the civilians. She thought as she swung at another group of tentacles. Flame breathing, second form. Rising scorching sun. She would likely regret jumping to Hinakami Kagura earlier, but she was fine for now. As long as she could stand, she could fight. Tanjiro knew something was wrong when the repulsive scent from the ropes and the papers started to spread across the moving room. The boar-headed boy had gone in the same direction as Nezuko after waking up, and the yellow boy and the flame man were still asleep, so Tanjiro would have to protect the humans here. An odd, fleshy mass emerged from the walls. Tanjiro growled, raising his clawed hands. Protect the humans. Tanjiro reminded himself. When a tentacle reached for one of the humans, Tanjiro lunged for it. He clenched his hand into a fist, letting his claws puncture his palm and allowing his blood to spill. He ignited the spilled blood, using his blood demon art to burn the demonic flesh. Blooming flame undulation. Nezuko grunted, cutting away more tentacles. Come on, Nezuko, think. Where could that Dmed head be? She had to find it, and sooner rather than later. They only had so much stamina. If this kept going for too much longer, Nezuko had a feeling there would be casualties. They couldn't have that, they had to save as many people as they could. The flame man stirred, and Tanjiro turned to him as he stood up. Ichem. It would appear a lot has gone on since I was napping. He said as he looked around. Focus. Tanjiro scolded himself as he burned away another tentacle, clawing at his arm to release more blood. Protect the humans. What an ugly mess. Kyojuro said. After waking up, he had noticed a distinct change in interior decor on the train. Namely, the much more fleshy walls, floors, and roof. It would appear the demon had been found, and 3 of his 4 juniors were already up and about again. If my fellow Hashira were here to see what I let happen, I'd be ashamed. He declared, unsheathing his blade and slicing through the demon flesh until he reached his Tsuguko. Kyojuro. Nezuko exclaimed as familiar, flaming hair appeared in the car she was fighting in. I'm glad you're awake. As am I, but I am also ashamed I allowed such a thing to happen whilst I slept peacefully. Kyojuro replied. What is our exact situation, my protégé? He asked as the student and mentor duo sliced at the tentacles attempting to consume the sleeping civilians. The demon is one of the 12 Kizuki. Lower 1. His blood demon art puts you to sleep, and you have to die in the dream to wake up. Nezuko informed her mentor. He must have put his blood in the ink on our tickets. He also enlisted ill children to destroy something called a spiritual core. Ah. I'm not certain of what that is, but I assume it's a good thing they did not succeed. Kyojuro announced as he finished another form. It must have been an attack within our subconscious, if I were to guess. How did the children enter our subconscious? Humans are incapable of invading the minds of others, much less us demon slayers. Tied themselves to us. Probably with the help of the demon's blood. Nezuko answered. Tanjiro helped me figure that out. He sniffed out the demon's scent on the tickets and the ropes before I woke up. Then it's a good thing he has such a keen nose. Kyojuro laughed. And am I correct in guessing the demon that we are fighting merged with the train? Otherwise, those in charge of decorating the train cars have an odd taste in interior design. Yes, sir. I cut the head off the body, but it was a decoy. Now we're here, and I have no clue how to kill this thing. Nezuko replied. It's a demon. It has a head somewhere. Kyojuro assured her. Use your head, my student. Where is the most logical location for that head and neck? Nezuko continued striking at the demonic flesh while she racked her brain for an answer. The front of the train. She guessed. Very well. Head in that direction, and decapitate the demon if you find that head. Kyojuro instructed her. This train has 8 cars. I shall take the rear 5. Your brother and the yellow boy shall protect the next 2. You and the boar-headed boy will defend the front whilst you seek out the head. Nezuko nodded, and began looking around for Inosuke once Kyojuro left the train car. Oi, Kimiko. Inosuke snapped. Right on time, Inosuke. Nezuko replied. You ready to kill the demon? Of course I am. I am the great Hashibara Inosuke, and I am always ready to slay a demon. Inosuke declared. I got orders from Bug Eyes. And thanks to my spatial awareness technique, I know where the head is. Good. We head up there, kill the demon, save the passengers. Nezuko explained. We have to protect the front car while we're at it. Rengoku, Tanjiro, and Zenitsu are handling the other cars, protecting the passengers. Our priority is to take out the demon before it eats any of the civilians. Yes. Let's go, Nemuriko. Inosuke yelled before the two jumped out of the train, climbing to the roof and running along the top of the train to reach the front. After lunging and burning another tentacle, Tanjiro was startled by one of the fleshy masses wrapping around his arm. Before he could even try to free himself, another one latched onto his other arm while the flesh on the floor began crawling up his legs. Not good. Tanjiro thought. He had to get free, and fast. As he thrashed against his bindings, a familiar scent began to approach. Peaches and something similar to the air before a lightning strike. Bright light filled the car, and the other demon's flesh vanished, setting Tanjiro free. Are you alright, Tanjiro? The yellow boy asked. Amichim. Tanjiro replied. The yellow boy then slumped over slightly and began snoring, but Tanjiro only shrugged with a confused hum and went back to protecting the other humans. He hoped Nezuko and the others would be able to kill this demon soon. Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to leave this area. Nezuko called out to the conductor as she and Inosuke landed in the front car of the train. The man turned to them, and Nezuko felt a faint chill ride up her spine. What are you doing here? The man demanded. It's not safe for you here. Nezuko snapped. Leave this area, go into one of the passenger cars. Not that it was much safer. The conductor clearly thought the same, looking between the two slayers with a fearful expression. You'll be protected in the passenger car. Please. For your safety, leave this area. If you don't, I will make you. Thankfully, the man followed her instructions and ran inside. Shouldn't take us too long to find that demon. Inosuke replied with a huff. With my sense of spatial awareness, and your powers to know where danger is, we'll find it in no time. Instincts, Inosuke. I have instincts. Nezuko corrected before a strong chill raced up her leg and back. Flesh covered the floor, and Nezuko quickly raised her sword. Flame breathing. Third form, blazing universe, she yelled, slicing into the fleshy floor to reveal a bone. That's one of the spine bones. I found the neck, she declared, raising her sword again to cut it. Before she could, however, the flesh regrew over it. "Great," she whispered before turning to Inosuke. "One of us has to cut the flesh while the other cuts the bone to sever the head." "Right." Inosuke replied. "I'll cut the flesh, you cut the bone." "Sounds good." Nezuko agreed. A familiar chill raced up her back, and several eyes manifested around them. All of them had the kanji for dream in place of the pupil. "What the?" Inosuke yelled as an eye appeared in front of him. "When you enter the dream, kill yourself in the dream to wake up," Nezuko informed him. Something told her he didn't need the warning, but it didn't hurt to issue it anyways. She did as she had told Inosuke, only for the spell to take hold the second she opened her eyes. "No. I have to close my eyes the second I wake up. I've fought while my eyes are blocked before, this should be easy," Nezuko thought. She kept trying to do that, but her eyes kept opening every time she woke up. Come on. I have to wake up." She raised her sword to her neck and began to press it into her skin when Inosuke seized her wrist and wrenched her sword away from her neck. "This is the real world. Don't cut your neck in the real world," Inosuke snapped. Nezuko raised her free hand to her neck, pulling it away to reveal a few small drops of blood. Nothing to be concerned over, but enough to make her realize she had almost been tricked into ending her own life in reality. "Thanks, Inosuke," Nezuko breathed. "You just saved my life." Inosuke did what he usually did whenever he received any form of affection, tense up and release a mix between a sigh and a grunt. "Well, I wasn't falling asleep. I'm wearing the hide of the mountain god on my head. It's probably too scared to look me in the eye," he declared. Nezuko chuckled in response. The eyes most likely just didn't know where to look because of the boar head. Hell, Nezuko didn't know where to look on the DMN thing to make eye contact with Inosuke. Not that Inosuke would pay attention if she mentioned it to him. "Then it's a good thing you have it," she replied. "Let's end this. Now." "Exactly what I was thinking." Inosuke cackled. The two demon slayers leapt into the air, raising their swords to strike. More eyes appeared, and Nezuko squeezed her eyes shut. She could see the opening thread while blind, she could end this easily without looking. "Please guide my blade, father," Nezuko thought as adrenaline and heat raced through her veins. Beast breathing. Third Fawn. Devour. Inosuke roared, cutting away the flesh and rolling out of the way as Nezuko continued her descent. She could do this, she was sure of it. Hinakami Kagura. Clear blue sky. Nezuko yelled, cutting into the vertebrae with her black blade bathed in fire. She landed, barely keeping her balance as the train lurched with a painful shriek. "The train's going to come off the rail," Nezuko exclaimed. "Let's go, then," Inosuke replied. The two demon slayers ran for the side of the car, and leapt off the train. The demonic scent intensified, along with a scent of desperation and terror. Hands formed from what little flesh Tanjiro hadn't burned, and grabbed the humans. Tanjiro knew he had to save as many as he could, and clawed at his arms. The scratches he left were far deeper than usual. Blood demon art. Sun's raging fire. He slammed his fists onto the ground, unleashing the red fire and pushing it to spread across the demonic flesh as fast as possible. Protect all of them, don't let that demon kill anyone. With an unexpected surge of power, the fire spread further than before, burning away all of the demon's flesh. Once the demon's scent faded, Tanjiro let himself relax. Someone called out his name, but he couldn't do much more than shrink to his smaller form and curl up on his side as exhaustion settled in. The scent of peaches and a thunderstorm approached before Tanjiro drifted off. As the hands seized the passengers, Kyojuro tried to swing to cut them away. He didn't have to, however, as red fire raced across the floor and walls. At first, Kyojuro was concerned something had exploded. But that didn't make sense. The fire was the wrong color to be from an explosion. Then the fire surrounded him and the others. Incredible. The flame Hashira thought as the red fire reduced the demon's desperate bid for survival to ashes, not leaving so much as a mark on the human passengers. It just felt warm. So this is Kamado Tanjirou's blood demon art. Kyojiro thought, unable to keep in a chuckle. My boy, you have given a whole new meaning to set your heart ablaze, that he muttered with a smile before unleashing another form. He hoped the flame-breathing forms would be enough to keep the sleeping passengers safe. As the train derailed, Nezuko and Inosuke both bounced off the fleshy remains of the demon. That was awesome, right? Inosuke asked excitedly. Who? We're alive to fight another day. Nezuko cheered, bouncing excitedly. They both startled as red fire enveloped the train, the entire thing, burning the demon's flesh from the cars. Wow! Tanjiro must have pushed himself to his limit to do that. Nezuko muttered, noticing a few small lumps of flesh and pulling out a syringe knife. She threw it at one of the bigger flesh lumps, picking up the blade once it was filled with blood. Very well done, my protégé. The two turned to see Kyojiro a short distance away. Are either of you injured? Nope. Nezuko answered before her knees buckled, exhaustion from using Hinakami Kagura setting in now that the adrenaline had worn off. Inosuke grabbed her arms, slowing her descent to the ground while Nezuko tried to catch her breath. Tsukiko. What's wrong with you? Did you get hurt? Is it your neck? Inosuke demanded. I'm fine, Inosuke. Nezuko muttered between her labored breaths. Focus your breathing, Nezuko. Kyojiro told her, kneeling beside them and placing his hand on Nezuko's shoulder. Do that, and you should regain your strength soon enough. Nezuko nodded, changing her breathing. It would seem you've already improved. You're not quite as badly incapacitated as you were on Mount Natagumo. What about the civilians? Nezuko asked. A few injuries, but no casualties. Your yellow-haired friend and your brother did quite a good job. Kyojiro answered. Nezuko smiled gratefully, happy they had succeeded. That's good, she breathed before meowing turned their attention to Tomoyo's cat. Hey, little guy, she whispered, holding up the syringe blade. Can one of you give that to the cat, please? Kyojiro nodded, taking the tool and placing it in the cat's backpack. Have a safe journey. Kyojiro chuckled, patting the cat before he turned around. He vanished with another meow, and Nezuko heaved a sigh of relief. Another demon gone, and another blood sample for Tomoyo. And it was nearly dawn, they could rest soon. The happy moment was short-lived however, as something crashed into the ground several meters away. Can this mission just be over? Nezuko wondered before another chill crawled up her spine. It wasn't the sensation of freezing solid, like with Kibutsuji, but it was significantly stronger than either of the lower Kazuki she had fought. This was an upper Kazuki, and one of the higher-ranked ones, if she had to hazard a guess. The smoke cleared, revealing a demon with pink hair and gray skin that sported several blue markings. The demon launched himself towards them. As soon as his gaze met Nezuko's, he reached out as if to grab her. She noticed the kanji etched into the demon's eyes. Upper 3. Inosuke wrapped his arms around Nezuko, pulling her back while she remained frozen in shock. Look out! Kyojiro yelled as he intercepted the attack, slicing the demon's arm off. The demon leapt back, landing in a crouch. That's quite an impressive blade you have. Upper 3 noted as his arm healed, liking the blood off his forearm with a smirk. Kyojiro stepped between Nezuko and Inosuke, and the demon that had just attacked them. What did you intend to do to my Tsuguko? Kyojiro demanded. It was obvious you did not intend to kill, or even injure her. Even if I would not allow you to harm her or her friend, why would you not go for a killing blow? It's quite simple, really. I refuse to consume, fight, or kill women. Upper 3 answered. But he wants her dead. I thought I would bring her to him, as well as that traitorous demon you have nearby. I'm sure he will be more than happy to deal with them himself. Just like Asakusa. Nezuko thought, her eyes widening. And this time, a real member of the 12 Kizuki was sent after her and Tanjiro. Who's he talking about? Inosuke asked. Kibutsuji. The Demon King. Nezuko whispered. It's not just 2 demons in danger this time. Kyojiro, Inosuke, Zenitsu, all the passengers. More than 200 people are in danger now. What did you? Not now. Nezuko hissed. I'll explain later. Assuming we all survive this. Stay where you are, Nezuko. Kyojiro said quietly, drawing his sword. Nezuko nodded reluctantly, but refused to let her gaze leave Upper 3 for even a second. If you wish to abduct my Tsuguko, Kyojiro pointed his sword at the demon, then you must get through me. And I will not go down without a fight. I see. Your battle spirit is powerful, honed like a fine steel. Upper 3 chuckled. Unfortunately for you, I've killed many Hashira. I will be victorious, and I will be taking the girl and her demon. If you hand her over, then you and everyone else here can get out of this alive and unharmed. I refuse. It is my duty to protect my fellow slayers, including one I have personally taken under my wing. Kyojiro answered firmly. I do not know who you are, aside from your rank, but I can already tell we will not get along. Of course. How rude of me. Upper 3 chuckled. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Akaza. Would you please tell me your name? I'm the Flame Hashira, Rengoku Kyojiro. Kyojiro replied. And though we've only just met, I already dislike you a great deal. What a shame. Akaza sighed. Do you know why, Kyojiro, that you'll never cross over into the Supreme Territory? He asked. It's because you're human. Your inferior body will eventually wither and die, and those impeccable skills and techniques you've cultivated will be lost, he added. Nezuko barely restrained an offended scoff, settling for a withering glare. Be that as it may, let me make you an offer. Akaza said. Why don't you become a demon, yourself, Kyojiro? He asked. Nezuko couldn't keep herself from gaping. Was this guy really asking her mentor to become a demon? Because Rengoku Kyojiro was many things, and none of them would allow him to become a demon voluntarily. I will not. Kyojiro answered. Oh, well. Akaza sighed before dropping into a fighting stance. Under his feet, a giant light appeared from the ground. If you won't become a demon, I guess I'll just have to kill you, then. Be careful. Nezuko spoke up. Kyojiro nodded, his grip tightening on his blade before he launched himself at Akaza. In all my years, I've never gotten to kill a Flame Hashira. Akaza exclaimed. The 2 combatants became a blur of movement, only blue and orange glows indicating their position as they fought. Inosuke crept around until he was partially in front of Nezuko, one arm raised in front of her. Inosuke. Bug Eyes wants you to stay safe. If that demon gets past him, I'll hold it off to get you time to get to a safe place with Kentaro. Inosuke muttered, turning to Nezuko. It's my duty as the boss to protect the pack, and fight off threats. Nezuko stared at him for a moment before sighing. Thanks, she replied. But hopefully, it won't come to that. With that, the 2 turned back to the fight. Flames and blue energy blasts scattered across the battlefield. I can't keep up with them. Inosuke exclaimed. Me, neither. Nezuko gasped. This is the power of Upper 3 of the 12 Kizuki. If he can stand against a Hashira with no struggle, what are Upper 1 and Upper 2 going to be like? What's Kibutsuji going to be like? She thought as she tried in vain to follow the movements. The 2 were alternating between ranged and close quarters combat, only slowing down for a split second before becoming blurs of movement yet again. Akaza continued to insist Kyojuro become a demon, getting rejected at every turn by the flame Hashira. "Can't you see this fight is ultimately futile?" Akaza asked as the fight came to a halt, and the demon regrew his severed arm. "In the end, your weak, human body can never hope to compete with me. Those impressive wounds you've inflicted have already healed. Meanwhile, look at you." Nezuko turned to her mentor, her eyes widening in horror at the sight before her. Smashed left eye, shattered ribs, and damage to the internal organs. "He's doing all this to protect us," Nezuko thought, feeling tears begin to sting in her eyes when she heard Kyojuro's labored breaths. "To protect me." Akaza smiled, eyes wide with excitement, and he began to laugh. "Now you have to become a demon," he declared. "Just imagine it. We'd be able to spar for the rest of eternity," he exclaimed while Kyojuro braced himself, raising his blade. Kyojuro doubted he would survive this. His condition was terrible, it was not a high chance he would survive his next attack. His gaze flickered to the two younger slayers for only a moment. To Nezuko. His Tsuguko. No, she was more than that, just as Kanroji and Iguro were more than fellow Hashira. They were family in all but blood. He had an elder brother and two little sisters beyond the bonds of blood, as well as a second younger brother. His mind drifted for only a moment, though it felt so much longer. He saw those closest to him in that brief moment. Nezuko, standing firm in defense of her demon brother. Her bloody nose she got defending Senjuro. Her face drenched in sweat after training. Her bright smile in times of joy. The little girl forced to grow up all too fast. Tanjiro. He only really knew the boy for a short period of time. Even then, he doubted he even knew a fraction of the boy Nezuko called her brother. But he had such a big heart, and Kyojuro trusted him. Both as a demon slayer, and as a brother. Kanroji, with her bright pink hair and pure heart. The hugs exchanged as they all praised her for her strength. She was given a great gift, and wielded it well. Her blinding smile during the meals they all shared together. The pride he felt when she saw her become a Hashira. Iguro. From the shy boy his father brought home, to the sharp-tongued serpent Hashira. He had come such a long way, and Kyojuro was grateful to have seen that progress. Oh, gods, his father. Senjuro. They would be devastated when they got the news. They had both come so far. His father finally regaining his sobriety after Kyojuro's mother's passing, Senjuro finding a place for himself. He only hoped they would continue to support each other once he was gone. All of them. But that was for the future. In the present, he had a job to do. Fellow slayers, civilians, and a brother and sister to protect. Even if he died, he would do his best to take Akaza down with him. No matter how hard he tries to break me, I will not yield. Kyojuro yelled, smiling despite the pain he had to be in. No matter what, as long as I live, no one will die here. I am the flame Hashira. Rengoku Kyojuro, he added as the air began to heat up. Esoteric art. Ninth form. Kyojuro yelled. Rengoku. Destructive death, annihilation type. As Kyojuro ran towards Akaza, Nezuko couldn't ignore the twisting knots in her stomach. It was like she was being stabbed or. Her eyes widened in horror. He won't survive that. Esoteric art. Ninth form. Kyojuro yelled. Rengoku. Destructive death, annihilation type. As Kyojuro ran towards Akaza, Nezuko couldn't ignore the twisting knots in her stomach. It was like she was being stabbed or. Her eyes widened. He won't survive that. Adrenaline raced through her, causing Nezuko to spring to her feet and launch herself to the two combatants. Hinakami Kagura. Flame dance. With the downward slash, the arm that would have impaled Kyojuro was cut away. The horizontal cut went into the demon's chest. Akaza reeled in shock, and Nezuko ducked away from the attack Kyojuro was launching. Flames exploded around them, making the air feel like a furnace until they dissipated. When the smoke cleared, Kyojuro's blade was in Akaza's neck. "What the?" Akaza exclaimed as his arm regenerated. It was much slower than it was earlier. But his other arm was still intact, and that would be a problem. Hinakami Kagura. Nezuko leapt over Akaza, launching herself towards him once she landed. Raging Sun. Akaza raised his unsevered arm to intercept. Perfect, he was right where she wanted him. His remaining arm was severed, and Akaza hissed as he retracted his smoldering arm. He leapt back, and Nezuko stumbled from the strain, barely catching herself. "Nezuko." Kyojuro muttered. "I told you to stay back. I'm not letting you die. Not here." Nezuko grunted, standing up and placing herself between her mentor and the demon that was their opponent. Akaza continued to regenerate his arms, though it wasn't the instant it had taken against flame breathing. "That technique." Akaza snarled. "I don't know what it is, but it's taking me quite some time to heal from those slashes." "You're certainly annoying, I'll give you that." He got into a fighting stance, despite the fact his arms were still regenerating. "Now come quietly, and I spare everyone here." "No," Nezuko spat. "I will not come quietly, least of all to Kibutsuji. You want to bring me to him? Then you're bringing my DMN corpse." "You little," Akaza trailed off, gritting his teeth. He turned to the horizon, his eyes widening. "You won't leave. I won't allow it," Kyojuro declared, leaping for Akaza. From the train, Zenitsu cried out. At the same time, a familiar blur of green sped past Nezuko. "Tanjiro," she screamed. What was he thinking? "Tanjiro, stop." Nezuko lunged forward, grabbing Tanjiro just before he could get out of reach. She pulled him closer and hooked her arms under his, quickly noticing the furious snarling behind his cracking muzzle as he tried to linger for Akaza again. What the hell's gotten into him? Nezuko wondered while Tanjiro struggled against her hold. "Gonpachiro." Inosuke ran up behind the siblings while Nezuko turned Tanjiro so he was facing her. Then she pulled him towards her so his face was nestled into her shoulder. Hopefully her scent would calm him down. Something familiar, but not dangerous. Tanjiro stopped thrashing in moments, his growls quieted, and he relaxed into Nezuko's hold as she dropped to her knees. "Tanjiro, it's not safe," she whispered. "Shrink down and get into the shade. Now." Once Tanjiro was in toddler form, Nezuko pulled his haori so it covered his head. Then she looked to Kyojuro, and she saw Akaza jumping away and bolting for the trees. She passed Tanjiro to Inosuke, not taking her eyes off of the demon. "What are you doing?" Inosuke asked. Nezuko growled, unsheathing her sword and bolting for the tree line as Akaza vanished. She skidded to a halt once she had a clear shot, reversing her grip and raising her arm. She threw her sword with all her might, a blazing line following the blade as it sailed through the trees. She didn't care if Haganazuka came for her head, not right now. All that mattered was getting even one more hit in on that med demon. "Don't run away, you coward. I'm not done with you, yet," she screamed. "I don't care if you refuse to fight women. Turn and face me, Akaza. Right. Now." The sun continued to rise behind her as Akaza continued to retreat into the safety of the shadows. Not that the arriving dawn mattered to Nezuko. Remember this, Akaza. The demon slayers always have to fight you demons in the dead of night. You have the advantage. We can't heal as fast. And our limbs are gone forever if they're severed, she yelled, her blood boiling as she watched Akaza continue to run away. "I don't care if you got away. Rengoku won. You hear me? Rengoku." 1. Not a single human life was lost tonight. All because of him. And because of that, Rengoku is the true victor of this fight. Her yells became shrieking with those last few words, and Nezuko was left out of breath once she finished. Sweat dripped from her face, her heart was pounding. But it was over. Even if one demon got away, the mission was finally over. Nezuko. She turned to Kyojuro. His face was covered in blood, and his breathing was off. But he would survive, she was sure of it. She ran over to him, stumbling as the adrenaline faded. You shouldn't have done that. If you'd been taken, it would have been one of my greatest failings. I know, but I wasn't letting you get killed if I could help it. Nezuko breathed. Besides, I kind of owe you. For Mount Natagumo, and for sparing Tanjiro that day. You've done so much for us, this is the least I could do. There is no need, Nezuko. Kyojuro chuckled, though it devolved into a bloody coughing fit seconds later. Save your strength. Nezuko whispered, fighting the exhaustion creeping into her own system. She turned to the shade, where Zenitsu and Inosuke were putting Tanjiro in his box. I will be all right. Kyojuro assured her. Go. I have a feeling your brother will want to see that you're all right, he added with an exhausted smile. Right. Nezuko nodded, leaning a little closer to her mentor. Thank you, Kyojuro. We could never ask for a better mentor. Or big brother, she whispered as forced herself to her feet, walking towards the boys. She barely got past Kyojuro before her knees buckled. Nezuko. Familiar yellow surrounded her as Zenitsu caught her. I'll carry you over, he muttered. Zenitsu hooked one arm under Nezuko's knees, the other supporting her back, then jogged to Inosuke and Tanjiro. He broke the bamboo again. Inosuke stated. Zenitsu knelt beside the box, and Nezuko turned to Tanjiro. True to Inosuke's word, the broken ends of Tanjiro's muzzle were dangling from the cloth around his neck. Nezuko. Tanjiro exclaimed, reaching out and placing a tiny hand on Nezuko's cheek. His eyes were wide and rimmed with tears, he must have been so worried. Classic Tanjiro. Always more worried about others than he was about himself. I'm okay. Nezuko mumbled with a weary smile. Just went a little overboard, she added, resting her hand on Tanjiro's head. Don't scare me like that, running outside so close to sunrise. I know you want to protect me, but the sun's bad for you right now. You need to think about yourself first sometimes. I don't want to lose you too. She tacked on silently. Tanjiro gently rested his forehead against hers, his touch feather light. You should rest, Nezuko. Zenitsu spoke up, his hand gently squeezing Nezuko's shoulder. I can hear it. You're fighting to stay awake. But you need to recover your strength. We'll be here when you wake up, promise. Thank you. Nezuko thought with a faint smile before drifting off. Thankfully, given the night she just had, her sleep was dreamless. Hearing Nezuko's words, Kyojuro barely held himself back from gaping in shock. He hadn't expected to hear that from Nezuko. But, he supposed, he was happy to have her as a sister. And he would be her and Tanjiro's brother, just as he was Senjuru's, so long as the gods permitted him to. As Nezuko and her friends gathered, Kyojuro looked forward. A light appeared in his blurring vision, and his remaining eye widened as he recognized his mother, once again. Mother. Did I do well? Kyojuro wondered, being met with a warm smile. I couldn't be prouder, she replied. Rest, my son. It's not your time yet. Regain your strength, so you can return to your friends. I will. Thank you, mother. Kyojuro thought, smiling at the spirit of his mother and letting unconsciousness claim him. The last thing he heard was the faint yells of the Kikuchi. Mugen Train mission, a perfect success. CAW, the Kasugai crow in front of Kagaya and Amain declared. Rengoku Kyojiro and Kamado Nezuko are incapacitated, but have survived an encounter with Upper 3. Kagaya almost felt his legs give out from under him at that news. They faced an Upper Kazuki. And survived? What a joyous occasion. Kagaya chuckled, trying not to let his excitement overtake him quite yet. The last Hashira to face an upper-rank Kazuki, poor Kane, hadn't survived, alongside so many others in the last century. But finally, someone survived. Kibutsuji Musen. The tables have turned. Kagaya said quietly with a smile. Shinjiro stared in shock at what the crow had just told him. Kyojiro faced Upper 3, and lived to tell the tale. Shinjiro dropped to his knees, bowing and thanking every god he could think of for protecting his eldest. Our son did it, Ruka. Shinjiro thought, feeling tears well up in his eyes as he thought of his late wife. But despite the tears he was shedding, the Rengoku patriarch smiled. Our boys are truly amazing. Senjiro paced outside the butterfly mansion. The only word they got was that the Mugen Train mission has been an undisputed success, and that the Kikuchi were on their way with the slayers sent on the mission. That included Kyojiro and Nezuko. Please let them be okay. Senjiro prayed before familiar calls for assistance filled the air. He sprinted to the gate, barely keeping himself from crying when he saw who the Kikuchi had just carried in. Kyojiro was there. Beaten to a bloody pulp, but the rise and fall of his chest confirmed he was alive. That's all that mattered to Senjiro. He turned to the second gurney, where Nezuko slept. Thank you, the youngest Rengoku whispered, turning to the butterfly mansion and calling for Miss Aoi. Across Japan, all the other Hashira received the news. Lower 1 had been defeated, and the Flame Hashira had survived a battle against an Upper Kazuki. Kanroji Mitsuri burst into tears, cheering joyfully for 2 of the slayers closest to her through her sobs. Kochu Shinobu breathed a sigh of relief, grateful the CYCL had been broken. Iguro Abanai stared at the Kasugai crow in disbelief, not fully able to process what he heard but grateful nonetheless. Yuzui Tengen laughed at the news, smirking to the sky and muttering, "It's about time we got a win like this," before returning his focus to his current mission. Takedo Mwichuru only hummed in reply, the information vanishing from his mind moments later. Himejima Jyomiai muttered a prayer for the health and recovery of his fellow Hashira, his eyes shedding even more tears than usual. Tomioka Jo stared ahead as he processed the news, aware a change had certainly come their way. And Shinazugawa Sanemi scoffed with a feral grin, muttering how he looked forward to the next battle against one of the 12 before diving into his training. The new day dawned. A joyous occasion, that morning was. For the first time in a century, demon slayers had battled one of the most powerful demons in existence, and lived to tell the tale. As the shouts of the Kikuchi filled the area, Zenitsu sighed in relief. It was over. He stood up, still holding Nezuko, and turned to the nearest Kikuchi. Mr. Rengoku is in bad shape, he needs to take priority, he spoke up. A few Kikuchi ran to pull the Flame Hashira onto a gurney, and one turned to Nezuko. What about your friend? The Kikuchi asked. Zenitsu could hear the concern. Not that it was unwarranted, considering Nezuko was out cold. She's just exhausted, I think. Zenitsu replied. The Kikuchi nodded, and Zenitsu let her take his unconscious friend before turning to Inosuke and Tanjirou. She'll be okay, Tanjirou, he whispered upon hearing the concerned notes in the demon's sound. We'll let you out at the butterfly mansion, he added, gently closing the box before hoisting it onto his shoulders. The trip was quiet, which Zenitsu was thankful for. He and Inosuke were carried on the Kikuchi's backs while Nezuko and Rengoku were both transported on gurneys. Zenitsu let himself relax on the journey, the sun's warmth assuring him they were safe. When they arrived at the butterfly mansion, they were all greeted by a boy who looked nearly identical to Rengoku. Zenitsu was pretty sure he'd seen him around the mansion before the Mugen Train mission. The kid sprinted to the gate as if his life depended on it, the melody of relief filling the air when he laid eyes on Rengoku. Thank you. The words were a whisper, but Zenitsu heard them as the boy looked to Nezuko. Then the boy turned around. Miss Aoi, they're here, he called out. Zenitsu unconsciously tensed at the mention of Aoi. She still scared him. All right, let's get to work. Aoi said firmly as she approached. Kiyo, Sumi, and Naho followed behind her. I need a full list of injuries, she added, causing the various Kikushi to start rattling off injuries, most of which were on Rengoku, while they made their way to the hospital ward. Once they were all settled, Zenitsu was happy to rest. Reporting in as you requested. Lord Muzan. The young boy turned to the demon, his eyes switching from dark purple to plum red in an instant. Akaza could feel the intensity of the gaze on him, knowing he was more than likely in a lot of trouble. I'm disappointed in you, Akaza. Lord Muzan sighed. I sent you there because you happened to be nearby. I thought you would at least be able to capture the infernal brats or kill the Hashira. But you could accomplish neither. Not to mention that the girl landed a hit on you. Someone who's not even a Hashira. Perhaps I should have gone to the trouble of sending Upper 2 or Upper 1. Akaza tensed at that, barely holding back a snarl. I will not fail you again, Lord Muzan. You have my deepest apologies. Akaza replied. Pressure built up in his veins, accompanied by a burning sensation. I hope not. Lord Muzan hissed. The intensity of his rage was palpable in the air, but Akaza didn't dare say anything. Next time you see her, stop at no cost. I don't care if she dies, or you bring her to me alive. The demon is to be in my grasp, and the girl must be removed. I understand, Lord Muzan. Akaza grunted, spitting up blood. Good. Lord Muzan muttered. Fail to capture her again, and we may have to revisit your privileges, he added, turning away from Akaza. Akaza stood up, keeping his head bowed. You're dismissed, Upper 3. With a few quick steps, Akaza left the house. He made it to the woods, where he'd left that med sword, and threw the black blade into a nearby tree. The sword of the girl he had gone to capture. The stupid brat had told him to fight her while the sun was rising. As if its rays wouldn't reduce him to ashes in an instant. The idiot. You want to bring me to him? Then you're bringing my DMN corpse. Akaza growled, clenching his fists and glaring at the sword. Don't run away, you coward. I'm not done with you, yet. He swung for the weapon, feeling a swell of glee at seeing the steel give way under his attack. I don't care if you refuse to fight women. Turn and face me, Akaza. Right. Now. He continued to punch the sword until it shattered. Akaza breathed, his blood still boiling. He looked down, finding the shine of the guard. He picked it up, glaring at the pink flame shape as he pictured its owner. I'll remember your face, you little brat, he spat, tightening his grip on the guard. And when we meet again, nothing and no one will stop me from capturing you and that demon. The guard shattered in his grip, and Akaza took a deep breath. My name is as worthless as I am. You saved our lives, so we will carry on your legacy. If you hadn't been there, I wouldn't be here, nor would this child have been born. What is your name? Kamado. Nezuko woke up with a gasp, the disembodied voices still echoing in her head. Who were those people? One of them almost sounded like Tanjiro. But it couldn't have been, could it? She sat up, trying to figure out who those voices belonged to. She hadn't seen any faces, so she couldn't place them. One of them had to be related to her somehow, surely. She heard her family name. Nezuko. She turned to the familiar voice, finding Senjiro hovering over her. Thank goodness. How long was I out? Nezuko asked. She definitely felt a lot better than when she passed out. Only a couple days. Senjiro answered before turning to the side. Nezuko followed his gaze. Kyojiro is a lot worse off, though. Miss Kochu said he's in a coma due to his injuries. To say that the flame Hashira looked like a mess would be a gross understatement. Tubes connecting to several different bags were hooked up to his arms and neck, bandages covered anything that didn't have an 4-line aside from his right eye, nose and mouth. The only sign he was still alive was the slow rise and fall of his chest that Nezuko recognized as recovery breathing. "I'm sorry I couldn't do more," she sighed. "You did plenty." Miss Shinobu spoke up as she entered the room. "Both your Crow and Rengoku's reported that you intercepted what would have been a lethal blow to Rengoku. Only because the demon didn't eat or fight women." Nezuko protested. "I would have died if he didn't have that rule for himself. That demon was upper 3. Impressive." Shinobu replied lightly, though her smile was laced with anger and sadness. "No Hashira in the last century has gone against an upper Kazuki and lived to tell the tale." She hummed, opening her mouth to speak again when the last of the Rengoku family burst into the room. "Is she awake?" Shinjiro asked as he walked towards the bed with an urgency Nezuko had never seen from him before. "Yes, Shinjiro, but please be careful." Shinobu replied before being sidestepped by the man. "She's still in recovery, so we mustn't strain her." Nezuko was about to ask what the ex-Hashira wanted, only for her question to die on her tongue as Shinjiro hugged her. Nezuko's gaze darted from Shinobu, then to Senjiro, then to the ceiling as her brain tried to process what exactly was happening. Thankfully, Senjiro and Shinobu seemed just as confused as her, so she didn't feel like a complete dolt. "Thank you," Shinjiro muttered, sounding dangerously close to tears. "Thank you for saving him. I don't think I could ever repay you." "You don't need to," Nezuko told him. Shinjiro leaned back, grabbing onto Nezuko's shoulders. Just as she suspected, tears had welled up in the corners of his eyes. "You protected him. Far better than I could have ever hoped to, with how I treated Kyojiro and Senjiro. You're the reason I still have both my sons." Shinjiro told her, gently shaking Nezuko as he spoke. "Thank you, Nezuko." "You don't need to thank me," Nezuko protested softly. "He's in this condition because of me. I may have saved him, but the demon was after me," she whispered, hanging her head and fighting back the tears. "Everyone there was in danger just because of me. It's not your fault Kibutsuji placed a target on your back, Nezuko." Senjiro spoke up. "And Kyojiro would have fought to protect everyone there, regardless. It's who he is. So don't beat yourself up about it." "Senjiro's right," Shinjiro replied. "The demon may have been sent after you. But you still risked your safety to protect Kyojiro. The fact there wasn't a single casualty is nothing short of a miracle, and it's a testament to all 5 of you." Nezuko hiccuped, wiping away her tears before lunging to hug Shinjiro and Senjiro. "It'll be okay," Shinjiro muttered. "He's right," Senjiro whispered. "We're here if you need it," he added. Nezuko smiled faintly, leaning further into the embrace. She was just grateful everything had gone as well as it did. "Here." Nezuko perked up, turning to Shinjiro and immediately spotting the book in his hands. He held it out to her, and she accepted it. "It's our family records from the Sengoku PRD. Maybe you can find something about sun breathing." Nezuko smiled at that. "Thanks, Shinjiro," she replied. Turning her gaze to the book in her hands. She had been considering asking about the records, but it seemed the eldest Rengoku was ahead of her. She hugged the journal close before turning back to Shinjiro. "I'll take good care of it. I promise. And I'll give it back as soon as I'm done. Don't feel rushed," Shinjiro told her, patting her on the shoulder. Nezuko nodded, and Shinjiro turned his attention to Kyojiro. Nezuko smiled, then turned to Tanjiro's box at her bedside. "Maybe this will have some answers," she whispered, carefully opening the book. Inside, she was greeted by handwritten notes. For its age, the journal was in excellent condition. The Rengoku family must have taken great care to preserve the records. Of course, keeping family records was important, but the preservation of the centuries-old Rengoku family records was impressive. Once she pulled her attention away from that, Nezuko began reading. The entries in the journal varied. From training and forms to personal anecdotes, even mission reports. Whoever this ancestor of her mentor was, they were thorough in their notes. It was late into the night, and Shinjiro had left, when Nezuko came across something that caught her eye. Specifically, the location mentioned in the latest entry she had read. My pursuit of the demon led me to Mount Kumatori, though I was still far behind it. Mount Kumatori. Nezuko thought as she read and reread the kanji. It was definitely her home. Had her family been attacked before, back in the Sengoku era? Or was this entry from before they settled on the mountainside? I arrived too late to the scene of the demon's attack. A small house on the mountain. A man was there, holding a dead body. She was his wife, and she had been with child. My heart aches for this man. He introduced himself as Tsujikuni Yorichi. He's a mysterious man, though his family name does sound familiar. We didn't speak much on the way back to headquarters. Nezuko closed the book, using her thumb to mark her place. A man had lost his wife and child on the very same mountain she had lost her family, in the very same way. She wiped up the tears forming in her eyes. She had no clue who Tsujikuni was, but she couldn't help feeling bad for him. Losing her mother and siblings had been hard, but she couldn't begin to imagine the pain of losing a partner and child. She hoped Tsujikuni had found peace when he passed, and that his next life was much more peaceful. She grabbed a slip of paper, folding it into a bookmark. She had to get some rest. As she placed the journal on her nightstand, she met Tanjiro's gaze. Tanjiro tilted his head as he emerged from his box and climbed onto the bed, stepping around Nezuko and grabbing her pillow. What are you doing? Nezuko asked softly, chuckling as Tanjiro fluffed the pillow before putting it back. Nezuko shook her head with a fond smile, resting her head on the pillow and turning to her brother. Happy? She asked. Tanjiro responded by patting her head and pulling the blankets up to tuck her in. He nodded approvingly, then shimmied under the covers. Nezuko sighed, still having a small smile as she wrapped her arms around Tanjiro. As she began to drift off, Nezuko's gaze drifted to Kyojuro. He would be getting moved to a new room soon, a private one outside the main hospital wing. Good night, Kyojuro. Nezuko whispered. Don't be gone too long. With that, she drifted off. Blood. Fire. Sunrise. Kyojuro and Akaza were so close, yet so far. Kyojuro. You have to know this wound will kill you. Akaza exclaimed desperately. How could he be the one sounding desperate? He was the one that did this. Say it. Say that you'll become a demon. It was a blur until she was knelt in front of Kyojuro again. Akaza's arm dissolved in his torso, allowing more blood to spill everywhere. Nezuko. My father. Senjiro. Please, tell them. No. No, don't talk like that. You'll survive, we'll figure something out. But Tanjiro was so far away. Not to mention the sun. Even then, could his blood demon art heal such a massive wound? No, Nezuko. I must give you my final will. Kyojuro protested softly. It was like she was listening through water as her mentor gave her his final words. She watched his shoulders slump, and she screamed. Nezuko. Nezuko's eyes snapped open, and she jolted upright. No, she cried, breathing as she looked around to see the butterfly mansion. She turned to the voice, Senjiro. Nightmare, he guessed. Nezuko didn't answer. She half-stepped and half-stumbled out of her bed, making her way to Kyojuro. Nezuko. Just a nightmare, she whispered shakily. But she couldn't deny how close that the nightmare had come to being reality. If she had been even a second slower, Kyojiro would be dead. And it would have been her fault. It's okay. Senjiro assured her. Whatever it wasn't real. I promise. This is real, right now. Kyojiro is alive because of you. All the civilians on the train are alive because of you. Right. Nezuko nodded, turning back to her bed. Tanjiro looked at her with worried eyes. I'm okay, she sighed, patting him on the head. Tanjiro gave her a worried pout, jumping off the bed before growing into his teenage form. I'm gonna try and get some more sleep. Nezuko muttered. Regardless of the nightmares, she needed her rest. If she could push through, she would be okay. She just had to power through the nightmares. They weren't real, anyways. She flopped onto the bed, feeling a hand on her back while the covers were pulled up again. She closed her eyes again, praying to not see another nightmare. When she rolled out of bed the next morning, she moved Tanjiro's box to his room from before the Mugen Train mission. She didn't want to bug him. He needed the rest even more than she did, and her freaking out from some stupid bad dreams would just prevent that. She whispered an apology, then went down to breakfast. You look wrong. Inosuke deadpanned when Nezuko joined him and Zenitsu for breakfast. The comment earned him a jab in the ribs from the blonde. Inosuke, be nice. Zenitsu hissed before turning back to Nezuko, opening his mouth as if to speak. Don't bother, Zenitsu. I know I look like CRP. Nezuko groaned and she practically collapsed beside him, rubbing her eyes. She was well aware she looked like a mess. She felt like one, for sure. Slept horribly, and this is what happens when I do that. Anything we can do? Zenitsu asked, his face pinched with concern. It's fine. The nightmares will pass eventually, I'm sure, and then it'll be back to normal. Nezuko mumbled as she picked up her chopsticks. Don't worry about me, she sighed, trying not to nod off as she ate her breakfast. That afternoon, the trio went to the courtyard to train. Nezuko wouldn't have minded the distraction, if just staying upright wasn't a challenge. But she would power through. She'd be fine. No matter how exhausted she was, training would help her get better. Nezuko yelped as a Bakken struck her in the side. Inosuke snarled, raising his weapons. Stop fooling around, Kumiko. Inosuke snapped, swinging again. This time, Nezuko managed to block, if only barely. You can fight better than this. My victory won't count if you go easy on me. Right. Nezuko sighed as she dodged another blow. She twirled around to try and hit Inosuke's open side. When she stopped, however, the world didn't stop spinning. Nezuko's legs buckled. As the ground approached, Nezuko sighed again. Why did she have to be so tired? Why did she have to keep having stupid nightmares? An arm wrapped around her waist, and she suddenly found herself upright again. And being carried into the butterfly mansion. Well, this would be fun to explain. Unsurprisingly, the explanation for her a heavy scold from Aoi, and orders for bed rest. No training or exercise until she got enough sleep to not collapse. At least Nezuko had the Rengoku family records to keep her busy while resting. Zenitsu was woken up by the rustle of sheets 2 beds over, along with an erratic heartbeat. He slowly opened his eyes and sat up. Sorry. Nezuko whispered. Zenitsu got out of his own bed, tiptoeing over to his friend. Nezuko was tightly curled up, tightly wrapped in her bedspread. Her sound was brimming with so much that Zenitsu could feel his heart breaking just hearing it. Nezuko always had that undercurrent of guilt and sadness in her sound. But hearing it so amplified that it seemed to drown out everything else was painful in more ways than one. Nezuko? Zenitsu spoke up softly. He made his way from the foot of the bed to the side. Even in the dim moonlight, he could see the tears clinging to her lashes and the shining tracks on her face. Nezuko curled up tighter, if that was possible, muttering something about Rengoku as more tears continued to spill. She's having a nightmare. Zenitsu thought. He ran to Tanjiro's room, opening the door and sprinting for the box housing the demon he was looking for. He picked up the box and ran back to Nezuko. He really hoped this would work. Please. Nezuko whispered as Zenitsu placed the box on the floor at her bedside, keeping the door faced upward. He opened it and scooped up Tanjiro. The only response he got was a tired grumble, not that he particularly cared right now. He placed the sleeping demon beside Nezuko, jumping as her arms swung around Tanjiro. Once he was sure Nezuko wasn't about to try and tear his face off in her sleep, Zenitsu adjusted the blanket around Tanjiro so he wouldn't be caught in the sun when morning came around. I wish I could do more to make it better, Nezuko. Zenitsu sighed as he watched Nezuko cling to her older brother, the sounds of whatever agony her nightmare gave her fading. Sleep well, he added before going back to bed. Zenitsu wasn't woken up like that again for a few days. To his surprise, however, Nezuko seemed conscious when he next woke up in the middle of the night. But, once again, he heard her pounding heart, coupled by heaving breaths and those sounds of pain that no one saw. Nezuko? Zenitsu spoke up as he got out of bed again, approaching Nezuko. It's just a bad dream, she whispered. Zenitsu stood at the foot end of her bedside, noticing that she didn't seem all there. She brought her hands up to her head, tangling her fingers in her hair as she continued muttering about something being a bad dream. Nezuko? Zenitsu piped up again. She turned to him this time, still not releasing the slowly tightening grip on her hair. Zenitsu gently grabbed her wrists. You shouldn't do that. You're gonna rip your hair out if you keep pulling on it, he told her as he slowly freed her fingers and pulled her hands away from her head. Nezuko swiped her hands out of Zenitsu's hold, wrapping her arms around herself. Do you want me to get Tanjiro for you? Zenitsu offered, getting a tiny head shake in reply. No. No, I don't want to bug him, she whispered. Zenitsu nodded. As much as he felt Tanjiro would be able to help her, he didn't want to disrespect Nezuko's wishes. Would it be alright if I sat down? He asked. Go ahead. Nezuko muttered as she hung her head. Zenitsu took a seat at the foot of her bed, and the two sat in silence. Bad nightmares, he guessed. Nezuko took another shaky breath, slowly curling up and hugging her knees. Do you want to talk about it? Nezuko shook her head. Zenitsu slowly reached out, making sure to telegraph his movements as he took Nezuko's hands into his own. He didn't comment on how warm they were. It wasn't like it was uncomfortable, anyways. We're in the real world, right now. I promise. That demon is gone, right? You and Inosuke killed it. And no one died. And that was all because of you, Nezuko. She smiled a tiny bit at that, which Zenitsu took as a win. Senjiro said the same thing, she told him. Does it help? Zenitsu asked. Nezuko nodded minutely. Thanks, Zenitsu, she sighed, pulling her one hand away and brushing her hair behind her ear. Zenitsu listened closely. He could still hear the sadness and guilt. Would it be okay if I hugged you? He asked. Nezuko turned to him with wide eyes. It sounds kinda like you need one. And I figured you'd be happier if I asked, he admitted with a shrug. I know I'm not Tanjiro, so my hugs aren't gonna be the best. But I'll try. Nezuko chuckled at that, notes of amusement echoing in her sound. She lowered her knees before leaning over and wrapping her arms around him. Thanks, she whispered while Zenitsu returned the embrace. If you ever need someone to talk to, I'll listen, he told her. You don't have to do this alone, okay? I promise to support you. Nezuko didn't respond, though Zenitsu could hear she was still awake. They stayed there in silence while Zenitsu listened to Nezuko drift off. He tightened his embrace a little once he knew Nezuko was asleep. "I'll help you however I can," he whispered. He really hoped he could follow through on it. "I'm so excited you could come with me this time." Mitsuri cheered as she skipped through the streets with Nezuko in tow. "I've told my parents and siblings so much about you, they've been looking so forward to meeting you. I'm excited to meet them, too." Nezuko replied with a smile. Since she was cleared to leave the butterfly mansion, under Hashira's supervision of course, she had decided to join Mitsuri on a visit to the love Hashira's family. Something she had been looking forward to for quite some time, after all that Mitsuri had told her. "You'll love them." Mitsuri giggled before walking up to one of the houses and knocking on the door. It opened, revealing a middle-aged woman with green eyes and her black hair done in a traditional style. "Hi, Mom." Mitsuri greeted the woman enthusiastically, hoisting the woman up in a tight hug. "Mitsuri," the woman exclaimed as she returned the embrace. "It's so good to see you, sweetie." "Mitsuri's home," a new voice exclaimed as a teenage boy ran into the entryway. Mitsuri responded with a delighted squeal as she hugged the boy, along with the 3 other children that arrived. 2 more boys, and a girl. "There's our little girl." As she untied her sandals, Nezuko turned to the man that had come up beside Mitsuri's mother. She reasoned that the man had to be Mitsuri's father. "Dad!" Mitsuri exclaimed, hugging the man. As the love Hashira greeted her parents, the oldest of her brothers turned to Nezuko. "Hello." Nezuko said with a small wave. "It's nice to meet you all. Mitsuri's told me a lot about you." "Oh." Mitsuri gasped as she walked up to Nezuko and hugged her arm. "This is Kamado Nezuko. We trained together, I think I told you about her." "Oh, this is the girl." Mrs. Kanroji exclaimed while Mitsuri's parents approached. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Mitsuri's told us so much about you." "That, she has." Mr. Kanroji chuckled. "She's told me a lot about you all, too." Nezuko replied with a smile. "Nothing but the best, of course." "The same for you." Mrs. Kanroji laughed. "Now, how about we get names out of the way? Let her guess, Mom." "The oldest of." The boys suggested excitedly, getting a laugh out of everyone else. Nezuko and Mitsuri exchanged a look, then turned to the family. "Well, you must be Hachiru." Nezuko replied, then turned to the other 2 boys and pointed to the older of the 2. "You're Semiki. Then the youngest brother is Rikisai." She then turned to the little girl. "And you must be Koyomi. Sounds like you've paid attention." Mrs. Kanroji said with a proud smile. "My name is Aohana, and my husband's name is Satoru." "Good to know." Nezuko chuckled. "I've been really looking forward to meeting you all." "Same to you. We're all so happy Mitsuri has people she's become friends with, and that love and accept her for who she is." Mr. Kanroji added as he patted Nezuko's shoulder. "Which she deserves to be." Nezuko replied before bowing to the Kanroji parents. "I'm honored to have met her, and I'm sure you're both very proud of your daughter for all that she's accomplished," she added, straightening up seconds before getting pulled into a bone-crushing hug by Mitsuri's dad. "Well, let's not keep dinner waiting." Mrs. Kanroji giggled, turning to Mitsuri. "We have your favorite for dessert, sweetie. Sakura mochi." Mitsuri squealed, bouncing in place. "We'll be right there, I'm just going to help Nezuko drop off her things," she informed her family before leading Nezuko through the house. Once they were in the bedroom, Nezuko put down Tanjiro's box. "I'm okay," she whispered. "I'm gonna be out for a bit, just stay here until I say so." "Okay." Quiet scratching answered her, and Nezuko patted the box. She turned to Mitsuri with a smile. "Well, what are we waiting for?" Mitsuri lit up, and the 2 girls went to join the Kanroji family for dinner. That night, everyone gathered around the fire, sharing whatever stories they thought of. Nezuko was slightly stunned to learn Mitsuri could lift a 30-pound pickling stone overhead at a mere 14 months old. Only slightly, having seen what Mitsuri could do now, in her late teens. Nezuko laughed as she heard the tale of Mitsuri beating sumo wrestlers in arm wrestling as a tiny girl. She expected nothing less. Then Mrs. Kanroji asked about Nezuko's family. If you're willing, of course. I know Mitsuri's case isn't common, unfortunately, she added. I'd love to. Nezuko replied. She told every story she could think of about her parents and siblings. It felt so nice to share those memories. To tell the family of her sister in all but blood about the family she loved and missed so much. It may have resulted in some tears, and not just from Nezuko, but it didn't change to happiness of getting to share her favorite memories from before it was just her and Tanjiro. A thud startled everyone, and they turned to Nezuko's box. Why did your box fall over? Koyomi asked, inching closer to Mitsuri. Nezuko turned to the love Hashira, who gave her an encouraging smile and nodded, then to the rest of the Kanroji family. Promise no one will freak out, she asked. Why would we freak out? Hachiru inquired in response. Nezuko stood up and walked to Tanjiro's box, flipping it so the door faced the ceiling. She slowly opened the box, her dark pink eyes meeting Tanjiro's bright red. He lit up, reaching up while Nezuko reached down to pick him up. Once she put him down, Tanjiro grew to his full height, the sight earning a quiet squeak from one of the Kanroji kids. Don't worry. Mitsuri spoke up softly. Tanjiro's super sweet, you'll love him, she giggled, gesturing for the Kamado siblings to come over. Tanjiro practically jumped on top of her, and Mitsuri took it in stride by hugging him with ease. He's a demon. Semiki piped up. He is. But he doesn't eat humans. Nezuko answered, while Tanjiro turned to Koyomi. He reached out and patted her head. The younger Kanroji sister tensed, but relaxed after a moment. The rest of the siblings quickly followed, approaching Tanjiro and being greeted with an excited hum and head pat. Nezuko relaxed. She hadn't even realized she'd tensed up. She watched the scene, smiling wistfully as Tanjiro played with Mitsuri's siblings. The two demon slayers exchanged a look, smiling at each other before turning back to their playing siblings. Your family's lovely. Nezuko told Mitsuri once everyone else had settled down to sleep. The two girls had settled on the Engawa, watching the stars. Thanks. Mitsuri giggled. I can't describe how grateful I am that they accept me for who I am. Despite my strength, my appetite, even my hair. Which you deserve. Nezuko replied, gently nudging Mitsuri with her shoulder. Just because some guys had sticks up their rear ends about all that, doesn't mean you aren't worthy of love. Your family knows that, and so do I. And so does Kyojiro, and the rest of the Hashira, she added before smirking. Especially a certain serpent Hashira, if I've read your letters right. Even in the moon's limited light, Mitsuri's blush was obvious. We just go out for lunch after missions. Mitsuri whispered as she squished her red cheeks. He got you an entire haori, and said he'd get it replaced or fixed if it got ripped. Nezuko countered. And it's a nice haori. It's obvious that he got it commissioned by a good seamstress, and paid a lot of money for that. Oh, stop it Nezuko. Mitsuri squeaked, though Nezuko could see her smile. I just don't want to assume. I treasure our friendship, and I don't want my feelings to ruin it. Then talk to him. Nezuko told her. Talking to him should lead to something, right? You don't necessarily have to confess, but maybe you can figure out a way to gauge his feelings, she offered with a shrug. Because you should get to be happy, Mitsuri, and be with someone who you love and who loves you in return. For who you are, not what others want you to be. She gave Mitsuri a determined smile. Whoever you marry should love you in all your pink-haired, food-loving, house-size boulder-lifting glory. Got that? Mitsuri sniffled as tears welled up in her eyes, which she quietly wiped away before responding. "I do," she chuckled before pulling Nezuko into a hug. "Thanks, Nezuko. I'm really happy to consider you a little sister." At that, Nezuko felt tears stinging in her own eyes. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Nezuko whispered shakily as she returned Mitsuri's embrace. "I think of you like a sister, too," she added, getting a hum in reply. The two girls joined the rest of the Kanroji family, and Tanjiro, in getting some sleep. Nezuko appreciated the familiar warmth of others sleeping around her, and slept far more peacefully than she had in over 2 years. "Good morning, Nezuko." Mitsuri cheered as Nezuko came into the dining room. "Sorry for oversleeping," Nezuko said as she sat down next to the love Hashira. "I hadn't meant to sleep in so much." "It's all right, dear." Mrs. Kanroji spoke up. "We always let Mitsuri sleep in when she visits. We were more than happy to let you do the same. Being up all night hunting demons always sounds like such hard work, so you should rest when you can," she added while she and her husband milled about the kitchen. "I asked them to be as quiet as possible," Mitsuri whispered while her parents continued working. "I noticed the dark circles under your eyes. You haven't been sleeping enough. Even with our line of work, rest and getting enough sleep is really important." "I know." Nezuko sighed. "I'm trying to get more sleep. It's just kinda hard, after. Well, everything on that last mission." "That's understandable," Mitsuri assured her. "It must have been scary, when that upper Kazuki showed up, too." "Yeah." Nezuko huffed. "I still feel horrible." "Why?" "Because of what happened to Rengoku?" Mitsuri asked. Nezuko shook her head. "Both the demons were after Tanjiro and me. Everyone on that train was in danger because of the target Kibutsujis put on my back." Nezuko explained, fiddling with the kimono Mitsuri had lent her. "I know the MSTR said I needed to be under Hashira's supervision, after everything that's happened, but what if he's wrong? What if by trying to protect me, more people are ending up in danger? Especially the strongest fighters in the Corps. We can't afford to lose the Hashira, can we? What if we all agreed to the responsibility, Nezuko?" Mitsuri replied, effectively yet gently cutting off the impending ramble, reaching out and pulling Nezuko into a one-armed hug. "We risk our lives every day, regardless. There's never a guarantee we'll live to see the next day. But we fight to make sure as few lives are lost as possible. And sure, this is an unusual situation, but we all agreed to it. The MSTR wouldn't have requested it if he didn't have faith it would be all right." After a moment, the love Hashira placed a hand on either one of the younger Slayer's cheeks, squeezing slightly as she turned Nezuko to face her. "So don't worry about us. We'll be fine. And if you run off on your own because you don't want others getting hurt, I'm gonna get really upset, and won't let you out of my sight. Not until you stop doing that. You hear me, Kamado Nezuko?" Nezuko nodded as much as she could with her face in Mitsuri's hands, and was promptly released. "Thanks, Mitsuri." Nezuko chuckled as she felt Mitsuri start a braid at her hairline. Somehow, despite how short Nezuko's hair was, Mitsuri made it work. She had Nezuko's hair tied up in what she referred to as a French braid before breakfast was served. Nezuko ducked under another strike, deflecting Mitsuri's version of a bak-ken. Mitsuri landed with a twirl, swinging the ribbon-like training sword again. Nezuko deflected it again, causing it to swing into a nearby tree. Mitsuri signaled a timeout, and Nezuko lowered her bak-ken in response. "We should work on your deflecting of more fluid attacks," Mitsuri noted. "Especially redirection. If a demon has a similar attack method to what I have, improper counterattacks can cause a lot of collateral damage. Especially if you can't cut it." "Oh. I hadn't thought about that," Nezuko admitted sheepishly. "I should have worked on that after Mount Natagumo, come to think of it." Maybe I should have asked Mitsuri for some sparring during recovery training. Mitsuri smiled before patting Nezuko's head. Don't worry, Nezuko, the love Hashira giggled. By the time we're done, you'll be handling it like a champ. You're in good hands. Thanks, Mitsuri. Nezuko chuckled. The two stepped apart again, and raised their training swords. Now, this time, try to strike so my sword is going in a different direction than the one of my swing, or try to pin it to the ground. Mitsuri told her before she swung. Nezuko swung her botken in a downward arc, forcing the flexible weapon to the ground. Nice job. Let's try again. I'll make it a little harder as we go, okay? Nezuko nodded, and Mitsuri swung. As Nezuko approached the butterfly mansion, a chill raced up her spine. Her eyes widened, and she slowly raised her gaze to the figure down the road. CRP. In the wake of the Mugen Train mission, she'd forgotten about Haganezuka. And the fact she had thrown her new sword and lost it not even a day after getting it. You lost your sword? Haganezuka shrieked, causing Nezuko to slowly back up in preparation to run. Are you out of your mind? You deserve nothing less than the pain of 1,000 deaths. Nezuko pivoted on her heel and bolted. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking. I'm sorry, she screamed as Haganezuka followed hot on her tail. She leapt up a tree, but Haganezuka scrambled after her, using his knives to climb. How the man kept up with her while not appearing to use total concentration breathing, both confused and terrified the young demon slayer. If he ever picked it up, she would absolutely die. She wasn't sure how long she ran for before Aoi peeked out from the side entrance to the butterfly mansion. This way, quick! Aoi exclaimed. Sorry. Nezuko yelped as she slipped through the door. Thankfully, Aoi managed to close the door just before Haganezuka sped past. Don't worry about it. Aoi replied. Head inside, I'll handle Haganezuka. Nezuko bowed, grateful for the reprieve as she raced inside. All that running made her hungry. And then I came back here. Nezuko sighed before taking another bite of her rice. I've never been so scared of someone in my life, she groaned, slapping Inosuke's hand as he reached for her food. I had to run from my insane swordsmith from sunset until daybreak. If you get between me and breakfast, I will make you regret it, Inosuke, she hissed. The boar-wearing boy quickly turned back to his own food. Aoi came up to them with a cart of food, the caterpillars in tow. Would anyone like seconds? Aoi asked, the younger girls echoing the question. I wouldn't mind some more protein. Nezuko replied. Hell, yeah, I want more. Inosuke cackled. Where's Mr. Haganezuka, by the way? Nezuko inquired. He's outside with some dango. Kyo answered. He's calmed down a lot. Get me some dango, too. Inosuke declared. Nezuko sent him a warning look. Inosuke met her gaze, then turned back to Aoi. Please, he added, turning to Nezuko. She nodded in approval, glad Inosuke was starting to learn some manners. Aoi smiled faintly in response. How about this? I'll make some of your own later, she offered. Inosuke nodded with an excited smile before the girls left their table. The trio continued their breakfast in silence, and got to training once they finished. Hey, Nezuko. Isn't that your Kasugai crow? Zenitsu asked after they had all finished their push-ups. Nezuko turned to the sky, finding a familiar corvid flying above. Caw. Kamado Nezuko. Tanuji squawked. Mission. Mission. Finally, a familiar voice hissed. Zenitsu shrieked and scrambled behind Nezuko while Inosuke leapt to his feet and got in a defensive stance facing the serpent Hashira. Nezuko followed his gaze into the nearby tree. How long were you waiting? Nezuko asked. Long enough. Iguro muttered as Kaburamaru slithered across his shoulders. The MSTR asked me to accompany you on a mission. Let's go, he sighed, dropping from his perch and walking away. You're going on missions with the Hashira? Zenitsu hissed. Especially him. He's terrifying. Well, it's either that, or I'm cooped up here. Nezuko replied, feeling an intense glare on her back. And I'm going to get going before Iguro gets too impatient, she added quickly before turning around and jogging to catch up with the serpent Hashira, hoisting Tanjiro's box onto her shoulders as she went. She waved goodbye to her friends one more time, then turned her focus to Iguro. So, what's the mission? She asked. A town is infested with a demon's presence, a new voice declared overhead. The Kasugai crow flying above wasn't Tanuji, though Nezuko spotted her crow not far from them. So she guessed it was Iguro's crow. Onward. Tanuji squawked. Nezuko rolled her eyes, but kept her pace beside Iguro. As they walked, Abanai carefully watched Kamado. She was in Rengoku and Kenroji's good graces, so he would stay civil. But he couldn't help feeling distrusting. The fact Kamado had hidden her demon brother, and he hadn't noticed during any of his visits while she was training, it unsettled him. Just how powerful was this demon, to hide its presence from a Hashira? And why did Rengoku and Kenroji not say anything about it? That's not fair to them. Abanai scolded himself while Kaburamaru slithered around his shoulders, the snake's gaze never leaving the box. As much as he didn't trust Kamado, Rengoku and Kenroji wouldn't omit this information without good reason. And most slayers would be far from welcoming to a demon, especially among the Hashira. The two continued walking, and Abanai felt his mind drift to his first conversation with Kenroji after the trial. I'm so sorry for not telling you, Iguro. Kenroji cried from where she had dropped into a bow on the ground. I understand if you don't want to meet up anymore. I definitely betrayed your trust, and I won't push you to keep doing this if you aren't comfortable anymore, she added before straightening up, wiping away her tears. Abanai couldn't bring himself to be angry at Kenroji. Not after everything. Her heart had been in the right place, as always. Maybe it was his feelings for her that let him draw such a conclusion. But regardless, he had assured her he wasn't mad at her, and their meetings had continued. He looked at Kamado again. It would take him a long time to trust her as much as he did Rengoku and Kenroji, but he supposed he could put in the effort to build that trust. We're here. Tanuji declared as the two slayers arrived at the town their crows had guided them to. Nezuko tensed up at the familiar sensation. Demons. There has to be a good few, she whispered. Iguro drew his sword, and Nezuko did the same. Tanjiro hopped out of his box, stepping beside Nezuko with a determined growl. Let's go. Iguro said, sprinting into the town with the Kamado siblings in tow. When they got closer, however, no demons were in sight. Where are they? Iguro hissed while Nezuko looked around. I don't get it, she muttered. They're here, I can feel it. A pinch spread from the back of her head, and Nezuko ducked. She swung her sword, and it hit something solid despite the seemingly empty air. She finished the cut, causing blood to splatter on the ground under where she struck. She focused and found the opening thread, slicing off the head. They're using a concealment spell. It's a trap, she snapped. Tanjiro snarled, flicking blood onto the road and setting it ablaze. Look out, a disembodied voice yelled. A few silhouettes formed in the red fire, and screaming followed. Nezuko turned to her brother, nodding with a proud smirk, then turned to Iguro. Find the demon with the concealment spell. If we kill it, the others will be visible, he snapped. Nezuko nodded at the order, turning to Tanjiro again. Anything? She asked, hoping her brother could at least identify which demon was responsible for the blood demon art. Tanjiro sniffed the air, but ended up shaking his head. Alright, I guess we have to do it my way. Nezuko thought, ducking under an invisible strike aimed for her neck and trying to focus her instincts. However, instead of leading her to her target, an overwhelming amount of pinches echoed across her body. The sudden onslaught of attack warnings made it feel as if her head was about to explode, and she stumbled as she pressed a hand to her throbbing head. Kamado Nezuko looked up to see Iguro slicing at another invisible demon, glaring venomously at her all the while. Pull yourself together. You're Tsuguko. And Rengoku's, no less. And if you can't handle yourself on the battlefield, then you don't deserve that title. You'll be no better than all the other slayers. Right. Nezuko replied, raising her sword and trying to focus again. I need cover. At that, Tanjiro leapt over her. Iguro continued to slash, and Tanjiro burned anything that got too close for his liking, allowing Nezuko to focus more on where the demon was. She closed her eyes, feeling a pull. Once she knew where to go, she got to her feet and ran. Flame breathing, second form. She stepped to where she knew she would be right in front of the demon, flames dancing across her sword as she swung. Rising scorching sun. With a decisive cut, the demon's head was severed. She turned around, about to tell Iguro the good news. But instead, she stalled. They were completely surrounded by dozens of demons. Ah, CRP. Nezuko thought, raising her sword. It was going to be a long night. This is odd. You never see this many demons working together. Iguro hissed as he decapitated a small group. Turn yourself in, demon slayer, a demon screeched as it lunged for Nezuko. She quickly took its head, trying to make her way to Tanjiro and Iguro. Then she heard it. The twang of a biwa, barely audible over the sounds of the battlefield. With it, she could have sworn more demons arrived. What the hell happened? Iguro. Listen for the biwa. Nezuko called out. Biwa. Iguro replied. What on earth are you on about? I don't know what it does, but something happened when someone played a chord on a biwa. Just pay attention. Nezuko told him, slicing another demon's head off. As she continued to fight, she tried to place where that biwa had been playing from. It had to be somewhere, she just couldn't figure out the place in question. And they didn't have time to figure it out, with the amount of demons around them. Eventually, they would run out of stamina, and that would spell their doom. When he heard a demon demand Kamado turn herself in, Abanai had a significantly better understanding of why the MSTR requested she have a Hashira SCRT on missions. Whatever Kibutsuji wanted with the siblings, it couldn't be good. Serpent breathing, fifth form, slithering serpent. Another group of demons fell. But for every demon they killed, another 5 seemed to take its place. Even with the fire from Kamado's brother, the demons wouldn't stop. Kaburamura hissed, and Abanai turned to one of the bulkier demons. Second form, venom fangs of the narrow head. Why are there so many of these? Kamado demanded, flames bursting from her direction. Abanai leapt toward her, using slithering serpent once again to kill as many demons as possible on the way. I've never seen this many demons in one place. Abanai noted once he was closer to Kamado. Do you think that BYU herd might be responsible? If it is, I'm gonna find it and smash it over its owner's head. Kamado spat, cutting down another demon. Her brother joined them in a flurry of red fire, and the trio tried their best to work in tandem against the demons. But with their lack of experience working together, it proved difficult. Abanai couldn't help but wish Kanroji were here. Extra numbers, and someone both Abanai and Kamado were familiar with the fighting style of, would definitely be of help. There's so many. Abanai hissed, turning to his right as Kaburamura hissed a warning. Another wave of fire gave them some brief reprieve, and Abanai turned to Kamado in he hoped she had a plan. Because just hacking off every demonic head they met was clearly not working. It would just waste stamina they couldn't afford to. Any ideas? Abanai asked. 1. But it's risky. Kamado replied. If I do it, You gotta be ready to cover me, because the best case scenario is I collapse and can't move for a few minutes. Worst case. Whatever this plan was, it wasn't good. But given their circumstances, they just needed something that would work. I pass out for a couple days. Kamado admitted with a shrug, decapitating yet another demon. Abanai sighed. Definitely not the plan he had been hoping for. If this plan failed, they would be in deep trouble and down a fighter. But what other options did they have? If you think it'll work, then get going, he said. Kamado nodded, turning away and raising her sword. The flames dancing around the blade seemed to shift, turning a more reddish hue as she leapt for the nearest demon. Hinakami Kagura, Sun Dragon Halo Head Dance. As she slashed the attacking demons, Nezuko tried to plan her next move. She had to pick her forms carefully, to decapitate as many demons as possible before her use of the technique took its toll. I have a limit of 3 moves total right now. Sun Dragon Halo Head Dance will take out the majority. If I can get them to attack one spot all at once, we can unleash an attack to take out the stragglers. Nezuko thought as she completed the form. As she'd anticipated, most of their attackers were turning to ash. The remainder turned to her. Still more than she wanted, but significantly more manageable now. Get her, one demon yelled. Before she gets another attack in. Nezuko took another breath, feeling the slight strain of it as she began moving. Hinakami Kagura. With the final rotation, the demons were in range. Nezuko leapt, letting the demons jump the afterimage. Fake rainbow. Got her. No, I do. That's my arm, you idiot. Nezuko began to descend, taking the third and final breath she could with Hinakami Kagura. Iguro and Tanjiro leapt for the demons at the same time, the serpent Hashira's sword raised and Tanjiro's fists blazing. Where the hell is she? One demon yelled. If any of them realized they'd all lunged right into a trap, they realized too late. Serpent breathing, third form, coil choke. Hinakami Kagura, setting sun transformation. Muzan clenched his fist, crushing the flask in his hand. Lord Muzan. He turned to Neikime. Do you wish for me to replenish our forces in the area? Don't bother. Muzan spat, pushing the glass shards out of his palm and letting the cuts heal. He'd seen what that little brat could do with that wretched technique. She'd managed to fend off Akaza, of all demons. Though, he doubted she would have lasted if it weren't for his refusal to harm women. That had been what gave him hope that a large enough group could wear her down and finally kill the little nuisance. But it would seem she had more skill and brains than he initially gave her credit for. If there are any survivors, send them back to whatever pitiful squalor you picked them up from. Of course, Lord Muzan. Neikime replied. While she handled that, Muzan tried to formulate a plan to at least capture the sun-breathing brat and the thorn in his side that was that med traitor. He certainly wouldn't complain about getting to kill the girl himself, but only really cared that she eventually died. He began considering his options. He would most likely have to send an upper Kazuki. They would at least have a chance at doing their job. With that in mind, Muzan began considering his options. In a ring of serpentine fire, the group of demons were all decapitated. As he finished his last slash, Abanai lunged for Kamado. Thanks. Iguro. Kamado gasped as Abanai set her down on the ground, stepping back when her brother leapt to her side. I'm okay, Tanjirou. Kamado said, reaching up and hugging the demon. MPH. The demon pouted, but nuzzled Kamado. Abanai could certainly understand why Kenroji adored them so much. Their interaction seemed like something she would gush about. So this is your special technique? Abanai asked, getting an exhausted nod in reply. It was impressive, no denying it. I think it did more damage than any other breathing style we've had in the Corps. If it didn't incapacitate her, it would be the perfect technique. Abanai thought. Well, train to stop the side effects. We can't have such a powerful technique leaving the user barely able to move. Or unconscious, especially if you're ever on your own. Kamado looked at him, tilting her head. Thanks, she chuckled. I'm working on it. This is actually an improvement from before. I used to only be able to do one, she added. Abanai nodded, about to speak again when Kaburamaru hissed from his shoulder. Iguro! Kamado exclaimed while her brother turned around. Abanai raised his sword, finding a demon lunging for them. Lunging for Kamado and her brother, with a scorpion-like tail poised to strike. I will not make you all agree to this, my children. However, should the need arise, I would like to request help from each of you to protect Nezuko and Tanjiro, the MSTR told the Hashira. I understand if any of you refuse, but I have a reason for this request. Is it to do with them coming across Kibutsuji? Kenroji asked, fidgeting with her hands and her braids. Abanai wanted to hold one and assure her it was okay, but decided against it. The MSTR nodded in response to her question. It's still so scary to think they actually saw him. Who knows what could have happened? The important thing is that they are all right. Rengoku declared. However, we can't guarantee that will always be the case. I agree with you, MSTR. I shall make Nezuko my official Tsuguko, then she will be under my supervision. In the end, all the Hashira agreed. Some more begrudgingly than others, but they did agree. As needed, they would supervise the Kamado siblings, and protect them from any demons who may try to kill or capture them. Whatever the role the siblings had, it was important enough for Kibutsuji to attempt to eliminate them. Serpent breathing, first form, winding serpent slash. Abanai slashed, watching the tail move in slow motion through the air. Hopefully the demon disintegrated before it struck. Iguro! Nezuko screamed while Tanjiro lunged at the serpent Hashira and the demon that had just attacked them. He rammed into the demon, fists blazing, and Nezuko turned to Iguro. She was immediately met with an expanding blotch of red on his striped haori. She pushed herself to her feet, only to stumble and fall on the first step while Iguro collapsed in front of her. Come on, Nezuko. Get up. Move. Iguro needs help. Nezuko looked skyward, finding the pair of crows overhead. Medic. We need a medic, she yelled, getting 2 squawks in reply before the 2 corvids flew off, hopefully in search of help. Nezuko turned back to Iguro. He looked so pale. Nezuko grit her teeth, and pushed herself back to her feet. She didn't care if she had to fight the gods, she wasn't letting someone die if she could help it. Where? What? Iguro gasped as Nezuko knelt beside him. She slowly reached for his jacket, jumping when he swung his arm at her. Get away. Iguro, I'm not going to hurt you. Nezuko replied. I need to see the wound. Iguro only responded with another swing. The snake that was always on his shoulder slithered closer to his head, pressing its snout into his cheek. Nezuko sighed in relief as Iguro stopped thrashing, and rushed to unbutton his jacket in case the flailing resumed. She pulled back the material, gasping when she saw the stab wound. It was bad, no denying it. The wound looked horribly infected, and a vein-like mark surrounded it. Not good. Ka. Ka, Iguro whispered. Nezuko turned to him, trying not to think about how pale he had gotten. She couldn't believe how fast the poison was working. Do. Yep. I'm here. Nezuko replied. Iguro coughed, and Nezuko spotted the red on his bandages. CRP, she hissed, reaching to pull away the bandages. The snake turned to her and lunged, latching onto Nezuko's hand. Ow! Nezuko snapped. The snake gave her the distinct impression of a warning glare, and Nezuko returned it in kind. I need to make sure he's not choking on the blood he's coughing up. Either you let me take those bandages off, or he's more likely to die, she told the snake. Kamado Nezuko turned back to Iguro. Kenroji. I need you to get a message to her. No. No final words. You are not dying on my watch. Where the hell is Tanjiro? Nezuko wondered, looking around for her brother. Tanjiro. Tanjiro, get over here, she called out before turning back to the serpent Hashira. I have to take the bandages off. Just to be sure you're not going to choke on the blood you're coughing up, she told him, reaching for the bandages covering his mouth. Don't. Iguro whispered. Just listen. And don't tell anyone except Kenroji. Fine. I'll tell her if you let me take off the bandages. Nezuko sighed. Iguro nodded almost imperceptibly, and Nezuko pulled away the stained gauze. She barely held back the horrified gasp as the absence of the bandages revealed the messy scars on either side of his mouth. Whoever had given him such brutal wounds. She couldn't even imagine who would inflict this kind of pain on a person. I know, they're monstrous. Iguro muttered while Nezuko pulled him onto his side. Nezuko directed her gaze away from the blood dribbling out of his mouth. They're not what's monstrous. The sorry excuse for a human being who gave them to you is. Nezuko told him. Iguro's eyes widened at that, and Nezuko wondered what else he had thought about the scars. He teared up a little, and Nezuko spotted Tanjiro approaching. She decided to ignore the cloud of ashes behind her brother as she signaled him over. Mitsuri. You wanted me to tell her something. What was it? She asked. I want her to know. I'm sorry, that we can't meet up again. Iguro gasped. And that, if we reincarnate, as humans, and find each other. I hope that we can be together. She deserves the best, and I can't give that to her in this life. Nezuko looked at Tanjiro as he knelt beside the serpent Hashira, then gave Iguro a reassuring smile. Well, maybe you can tell her some of that herself. Nezuko whispered while Tanjiro cut his hand. Don't be shocked about the fire, she added while her brother raised his bleeding fist above Iguro. What? Iguro asked before the blood ignited. Both he and the snake's eyes widened, but Nezuko could already tell color was returning to his face. What the hell? A new voice yelled. Nezuko turned to it, finding a group of Kikushi rushing towards them. It's okay. Nezuko told them while the fire flickered out. Iguro gasped for air, falling into a coughing fit immediately after. The scars. Nezuko's eyes widened, and she shrugged off her Haori. We need to get to the butterfly mansion. The serpent Hashira needs stitches, she told the group as she laid her Haori over Iguro so the top of it covered his mouth. Iguro looked at her with shock while his snake slithered up. Nezuko expected another bite, but found herself stunned when it pressed its nose gently against her hand. Kamado. Iguro spoke up while one of the Kikushi began barking orders. Thanks. His snake hissed before disappearing under Nezuko's Haori. Kaburamaru seems to think you're alright, too. Keep training. You'd better not collapse the next time we have a mission together. I'll do my best. Nezuko replied before leaning close. And talk to Mitsuri. You might be surprised at how that goes, she whispered before both slayers were taken to stretchers and carted off, a Kikushi grabbing Tanjiro and his box as the sun peeked over the horizon. As they made for the butterfly mansion, Nezuko tried not to think too much about what could have happened if Tanjiro didn't have the ability he did or they had been too slow. Iguro could have died protecting her. She had to get stronger so this didn't happen again. Well, the good news is that you should make a full recovery within the week. Shinobu told Iguro. Nezuko sighed in relief, trying her best to keep quiet. And most of that will be monitoring for any lingering effects. I didn't think there would be so many demons. Maybe we should have called for backup. Iguro muttered, his snake hissing from his shoulder. It might have ended the fight sooner. No. Nezuko thought. It would have just put more people in danger. She tried to force back the tears, but her eyes continued to sting. Well, no changing the past. Shinobu sighed, turning around and letting her Haori flutter behind her. Don't be afraid to call if either of you need help. We'll all be more than happy to provide it, she told them before leaving the room. Nezuko stared at the sheet in front of her. I'm sorry, she muttered. It's my fault you got injured. She curled up, resting her chin on her knees. It's the demon's fault. Iguro countered. As much as I'm not proud to admit it, you did a decent enough job. I can see why Rengoku always had something good to say about you. We were just outnumbered, and it led to injuries. Right. Nezuko sighed, though she didn't believe it. Besides, she wanted to change the subject. I saw the scars on your face. You're not privy to that information. Iguro told her with a warning glare. I wasn't planning to ask. Nezuko replied. I just wanted you to know, whoever gave you those scars deserves to rot in hell. Iguro stared at her with side eyes at the statement, then his eyes narrowed in suspicion. How do you know it's someone, he asked. Does it look like something a demon or an animal could or would do? Nezuko answered with a shrug. You were probably too out of it to remember, but you said they were monstrous, she added. But having scars doesn't make them or you monstrous. Whoever gave them to you. Whoever it was that cut your face open. They're the monster. Iguro stared at her, looking utterly gobsmacked. It seemed obvious to Nezuko. Now a part of her wondered just what Iguro had gone through. The serpent Hashira schooled his expression, turning his gaze forward. Thanks. I guess, he muttered. As for you, you'd better keep training that technique. There won't always be someone nearby to help when you collapse. I know. Nezuko replied. I'm working on it. I'm trying to MSTR it, she added, staring absently at her calloused hands. I have to MSTR it. And soon, if I want to stop having to rely on others to save me. She thought, clenching her hand into a fist. Don't do anything stupid. Iguro sighed. Rengoku and Kanroji care about you, and want you to be safe. And you and your brother must be important, if the MSTR has requested for us to protect you too. So don't make the job any harder. Nezuko nodded, though her mind continued reeling. What if a Hashira was killed protecting her and Tanjiro? She stared at the box at her bedside, and she began to wonder if she could do something to prevent that from happening. Iguro. Abanai jumped slightly, turning to the familiar bright green eyes of one Kanroji Mitsuri. Sorry. I didn't mean to startle you, she exclaimed. It's all right, Kanroji. Abanai replied. What brings you here? Well, Kanroji's face reddened slightly as she began stroking one of her braids. I wanted to check on you and Nezuko. Especially when I heard about what happened to you. I'm fine. Thanks to Kamado. And her brother. Abanai assured her. I suppose they aren't horrible. She's outside training right now. Kanroji lit up at that, and Abanai wondered if staring for too long would blind him. Yay! Kanroji cheered, bouncing in place before leaping forward and scooping up Abanai in a tight embrace. His heart pounded in his chest, he was certain it would give out at any minute. I'm so glad you can get along. Kanroji squealed as she spun with Abanai still in her arms. Abanai reluctantly returned her hug, though he felt impossibly awkward while doing so. I'm happy that you're happy, Kanroji. Abanai replied with a concealed smile. Have you been alright, yourself? Amichim. Kanroji nodded, then looked around. Oh, where do they keep the chairs? I can never remember, she huffed. You can sit on the bed, if you need. Abanai replied, sorely tempted to smack himself immediately after saying that. Especially when Kanroji's face flushed. What was he thinking? Oh, I couldn't, she gasped, waving her hands frantically. I wouldn't want to impose on your space, and I know you prefer having it, and... Kanroji. Abanai cut it. It's fine. I offered. Kanroji stopped her rambling, folding her hands neatly in front of her. Oh. Thank you, she whispered with a bow before taking a seat at the foot of the bed, fiddling with her haori once she was sitting. He didn't realize just how much the green of it brought out her eyes. I'm glad you still like the haori. Abanai told her. He would have felt awful if he had gotten her something she didn't like. I love it. Kanroji giggled, her face reddening slightly. It's such a thoughtful gift, especially from someone who's been so kind to me all this time. She pouted, seeming to consider something. Is something on your mind, Kanroji? Abanai asked. Did someone make fun of your hair again? If they did, they'd have hell to pay when he tracked them down. No, it's nothing like that. Kanroji assured him. I've just been thinking a lot recently. About us. And hearing what happened to you made me realize. We may not live to see each other again, and I don't want to lose you without telling you how I feel. Kanroji? What was she talking about? What was she planning? Kanroji reached forward, grabbing Abanai's hands in her own. Iguro Abanai, I know this is out of the blue, and I won't blame you if you don't return my feelings, she declared, glaring in that determined way she did. But I like you. As more than a friend. I don't want either of us to die without you knowing that, so I'll tell you now. She feels the same way. Abanai realized, hissing in pain when he felt Kaburamaru nip at his ear. He refocused on Kanroji, realizing she was waiting for his response. He trailed off. How could he turn her down? How could he accept her, and risk tainting such an amazing young woman? Would Kanroji react the same as Kamado had, when she learned the truth about him? He squeezed Kanroji's hands, then pulled his away. Before I say my piece. You deserve the truth before you commit to anything. She deserved to have a chance to back away. He hesitantly reached for his bandages, feeling Kaburamaru pressing his nose into his hand. Abanai took a deep breath, then pulled the gauze away. Oh, my. Kanroji gasped, her hands flying to cover her mouth as her eyes widened. Abanai, certain she was about to take back everything she said, closed his eyes and turned away. To his surprise, however, a hand delicately brushed his cheek. He opened his eyes, meeting Kanroji's tearful gaze. Why was she crying? May I? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Abanai nodded, letting Kanroji run her fingers across his scars. They're disgusting. I know that. Abanai sighed. Kanroji's eyes flicked from his scars to his own eyes, looking ready to cry but also prepared to go on a warpath. Who did this to you? She asked, her hand still placed so gently on his scarred face. And why did they do this? It won't matter, Kanroji. Abanai replied, gently pushing away those gentle hands. They're already dead, he added as Kaburamaru pressed his nose into his cheek. Iguro. Who did this to you? Abanai stared in shock at Kanroji. It was a long time ago, he sighed, unconsciously leaning into Kanroji's touch. How long had it been since he had experienced someone being so gentle? Had even his own mother been this gentle, before he was to be sacrificed? Before she cut his face open for that med demon? The demon that ate his family because of him. 50 people are dead because of you. Why couldn't you just accept your fate and be eaten? He had to tell Kanroji. He couldn't go forward without telling her what mess she was walking into. I deserve these scars, Kanroji, he whispered. He met her gaze, the heartbreak in her eyes tearing his own heart to pieces. I love you, too, Kanroji. I love you so much, but that's why I never told you my feelings. I don't want to taint you with the filth in my blood. You could never taint me. Kanroji replied with the softest smile. Never, in 1,000 years, she added, wrapping her hands around one of Abanai's. And whatever you think makes your blood dirty, I'll help you clean it up. You can't. Abanai sighed. You don't understand. Then help me understand. I won't judge. Why? Why are you still so kind to me? Why do you want to help me so badly? Abanai knew why, but he still couldn't believe it. How could one person have such a big heart? Even if it's something horrific, he asked. He needed to. He had to make sure she had as many opportunities to back out as possible. I promise. Kanroji whispered. So, taking a deep breath, Abanai told her everything. It was a slow and difficult process to get it all out, but he managed to tell her. The cult run by the women of his family, the snake demon, his being spared as an infant for his eyes, escaping his cage with Kaburamu, Shinjiro saving him, his family's death at the hands of the very demon they worshipped, his cousin cursing him out. He barely got past mentioning the cult before Kanroji's expression shifted to one of horror, and he nearly lost his resolve. But a nip from Kaburamu pushed him to keep going. Oh, Abanai. Kanroji gasped once Abanai finished his tale, her hand covering her mouth while the other held on to Abanai. He couldn't help gaping at her use of his given name. You can still call me Iguro, Kan. No. Kanroji cut in sharply. I am not calling you by your family name. Not after what they did to you. You don't deserve to be associated with such disgusting people, she declared. He didn't think she was capable of actually calling someone disgusting. Who locks their own child in a cage and cuts their face open? Never mind the part about sacrificing you to a demon. Abanai stared at her in shock. He'd never seen her angry before. If we decide to be together, and live to get married, you can take my family name. You can be Kanroji Abanai instead of Iguro Abanai. You do that? Abanai asked. Kanroji nodded resolutely, cupping his cheek again. I know it won't undo your pain. But I want to help you heal. I swear on my life and title as the love Hashira, you are going to experience the love you were deprived of all those years, she told him as she leaned close, her lips brushing his scars. Abanai melted into her touch, wrapping his arms around her as his eyes began to sting. What did I do for you to love me? He asked in a shaky whisper while Kanroji continued to leave gentle kisses on his scars. Kanroji. Mitsuri leaned back. With her own tearful smile. What did I do to deserve such an angel to save me? Abanai asked with his own smile. Mitsuri released a wet laugh. You saved me, silly, she corrected with a sniffle, wiping away her tears. The first day we met, when I got lost at the mansion. No, it was you who saved me that day, Mitsuri. I'm sure of it. Abanai countered softly. Because you helped me feel like a normal boy. Mitsuri's smile brightened, and she pressed her forehead to Abanai's. I love you, Abanai, she whispered. And if we don't get married in this life, can I be your bride when we meet in our next lives as humans? Kanroji Mitsuri. I will have you in every life possible, if you'll have me. Abanai told her. Mitsuri giggled, the sound ringing like bells in Abanai's ears like it always did. Mitsuri shifted her head, her eyes closing as her lips approached his. Can I? She asked. Abanai responded by mirroring her action, pressing their lips together. Suddenly, nothing else mattered in the world. It was just the two of them, and Abanai certainly didn't mind in the slightest. One of Mitsuri's hands moved from his cheek, and he felt her fingers gently combing through his hair. He responded in kind, cradling the nape of her neck in his own hand. They were in their own little world for that moment. And it was nothing short of perfection. What's got you waiting out here like you're sneaking around? Nezuko turned to Shinjiro, raising her index finger to signal him to be quiet. I didn't want to interrupt, she whispered with a cheeky, excited smile. Shinjiro raised a brow, and Nezuko pointed to the tiny opening she had left in the door. He leaned close enough to see through, then nodded and stepped back. Well, let's give them some privacy, he chuckled, patting Nezuko's shoulder as he began walking away. Come on, I'll spar with you. Sounds good to me. Nezuko replied as she went to catch up, sparing one last glance at the door before following Shinjiro to the training room. I swear, you two. I'll make sure the two of you live long enough to get married and have the life you deserve together. She silently told them with a wistful smile. Hinakami Kagura. Dance. Nezuko swung downward, glaring ahead in determination. She altered her angle, swinging horizontally. Clear blue sky. With a quick twirl, she shifted her grip again. Raging sun. She felt her lungs straining, her arms trembled, but she forced her legs to remain firmly under her. One more. Just one more. You can do this. She raised her sword again, swinging down and letting her motion spin her around. Burning bones, summer sun. As she finished the move, her heart began pounding in her ears. Her grip loosened on her sword, her hands no longer responding as she tried to keep a hold of her weapon, and she gasped desperately for air as her legs gave out. Nezuko. Senjiro knelt next to her as Nezuko tried to catch her breath. Oh, no. You went overboard with your Hinakami Kagura, right? I'll get Miss Shinobu or Miss Aoi. Senjiro, don't. Nezuko whispered. Don't bug them. I just need a minute, she added, trying not to grimace from the absolute agony inside her ribcage. I'll take a minute and then be able to get back at it, she assured him, taking a few deeper breaths. I managed to hit 4 before it became too much, so that's good, right? Senjiro raised his hand, pressing the back of it to Nezuko's forehead and retracting it almost immediately. Nezuko, you're burning up, he exclaimed. You need to rest. Let's get you inside, and I'll tell someone. Senjiro. Nezuko sighed, grabbing his arm. I'm fine, I promise. I just run a little warm because of the Hinakami Kagura, she told him. Believe me, my dad emitted heat like a furnace. Tanjiro did too, after he started learning. So does my family, but you're still way too warm to be healthy. Senjiro replied. Please just, get some rest. Even just a few hours. You've been pushing yourself to the brink since you came back with Iguro. This fever is clearly your body telling you to stop and take a break. Nezuko sighed, knowing she wouldn't win this argument. As soft-spoken as he tended to be, Senjiro had one hell of a stubborn side when he wanted to. Fine, she relented, letting Senjiro guide her back to the hospital wing. When they arrived, they were met with Mitsuri and Iguro exchanging hushed words. Whatever was said, it left them both smiling and a little bit flushed. Everything okay here? Nezuko asked, causing both Hashira to jump. Everything's fine, Nezuko. Mitsuri squeaked. Are you doing okay? Nezuko nodded, settling on her bed. Just taking a break from training, she told the love Hashira, shrugging on her jacket while Senjiro left the room. That's good. Mitsuri giggled. We'll have to do some sparring later. Take care of yourselves, she added before skipping out of the room. Do I want to know what all the blushing was about? Nezuko asked, turning to Iguro. Stay out of it, he hissed, sending her a death glare. Nezuko shook her head with a small smirk, raising her hand placatingly before settling into a much more serious expression. Hurt her, or break her heart, and they're never finding your body, she told him. I mean it. Because that woman is practically my big sister. And she is the sweetest girl in this country, maybe even on this planet. Just don't put me anywhere near your demon when you're done. Iguro muttered. Didn't plan to. Nezuko chuckled. You make her happy. I just hope you can keep doing that for her, in the future. We'll see. Iguro replied. Nezuko nodded, laying back onto her pillows. By the way, I wanted to apologize, she spoke up after a few minutes of silence. For? Iguro asked. Driving my elbow into your crotch. Nezuko answered sheepishly. I was freaking out about Tanjiro, but that's no reason to have hit you there. If I was thinking a bit more clearly, I would have aimed for your abdomen. He stayed silent for a minute, then shrugged with a hum. Apology accepted. Iguro replied. And my apologies for the elbow in your spine. Nezuko smiled a little, then reached out to the serpent Hashira. Truce? She asked. Iguro responded by accepting the offered hand, the two shaking before rolling away from each other. A few minutes later, Senjuro came in with a bowl of water and a cloth soaking in the water. I hope this helps, he whispered as he wrung out the cloth and placed it on Nezuko's forehead. She nodded, electing to ignore the look she knew she was getting from Iguro. She wasn't feeling up for explaining herself. Glad you're doing all right, Iguro. Shinjiro spoke up when he saw the serpent Hashira leaving the butterfly mansion. Iguro turned to him, then bowed. Yes, sir. And I have you to thank for that, he replied. If it weren't for you. Don't worry about it. Shinjiro chuckled. And you can call me Shinjiro. I'm retired now, and you're close enough friends with Kyojiro that the formalities aren't needed. Iguro stared at him in shock, which hardly surprised the retired flame Hashira. He was a stickler for the rules when he saved Iguro, all those years ago, and they didn't interact nearly as much as the kid probably needed. Retirements made you relaxed. Iguro noted, crossing his arms while his snake adjusted its position on his shoulders. Wasn't so much retirement as it was my eldest Tsuguko. Shinjiro admitted. Iguro turned to the butterfly mansion, then to Shinjiro. Kid tore into me one night, really forced me to reflect on myself, he said with a shrug. Feeling a faint headache in the middle of his forehead. Right where Nezuko had flicked him. DMN thing still flared up, nearly 2 years later. She's definitely a fighter, and packs any hell of a wallop when she's mad. You're not wrong. Iguro muttered. If she keeps training, she could possibly match the level of a Hashira in a short time. Not as quickly as Himejima and Takedo, or even Kanroji, but she has potential for a fast ascension. Especially with Rengoku's training. He definitely taught her well. Shinjiro replied. You've done pretty well for yourself too, Iguro. But if you need somewhere to stay or someone to talk to, my door's open to you, he added. Kyojiro considered you something of a brother when I first brought you home. You're practically family, so. Yeah, you're welcome over any time. Thanks. Iguro said, patting his snake. I'll consider it. And, he trailed off, leaving Shinjiro curious about what he was going to say. And what? He asked. Iguro shook his head and began walking. It's nothing urgent, he replied. We can talk about it another time. Whenever your oldest wakes up, he added before vanishing down the path. Wonder what that was about. Shinjiro wondered before shrugging. He wouldn't press the issue until Kyojiro regained consciousness. Hey, Nezuko. At the sound of Zenitsu's voice, Nezuko lifted her gaze from the page in the Rengoku family records she was reading to look at her friend. Hey. Nezuko replied, placing her makeshift bookmark in the journal before putting it down to focus on Zenitsu. How are you doing? All right. Missions are still terrifying. Zenitsu told her. By the way. I made you something. I found these really pretty flowers, they reminded me of you. So, he reached into his haori, and pulled out a ring of flowers. It got a little crushed, I guess, he sighed with a shy smile, though he visibly lost some of his previous excitement. It looked a lot better when I made it. Nezuko reached out, grabbing the flowers and holding them up. I still think it's appealing, she told him with a smile, gently running her fingers across the delicate petals. You're really good at weaving flower crowns, she added, unsurprised by the faint blush on Zenitsu's cheeks while she handed the flower crown back to him. Thanks, he chuckled, holding it up. Can I? He trailed off, but Nezuko knew what he was asking. She bowed her head, letting Zenitsu place the flower crown. Once it was in place, she straightened up and met her friend's gaze. What do you think? She asked. Zenitsu smiled in return. Like a princess, he replied before standing and bowing. My lady. Nezuko couldn't help snorting at that. Was that too much? Zenitsu asked as he straightened up. It's fine. I know you mean well. Nezuko assured him. And she did know that Zenitsu was genuine in his compliments. He'd really come a long way since they first met. You know, my siblings and I would make flower crowns. Sometimes, our parents joined us. Or we gave them the ones we made. It was one of our favorite things to do in spring, she sighed with a wistful smile. Your family sounds amazing. Zenitsu chuckled. And you all must have really loved each other. Yeah. Nezuko replied. I mean, we had our disagreements, they happen to everyone. But we were always there for each other when it came down to it, she added softly, wiping at her eyes when she felt the familiar sting of tears. Gods, I miss them, she whispered. A hand came to rest on her shoulder, and she turned to Zenitsu. Sorry if I brought the mood down. It's okay. Zenitsu assured her. You miss your family. I'm not going to judge you for needing to express that. Especially since they all sound like amazing people. Nezuko chuckled tearfully, wiping at her teary eyes again. Thanks, Zenitsu, she sighed, leaning over and hugging the blonde. Zenitsu gently returned the hug, and Nezuko unconsciously pulled herself closer to him while he moved his hand in a circle on her back. I'm really happy to have you as a friend. Me, too. But, you know, for me to have you as a friend. Because, you're a great friend, obviously. And, you know, you've been a really big help. And not just me, but, Zenitsu trailed off with a sigh. Nezuko couldn't help giggling as Zenitsu stumbled over his words. Sorry. I thought I'd say that better. My bad. It's okay. I got the message. Nezuko replied. Manitsu. You've bested Payonko. The two jumped, turning to Inosuke as he cackled. Stupid boar. Couldn't you see we were having a moment? Zenitsu snapped. We were having a peaceful moment, which some of us really need. Read the room. Why? Is there a secret message? Inosuke demanded, searching wildly around. I can't tell. Tsukiko, report. Nezuko began laughing. Inosuke had certainly improved in terms of socializing, but it was still entertaining to watch him struggle with metaphors. He wasn't being literal, Inosuke. Nezuko explained through her giggles. What Zenitsu meant was you should have looked to see what we were doing before speaking. I did. You were wrestling, and Manitsu won. Inosuke retorted. Zenitsu rolled his eyes, and Nezuko smiled at Inosuke. We weren't. We were just talking, and Zenitsu gave me one of these. She lunged forward, wrapping her arms around Inosuke. He responded with a yell, but Nezuko wrapped her legs around his leg. She hadn't clung to someone like this since she was little, but she knew how to keep her grip. What is this vicious attack? Inosuke demanded as he tried in vain to dislodge Nezuko. Nezuko cackled in response. Affection, she declared. Accept the hug. Inosuke continued flailing about, eventually falling over and resulting in a tangle of limbs. Nezuko continued to laugh while Inosuke scrambled to detangle their limbs. Is everyone okay? The trio turned to Aoi, finding her in the doorway. All good, Aoi. Nezuko answered breathlessly. Aoi sighed before leaving, though Nezuko did spot the amused smile. Oh, I haven't laughed like that in a while. Nezuko sighed with a smile. Are you actually okay, Nezuko? Zenitsu asked. Oh, yeah. I've taken harder hits in training. Nezuko replied. And my siblings and I would roughhouse every now and then, if we were done chores. None of us cared about if my sister and I were involved or not. Only age really mattered. If you're sure. Zenitsu sighed. Nezuko smiled as she stood up. Vicious attack. Inosuke declared, getting a laugh out of Nezuko. It felt good to just mess around for once. For just a moment, she could pretend life had a shred of normalcy. She could forget about the danger waiting right outside the walls of the butterfly mansion, and the target placed on her back. Blood. So much blood. Why was there so much blood? Nezuko looked around, but everywhere she looked there was more blood. Who was it all from? Then she looked further. And she felt sick. She had long gotten used to the nightmares about the day she lost her family. The memory of the massacre in her usually warm and lively home. But this. It felt like she was reliving that day, but so much worse. Because the bloodied faces before her were ones she had just recently seen alive. It was the Rengoku family, Mitsuri, Iguro, Zenitsu, Inosuke. All of them covered in blood, swords scattered and broken. Tanjiro. Nezuko whispered upon noticing the one person not among the corpses. She looked around, her gaze landing on the familiar checkered Haori. Tanjiro. Nezuko called out, sprinting towards him. She reached out to hug him, only to grab thin air. She looked at where he had been a moment ago, her eyes widening in horror when she looked down at her hands. Ashes. They were covered in ashes. How pitiful. The familiar voice of Kibutsuji echoed around her. She drew her sword, searching for the Demon King. How tragic it is, that everyone you care for inevitably dies, all for merely being around you. A cold, clawed hand circled her throat, and Nezuko tensed up. You killed them, she whispered, not daring to move. Perhaps. But they stood in my way. No matter what you do, you will never be able to hide forever. Kibutsuji spat. And now, I have what I want. The dream went dark just as Nezuko felt that icy hand crush her neck. Nezuko awoke with a gasp, her hand flying to her neck. She looked around, sighing in relief upon seeing the familiar walls of the butterfly mansion. But she couldn't relax. Not now. She looked outside, her gaze meeting the moon in the sky. She had to go. Someone would get killed because of her presence, she just knew it. Nezuko grabbed a pen and paper, and began writing. The least she could do was offer an apology and explanation. Once that was done, she grabbed Tanjiro's box. Come on, big brother, she whispered as she went to see what she could grab for necessities. We're going on a bit of a trip, she sighed. It was for the best that she wasn't at the butterfly mansion. Or anywhere near the core. As she went to leave, Nezuko found herself outside Kyojiru's room. She looked inside for only a moment, then turned away again. Whenever you wake up, I hope you can forgive me. Nezuko whispered before closing the door. With that, she left the butterfly mansion, breaking into a sprint once she passed the gate. Nezuko's gone. Agatsuma's screaming was what greeted Senjuro as he arrived in the medical ward. He took a moment to recover, then the words processed in his head. What do you mean? He asked, trying not to panic. Maybe she was just somewhere in the mansion, and Agatsuma hadn't thought to look before freaking out about her absence. Surely, she hadn't. I can't hear her anywhere. Agatsuma told him. Senjuro felt his heart drop into his stomach at that. Nezuko mentioned Agatsuma had superhuman hearing. Tanjiro isn't here either. Senjiro sprinted past Agatsuma, to Nezuko's bed. On the bedside table was a piece of paper, with handwriting Senjiro recognized to be Nezuko's. Whoever finds this, don't come after me. I'm not letting anyone else get hurt because of me. Senjiro's veins turned to ice. Nezuko had run away. What was she thinking? He read the rest of the note. These demons we face whenever I'm on a mission keep getting stronger, or in higher numbers. Someone is going to get killed if they keep going on missions with me. This is for the best. I'm sorry. Miss Shinobu. Senjiro called out, sprinting through the halls and trying not to panic. He spotted the butterfly Haori, and raced toward the insect Hashira. Miss Shinobu. Senjiro. Miss Shinobu replied as she turned around. What's wrong? Nezuko's run away. Senjiro told her, holding out the note. Miss Shinobu took it, reading it over. Her smile fell more and more by the second, then she turned to Senjiro. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, she said, whistling once she handed the note back to Senjiro. A Kasugai crow landed on her shoulder. Locate Kamado Nezuko at all costs, and report back to me once you do. If you see any of the other Hashira, or their crows, in your travels, inform them of the situation. Miss Shinobu told the corvid. Yes, milady, the crow replied before flying off. Miss Shinobu nodded, making her way down the hall while Slayers and Kikuchi rushed to get out of her way. Kaneo. We have an emergency mission. Miss Shinobu called out while Senjiro trailed behind her. Kaneo practically materialized beside the insect Hashira. Yes, ma'am, she asked softly. Nezuko ran off, and we need to find her. Please send your crow to the MSTR, and inform him of the situation. Then we can get all the other Hashira searching as soon as possible. Kaneo nodded, relaying the message to her crow. They made it to the gate, and Senjiro stopped. Please be safe, Nezuko, he whispered, praying to every god he could think of that Nezuko would be okay. At the very least, that she would come back alive. Senjiro. The youngest Rengoku tensed up at the voice coming from behind him, then turned to the newly opened door to his brother's room. What's all the commotion? Kyojiro asked from where he was leaned against the door. As Nezuko walked through the open land, she tried to think of a plan for where to go. She couldn't go anywhere associated with the Corps, they'd surely report her location. And no way was she going home. Leading demons to her home was the last thing she wanted to do. I guess I just wander, she muttered, turning to the quiet scratching behind her. It'll be okay, Tanjiro. We'll be okay. Nezuko whispered, placing her hand on the box. At least I know you're with me, she sighed before pressing on. She lost track of how far she'd run. All she knew was that she had managed to run until sunset before she settled down to rest and eat. As the last few rays vanished, Tanjiro peeked out of his box. Just taking a break. We'll get going again in a couple hours. Nezuko told him, hoping she wasn't sweating too much from her fever. It had gotten better, but she wasn't fully recovered. Tanjiro responded with a worried pout, flopping onto her legs. Nezuko chuckled at the sight while pulling her and Tanjiro's Haoris to keep him covered from the scarce remaining daylight. It's kinda weird for it to just be us again, she muttered. Tanjiro nodded. The last of the sun's light disappeared, plunging the world into the night. Almost immediately, Tanjiro straightened up with a growl, his nose twitching. Nezuko grabbed her sword, looking around for what set her brother off. What could that be? We're in a completely open area, nothing could have gotten out here so soon after sunset. Nezuko wondered. Then a familiar chill crawled up her spine, and a biwa chord echoed across the field. Hyo! At the noise, Nezuko whipped back around, her sword pointing at a pot. Nezuko hissed, keeping her sword pointed at the seemingly innocent decor. Across Japan, Kasugai crows delivered a message from the insect Hashira. Kamado Nezuko was MIA, and had to be found as soon as possible. That, wasn't there a second ago? Nezuko muttered, turning to Tanjiro and watching him glare daggers at the pot. We should go, she told him, slowly stepping back. Now, there's no need to be rude, an unfamiliar voice said, echoing from the pot before something emerged from it. The demon in the pot was disturbing, to say the least. Where his eyes should have been, there were two mouths with plump, green lips. One eye, engraved with the kanji for 5, rested in his mouth. The other, with the kanji for upper, peeked out of his forehead. And that was just his face. What the hell? Nezuko exclaimed. What are you? Well, that's just plain disrespectful, the demon scoffed. But if you must ask in such an uncouth manner, my name is Gyako. And I am here on behalf of my MSTR. I suggest you either let me kill you here and now, or come quietly. I'll have to say no. Nezuko spat as Tanjiro snarled beside her. Several pinching sensations prickled across her skin, and she turned around to see a massive fish. It reared its head, its already puffed cheeks swelling further. MMPH. Tanjiro dove over her, and Nezuko curled up as tightly as she could. She tried to ignore the fact Tanjiro had taken the hit meant for her. That whatever hit him was probably meant to kill her. A curious hum brought their attention back to Gyako. I must say, I am quite surprised, he said, one of the tiny hands attached to his head rubbing his chin. Seriously, why was this guy so freaky? I was under the impression your demon was simply obedient out of self-preservation. Well, if he was, he's terrible at it. Nezuko thought. She loved her brother, but he had hardly any capacity for self-preservation as a human, and becoming a demon had clearly done nothing to mitigate that. If anything, it most likely made it worse. And she could use a lot of words to describe her brother, obedient was not on that list. But the fact he so readily sacrificed his own safety, not knowing what those needles would do to him. Bravo, little demon. The multitude of hands clapped, and Nezuko whipped back around to Tanjiro. Sure enough, his back was covered in spikes, looking akin to a pincushion. She turned back to Gyako with a glare. She stepped away from Tanjiro, not taking her eyes off the demon. Well. If you want me, come and get me, she snapped, raising her arms in the hopes of baiting Gyako into attacking her. Though, with those fish, it could backfire. Too afraid to fight one little girl by herself with your own tiny hands? Nezuko asked. Gyako smirked. With his face practically being sideways, it was hard to tell exactly what expression he was making. If you're trying to provoke me, I certainly have to give you credit. That would rile up others. Gyako replied as a pot materialized in his hand, another forming in another hand shortly after. But I think I'll have a little fun killing you. Your corpse will serve as the center for a most exquisite piece. Bring it. Nezuko spat. Such spirit. Gyako exclaimed. Almost a shame that you have to die. Nezuko twirled her sword, waiting for the attack. Behind. She whipped around, slashing at the pot sprouting from the ground behind her. It shattered, and Nezuko turned back to Gyako. However, when she turned to his spot. Where'd he go? Nezuko asked. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw one of the spike-spitting fish. It spat a barrage of spikes at her. Nezuko blocked as many as she could, wincing as a few hit her forearm. Tanjiro, she called out, turning to her brother. Hey! She elbowed him in the shoulder, getting his attention. MMPH. Tanjiro grabbed her arm frantically. Once he had a hold of it, he began yanking out the spikes protruding from the limb. I'm okay, Tanjiro. It's just some, Nezuko trailed off as pins and needles raced up her injured arm. It was going numb. Oh, that's not good. Nezuko muttered. You'd be right. Gyako replied with a laugh. Do you feel the numbness? Those needles of mine are laced with a deadly poison. Before you know it, you won't be able to move. And then you can do nothing to stop your inevitable demise, he added before sinking back into his pot with a shriek, narrowly avoiding the red fire that got flung his way. Nice one. Nezuko muttered while Tanjiro reached for her arm. He barely lit the fire before Gyako reappeared with a pot on his shoulder. Nezuko's eyes widened, and she grabbed Tanjiro. Get out of the way, Tanjiro, she yelled, tossing Tanjiro away with all her strength. She didn't care about the poison, not right now. She just had to make sure Kibutsuji didn't get his dead hands on her brother. That was all she cared about. Prepare for your demise, you infernal brat. Gyako yelled as a stream of water burst from the pot. Nezuko gasped just before it slammed into her, forming a pot-shaped cocoon around her and leaving her suspended in it. Blood demon art. Water prison pot. Gyako brought himself closer, smirking with the mouth holding his eye. Enjoy your final moments in there, demon slayer. In the meantime, I have a little traitor to capture. What just happened? Nezuko asked herself, poking at the walls with her sword. It didn't give at all. She was trapped. She turned to Tanjiro, her eyes widening when she saw he was fighting off even more of those spike spitters. She could see he was trying to fight his way to her, but he was too caught up with the fish. Not good. Nezuko thought. Without Tanjiro's blood demon art, she may not be able to get out. I'm so stupid. I shouldn't have run off. Nezuko scolded herself, slamming the side of her fist into the water pot holding her captive. Of course, doing the one thing she was supposed to not do would be what did her in. She turned to Tanjiro, whatever tears she shed being washed away by the water that would be her grave. The grass outside the water prison swayed. Gyako looked up in shock. Nezuko followed his gaze, her eyes widening. Shinazugawa Sanemi looked back at her. Unsurprisingly, he looked ready to tear her a new one. However, she was shocked by what seemed to be a tinge of concern in his gaze. Well, it's a good thing I was nearby. Shinazugawa said, landing in a crouch beside the water pot. Got the message this brat had run off, and then I heard all this commotion. Must be my lucky day. I get to face an upper Kazuki. You may not be much higher than the last Kazuki to die, but I'll still enjoy tearing you to shreds. Only if you can avoid these, Hashira. Gyako declared, his spike spitters turning to Shinazugawa and taking aim. No. Nezuko thought, slamming her hand into the pot. Another Hashira was about to get hurt because of her. He might even get killed. Run. Get out of here, please. Don't get killed for my sake. She wanted to scream. She would have, if she had the ability. She didn't like Shinazugawa. But she didn't want him to die, either. The fish spit their spikes, and several buried themselves in Shinazugawa's skin. He smirked, turning to Gyako. TCH. That all you got? He asked. Turning me into a pincushion. I expected more from upper 5. Oh, just you wait, Hashira. Gyako laughed. You'll be dead before you can even think of taking my head. All three of them startled as red fire flared across the fish, and towards Gyako. Nezuko barely kept herself from gasping. Again. Why must you be so insistent on trying to set me on fire, you little turncoat? Well, I'm not about to waste that. Shinazugawa spat, ripping the needles out of his skin. Gyako stalled, looking at Shinazugawa with great intent. Was he really that crazy? Shinazugawa slowly walked away from the pot, Gyako following him all the while. That scent. Gyako gasped. You must be a merchi. Such high-quality blood. You will most certainly be a feast worth savoring. Gotta catch me first. Shinazugawa chuckled before Gyako lunged. At the same time, a blazing hand grabbed Nezuko by the arm and pulled. The water pot fell with a splash, and Nezuko gasped for air before coughing. She turned to Tanjiro. He had even more needles stuck in him, and Nezuko reached up to pull them out. "We need to hurry and help Shinazugawa," she muttered, whispering an apology every time Tanjiro flinched while she pulled out the needles. "You know, it is a DMN good thing you can heal from this, you selfless idiot," she muttered, holding up the needle she had just yanked out to emphasize her point. "Poison. Poison. What is wrong with you?" she demanded before ripping out the last needle, tossing them aside to lightly flick Tanjiro's forehead. "Curses!" Gyako yelled, getting Nezuko's attention. She stood up, her sword at the ready. Shinazugawa had already started to stumble. "That poison worked fast. Looks like you're going to be more of a challenge than I thought." Another pot materialized in his hand, and Nezuko raised her sword to strike whatever attack he sent her way. "Tanjiro," she whispered. "Stay back until I say so. I just hope Shinazugawa lasts long enough for me to patch him up. I trust Tanjiro not to attack, but Mere Chi can drive demons into a drunken state without the sense of smell Tanjiro has." Nezuko shook her head. She had to stay focused on the fight. "I guess I'll have to try a different technique," Gyako declared. Nezuko examined the pot he was holding. It had octopi painted on it. The pot that held the water prison was painted with waves. The fish pots had koi on them. Nezuko tightened her grip, slowly circling the demon in preparation of an attack. "Blood demon art!" Gyako yelled as something swelled in the pot. Nezuko took a breath. "Hinakami Kagura. Octopus vase hell. Burning bones, summer sun." Nezuko spun, fire burning and slicing the tentacles that launched towards her. Gyako gaped, and Nezuko bared her teeth in a feral grin. "You seem a little sloppy," she huffed, twirling her sword as she circled Gyako. "Scared in the presence of a Hashira? Or trying not to lose track of the better meal while still completing your mission? You shut your mouth, you brat. If it weren't for the traitorous plebeian, you would have drowned by now." Gyako snapped. "Acting all cocky when you need others to save you. Don't make me laugh." Behind him, Shinazugawa raised his sword. "Okay, then. I won't." Nezuko replied. "Hinakami Kagura." She leapt forward, her sword blazing while Shinazugawa seemingly teleported behind the upper 5 demon. Raging Sun. However, both slayers had to redirect their swings when Gyako vanished back into his pot. They both stared at where he had been. "DMN it." Shinazugawa breathed as he stumbled again. "I don't know how much longer I got in me. This poison is god-med potent," he snarled. Nezuko quickly realized he was trembling slightly, and likely was keeping it so slight out of sheer force of will, and his face had a faint sheen of sweat. "Wrap your wounds and go to Tanjiro. He can help," she whispered, getting a glare from the wind Hashira. "And how do I know you're not trying to feed me to it?" he hissed. "Oh, please, I'm not that crazy. I'd dislocate your shoulders if that was my plan," Nezuko retorted. "Now take the stick out of your back end, and accept the demon's help, if you want to make it to morning. And don't stab him, or I will end your bloodline." Shinazugawa huffed, but began stepping slowly towards Tanjiro. As if on cue, Gyako popped up nearby. "Splitting up?" he asked with a smirk. "How foolish." A pot materialized in his hand, and he took aim. Nezuko dropped into another stance, ready to combat whatever attack he threw at her. "2 more. I have 2 more moves." Nezuko raised her sword, preparing to attack. However, in the blink of an eye, the pot shattered in a flurry of petals. Nezuko looked up, spotting the familiar pink and green butterfly Kaneo wore. "Thank you, Shinazugawa, for locating our missing friend and buying his time." The sickly sweet voice of one Kochu shinobu filled the air. Nezuko turned around. It was impossible to miss the ticking vein on the insect Hashira's forehead. Shinobu was seething behind that smile. "Stay where you are, you two," Shinobu whispered. "We'll take care of it." "No," Nezuko whispered, stepping forward. Hinakami, however, to her surprise, she found herself stuck in a new pair of arms. Nezuko turned, meeting Shinazugawa's gaze. "You don't have to worry, Nezuko," Shinobu said, twirling her sword. Nezuko thrashed in the wind Hashira's grip, trying to get free. "Let me go, you prick!" Nezuko screamed as she kept trying to dislodge the grip holding her back. "She can handle herself, brat," Shinazugawa snapped. "You don't have to play hero for a DMN Hashira. So stop. You're just gonna get in the way. Let me go." Nezuko yelled before biting at Shinazugawa, her teeth sinking into his forearm. Not deep enough to draw blood, but enough to hurt. He spat numerous curses, but also let her go. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Tanjiro grab Shinazugawa with his hands ablaze. "You little." Nezuko sprinted for Shinobu, hoping to pull her back before she got hurt. Twang! In the time it took that biwa to play a chord, the ground vanished under Nezuko's feet. Under her now was an endless array of shifting halls, tatami mats and shoji doors sliding and spinning all over the place. Gyako vanished in the same chord, leaving the slayers stunned. What in the world is this? Nezuko wondered before realizing she was right above the maze of halls. With no hand or foothold. And the ground was closing. An arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her away. With another cord, the ground was solid yet again. "What the hell?" Shinazugawa exclaimed. "That had to be the product of a blood demon art," Shinobu replied before turning to Nezuko. This time, instead of a sickly sweet smile, Nezuko was faced with a glare from the insect Hashira. A weight plowed into her back, forcing her to the ground. Meanwhile, Kaneo grabbed Tanjiro. He fussed in her arms, but Kaneo somehow got him to settle down. Nezuko turned her focus to the wind Hashira pinning her to the ground. "No running this time," he snarled while Shinobu pinched the bridge of her nose. "Kamado Nezuko. Might I ask what on earth you were thinking, running off like this?" she demanded. "Because it had better be a DMN good explanation. Especially after that note you left. You had XPLCT orders to not leave secure locations without Hashira supervision, and this was the reason for it. If we hadn't gotten here when we did, you would have been killed. And that would have been merciful, considering we don't know what Kibutsuji wants with you." Nezuko could only stare at the insect Hashira, her eyes stinging as the past several minutes truly sank in. Gods, she'd messed up, and she and a Hashira nearly got killed for her mistake. "I'm sorry," Nezuko whispered shakily, barely choking back a sob. "I'm so sorry, Shinobu, I didn't. I wasn't. She trailed off, unable to hold back the next sob. Shinazugawa's weight on her back went away, allowing Nezuko to sit up. "I didn't want any more people to get hurt because of me," she whispered, her head hanging. "What?" Shinazugawa asked. Nezuko stood up and whipped around to face him, well aware tears had started streaming down her face. "People keep getting hurt because of me," she snapped, storming up to Shinazugawa. "Everywhere I go, powerful demons show up. My mentor is in a coma. Iguro barely made it out of that Dmed ambush. And you?" Nezuko pointed at Shinazugawa. "You got poisoned because you came to save me from that guy," she yelled, her hand unconsciously clenching into a fist. "What next? A Hashira dies just for being near me? I can't take it anymore," she screamed, collapsing to her knees. She felt whatever mental dam she'd built crumble as her forehead met the grass. "It's all because of me. Kibutsuji keeps sending demons to kill me, and people keep getting caught in the crossfire. Nezuko sobbed, feeling a small hand on her back. Nezuko. Don't. Nezuko whispered, not lifting her head to meet Shinobu's gaze. Don't try to tell me it isn't my fault. Because it is. She continued to stare at the ground, unable to face the two. Hashira. From the moment I came face to face with Kibutsuji, he's been after us. And I don't even know why. She finally brought herself to lift her head, looking both Hashira in the eyes. Why? She asked no one in particular. Why did he go after them? Why couldn't he just have left them all alone? What role did my family have in this? Why did they have to die? Kamado. For once, Shinazugawa didn't sound antagonistic. She turned to him, her glare meeting his surprisingly gentle expression. For the glare he was giving her, at least. What? She asked venomously. What could the man who openly detested her and her brother for existing possibly have to say? This isn't how to deal with your problems, the wind Hashira told her. Running away just because some prick wants you dead, and will go through everyone else to get that, isn't gonna solve the problem. Isolating yourself is only going to make it easier to kill you. He's right. Shinobu spoke up. You and Tanjiro are clearly important in all of this. Otherwise, Kibutsuji wouldn't be going to these lengths to hunt you down. But even if it was just him being petty for no other reason than for the sake of pettiness, we will protect you by any means necessary, she said with a soft smile. But nobody can fight this alone, Nezuko. And there are people who care about you, who want you to be safe. Shinobu sighed. Senjiro was on the verge of tears when he found out you ran away. Kanroji is undoubtedly ready to turn Japan upside down to make sure you're safe, and we all know Iguro would follow right behind her on that warpath. And if Rengoku was awake, he'd very likely do the same. And I don't doubt Zenitsu and Inosuke are on a similar page. MMPH, a hand came to rest on her cheek, and Nezuko turned to Tanjiro. As she turned to him, he placed his other hand on her cheek, looking at her with worry. You're overworking yourself again. Nezuko sighed as she examined the new blisters on Tanjiro's hands. She was also well aware of the dark circles forming under his eyes. You don't have to push yourself like this, Tanjiro. Dad hasn't even been gone a month, she added. Even if she knew they literally couldn't afford to spend too much time grieving, she didn't want Tanjiro hurting himself to pick up the slack. I have to. Tanjiro replied, pulling his hand away. As the oldest son, he trailed off, his eyes watering. Nezuko knew it hurt for Tanjiro to admit he was the man of the house, now that their father had passed away. It had seemed so far away when they were younger. I have to work hard. I want to make sure everyone can get their fill. But pushing yourself like this is just going to hurt you in the long run. Nezuko told him. You're going to make yourself sick. And I know you. You won't stop working until you can't anymore, even if you are sick. What if something happens to you? She continued, grabbing her brother's hand. Please, Tanjiro. Don't take all of the burden alone. We can't lose you, too. Not so soon after Dad, she whispered, knowing but not caring that her voice was shaking. She felt Tanjiro's other hand rest on her head, and met his gaze. Okay. I'll try to take better care of myself, he said with a smile. I promise. Nezuko smiled back, leaning forward and hugging her big brother. The tears seemed to increase tenfold, and Nezuko threw herself at her brother. Tanjiro responded with a hug, and Nezuko wept into his shoulder. She wailed and sobbed, uncaring of who surrounded her at the moment. She kept crying, then passed out without realizing. While Shinazugawa hoisted Nezuko onto his shoulders, and Kaneo hoisted Tanjiro's box onto hers, Shinobu spotted movement in the distance. She threw her sword, nodding when she saw it hit its target. MSTR. Kaneo spoke up as Shinobu made her way to the strange thing. She withdrew her sword, finding an eye to be what she had hit. Something was surveying the area. Shinobu hissed. Probably to make sure Nezuko had fallen into that odd pocket dimension that appeared moments ago. Whatever it was, it seemed to not have spotted them before she killed the eye. With an extra stab for good measure, the group left the former battlefield. Sanemi wanted to be angry at Kamado. Really, he did. After all, she disobeyed orders given to her by the MSTR, and nearly got herself killed because of it. Not to mention the brat was still harboring a demon. He wasn't sure which ticked him off more. But, honestly, a part of him felt like it would be hypocritical to be angry at her. Really, looking back on it, maybe most of his hatred was just jealousy he didn't want to admit to. Kamado's brother was special and got to be spared. Why couldn't his mom? Sanemi shook the thought away, his gaze drifting to the kid sleeping on his back. And she really was just that. A kid. She was 14, for crying out loud. She was only a couple years younger than Genya, about the same age as Sumi was supposed to be by now. The thought of his siblings brought out a familiar ache, which Sanemi squashed before it could get anywhere. Is everything alright, Shinazugawa? Sanemi turned to Shinobu for her question. Yeah, everything's fine. Sanemi muttered, hoisting up Kamado. She hummed, shifting slightly in a way Sanemi could tell was unconscious. As if he needed more CRP to stir up all these memories tonight. Just thinking. You see yourself in her. Sanemi could tell it wasn't a question. And Shinobu wasn't wrong, he did see parts of himself in the kid now. They had their similarities. Not to mention the fact her mere presence was reopening wounds he could have sworn had healed enough to not be a problem. Jeez. Sanemi hissed. If I think any more on this, I might actually explode. Shinobu giggled, though it sounded mirthless. You aren't the only one, she admitted with a tired sigh, her gaze drifting to the sleeping topic of their discussion. I swear, it's like looking into a mirror sometimes, she added, turning back to Sanemi. I know you were just doing your job at the trial. And while your past is none of my business, I do feel it influenced your actions. And I might have gone a bit overboard, according to some. He had gotten more than one person on his tail for it. Mostly Kanroji and Rengoku, but still. It took a lot for them to get as miffed as they had gotten with him. But I was doing my job, he added with a shrug, getting a tired grumble from the teenager he was carrying. At least she slept through the walk, and hadn't tried to bite him since the fight with that upper Kazuki. Try to be a little gentler next time. Shinobu told him. No one can force you to accept them, but at least being civil can go a long way. It'll certainly prevent further assault. Sanemi's gaze unconsciously drifted to the teeth marks in his arm. Not to mention his head still throbbed whenever he thought about that kick he got to the skull. Perhaps in another world, he would be impressed that such a tiny human could kick or bite him hard enough to actually hurt and have the pain last. But he knew better, given his most common companions were two of the smallest adult slayers in the Corps. He wasn't counting Takedo, on account of the missed Hashira still having some growing to do. No promises. Sanemi grumbled. Shinobu hummed, turning to her Tsuguko behind them. How is Tanjiro doing, Kaneo? She asked. The girl straightened up at the insect Hashira's voice. Just fine. Kaneo answered, looking at the box on her back for a moment before turning back to the Hashira ahead of her. I think he's sleeping now. Good. Sanemi muttered. The less they had to deal with a stressed-out big brother of a demon, the better. No, he didn't give a DMN that said demon saved his life by burning out the poison. The rest of the trip was silent, save for whatever sounds Kamado made in her sleep. Which wasn't much, all things considered. Sanemi, for one, was grateful for the silence. They arrived at the butterfly mansion to find Kanroji and Rengoku's little brother both pacing outside the gate. Sanemi jostled Kamado, only to get a light slap for his troubles. Don, wa, me up. Sleepin'. Kamado mumbled as she began tapping Sanemi's face. We're here, ya idiot. I'm not carrying you inside when you have 2 feet and a pulse of your own. Sanemi hissed. In all honesty, he was also exhausted after having to fight an upper Kazuki while infected with poison. He had only really lasted as long as he did out of sheer stubbornness, and desperately wanted to pass out and have a nap. Mr. Shinazugawa. Mini Rengoku exclaimed. What was the kid's name again? Sanemi really needed to remember it. Kamado shimmied off his back while Mini Rengoku ran up to Sanemi. Are you alright? You look really pale. I'll take you to the medical wing. With that, Sanemi was promptly dragged off. While Senjiro dragged Shinazugawa off, Nezuko turned to Mitsuri. The love Hashira approached, coming to a stop within arm's length of Nezuko. What did I say not to do? Mitsuri asked, clearly trying to keep her voice from shaking. Run off because I'm scared someone will get hurt because of me. Nezuko lowered her head, then dropped into the proper bow. Mitsuri, I am so sorry. I didn't want to hurt any of you, I wasn't thinking. I was just so scared someone would get killed because of me, and I couldn't bear that thought. Especially if it was anyone Nezuko was cut off by a tight embrace pulling her up from her bow. I'm just so glad you're safe. Mitsuri wailed. I was so worried, Nezuko. We were all so worried you would get hurt. Please never run away again. I won't. Nezuko whispered shakily, returning Mitsuri's embrace. I promise, Mitsuri, this will never happen again, she added, burying her face in her sister's shoulder while a warmth that could only be Senjiro joined them. Come on. Let's get you inside. Mitsuri whispered as the 3 of them stood up, and they entered the butterfly mansion. Nezuko. She looked up, meeting Shinjiro's gaze before redirecting her own to the floor again. I know. I did something really stupid. I'm sorry for scaring all of you. Nezuko sighed, jumping a little when a hand landed on her shoulder. We're just glad you're alive. Shinjiro replied. That's all that matters. For now, he added as they all walked through the butterfly mansion. On the MSTR's orders, you aren't allowed to leave the butterfly mansion unless strictly necessary. For at least 2 weeks. Maybe more, depending on what Kochu says. Yes, sir. Nezuko replied, feeling around for Mitsuri's hand and squeezing once she grabbed onto it. She was exhausted, especially emotionally, and was just glad to be back in a familiar place. There's someone else waiting for you. Shinjiro told her. Nezuko tilted her head, curious who he was referring to. Then they entered the medical wing, where Nezuko was greeted by a very conscious Rengoku Kyojiro. It's good to see you're alright, Nezuko. Kyojiro sighed with a smile. Nezuko stared for a moment, then ran forward and wrapped her arms around her mentor. You're back, she cried, releasing tears she hadn't even realized had been building up. I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried you wouldn't wake up, and it'd be all because of me. There is no need for regret, Nezuko. Kyojiro assured her, gently pushing her back and placing his hands on her shoulders. Even if the demon wasn't after you, I would have gladly given my life to keep you safe. Or any other demon slayer on that mission. But I am also quite grateful to have lived to see all of you again. I'm just glad you made it back. Nezuko replied before going in for another hug. We all are. Senjiro added as he joined the hug. Nezuko tightened her embrace, tears beginning to roll down her face. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for running away, all of you, she whispered. You are forgiven, Nezuko. Kyojiro assured her. What matters is you're safe, alive, and still in one piece. Shinjiro added, Senjiro and Mitsuri humming in agreement. The 5 of them stayed there for a moment, all in a tight, warm embrace until Nezuko finally felt exhaustion settle in. Before I go to bed, she mumbled as she rubbed her eyes, turning to Senjiro, could you ask Miss Shinobu if there's something that can help me sleep? Of course, Nezuko. Senjuro replied with a nod, vanishing down the hall while Mitsuri scooped up Nezuko in her arms. Let's get you settled, she whispered. Nezuko nodded, wrapping her arms around Mitsuri and resting her head in the crook of the older girl's neck. A few minutes passed once Nezuko was placed in her bed, then Shinobu arrived with Senjuro in tow and a cup in her hands. Here you go, Nezuko, she said as she handed the cup to Nezuko. Some medicine to help the fever, and a medication that should help you sleep while limiting the dreams. Thanks. Nezuko sighed, drinking the contents of the cup. Shinobu nodded with a warm smile, turning to the flame Hashira. And you should also be resting. You still need some bed rest before you start recovery training, Rengoku, she told him. Of course, Kochu. Kyojiro replied. Can all of you shut up? Everyone turned to the grumbling wind Hashira. Nezuko snickered as her eyelids started to feel heavy, drifting off to Mitsuri and Senjuru's joint apologies. Shinjiro couldn't help smiling a little as he watched Kanroji and the boys gather around Nezuko, all of them settling down around the Kamado girl. I suppose you can all take a few minutes. Kochu giggled before vanishing from the room. Shinjiro nodded, turning back to the kids. They can take an hour or two. He thought, grabbing a few blankets from a nearby closet and draping them over the kids. Sleep well. All of you. Nodding at his handiwork, Shinjiro also left the room with the hope all 4 of the kids would manage to get their much-needed rest. When Sanemi woke up, he was greeted by large red eyes. What the? Sanemi grunted, swinging his arm at the demon. Said demon fell onto the floor, standing up with a huff. Sanemi couldn't identify the exact emotions of. What is wrong with you, he hissed. Of all times not to have his sword in reach. Then he could at least make sure the demon kept its distance. Humph. The demon crossed its arms, looking extremely offended. Like it hadn't been in Sanemi's face a minute ago. Did it have any concept of personal space? Where the hell is, Sanemi trailed off when he spotted Kamado, sound asleep a few beds down. He sighed, picking up her demon and carrying it to her bed. Here. Sanemi grumbled as he placed the demon at the foot of the bed. It pouted at him, but Sanemi ignored it. No amount of puppy eyes was gonna let that demon anywhere near him of his own volition. MMPH. The demon reached out to him, and Sanemi stepped back. Isn't it Kamado's older brother? Sanemi asked himself, recalling Rengoku saying something like that. It's supposed to be a teenager, but it's acted more like a toddler most times I've seen it. He glared at the demon, trying to figure out why it was acting the way it was. The demon only responded by tilting its head with an inquisitive hum. What the hell is your game? Sanemi asked, leaning closer in the hopes of intimidating the demon. That was a mistake. Humph. The demon jumped onto Sanemi's back, prompting the wind Hashira to let out a long string of curses. Kamado. Get your stupid demon off me. Sanemi snapped as he tried to grab the demon in question, not getting a response from the younger slayer. Surely she'd be up in the blink of an eye from the noise alone, right? Here, let me help. Sanemi turned to find Mini Rengoku as the kid pried Kamado's demon off him. Sorry, Mr. Shinazugawa. Mini Rengoku sighed while the demon tried to wriggle out of his arms, turning to Kamado. Nezuko asked for something to help her sleep, and Miss Shinobu gave her a sedative in her tea. She's out for the night. What the hell is with the demon? Is it always like this? Sanemi asked, gesturing to the demon in question that was still trying to get free from Mini Rengoku's hold. The kid shrugged in response. Not usually. Nezuko's other friends never mentioned this, and he was asleep for most of the time he was at our estate, he admitted. And when he woke up, he mostly clung to Miss Kanroji, but not to this degree. He'd at least let us move him. Well, is there any way to get it to stop without injuring him? Sanemi asked through gritted teeth. He'd happily stab the demon to make it back off, if it weren't for its overly protective sister who'd probably shatter his kneecaps or sterilize him with a swift swing of her shins. Not that he cared about the consequences of the latter, but it was more the pain in not wanting to have more reasons to be in her vicinity. And he rather enjoyed walking too. Well, I think it mostly depends on what he wants to do. Invade my personal space, despite the fact I stabbed it multiple times. Maybe it was trying to get his blood, or revenge for the stab wounds. Mini Rengoku turned his focus back to the demon. Tanjiro, I don't think Mr. Shinazugawa wants you too close, he whispered. The demon pouted again while Mini Rengoku returned it to Kamado's bed. Once he put the demon down, however, it scrambled off the bed and barreled into Sanemi's leg. It then proceeded to wrap its limbs around the leg, and Sanemi was about ready to risk Kamado's wrath and resort to violence. What's your deal? He snapped while the demon kept clinging to him. He groaned, returning to his own bed and sitting down with a huff. The demon climbed up, sitting beside Sanemi with a curious tilt of his head. What? Sanemi asked, grunting when the demon pushed its weight into him. What the? He shoved the demon away, getting a pout that tugged at memories Sanemi had thought too far to be touched. Of 6 little faces, pouting up at him and their mom after a long day at work. As if those adorable faces were scolding them, or... I think he wants you to lay down. Mini Rengoku spoke up. Sanemi glared at the demon, trying to decipher what expression was within the demon's pout. A tiny voice in the back of his mind told him what it was, but he squashed the idea. It was a demon. It didn't feel those kinds of emotions. I promise, he means well. Fine. Sanemi grumbled, not taking his eyes off the demon as he laid down. It didn't move until he was on his back, and even then, it crawled to the thrown blanket. Tanjirou, I can. The demon shook its head, pulling the blanket up until the top edge brushed Sanemi's chin. Was it, tucking him in? You're weird as hell, you know that. Sanemi muttered. The demon only responded by ruffling his hair. Yep. Officially the weirdest demon I've ever dealt with. Sanemi thought, tensing up when he felt a warmth on his side. He turned to Mini Rengoku, who only shrugged. What, you can't pry him off? He's pretty set on staying with you. Mini Rengoku replied, at least having the decency to look sheepish. Sanemi rolled his eyes, turning his gaze back to the demon. Surprisingly, it had curled up in a way that wouldn't inhibit his movements. He could freely move his arm, and none of its weight rested actually on his body. Fine. Sanemi grumbled. Clearly, he wasn't getting rid of this demon anytime tonight. But if I wake up to one claw or bite mark, and I'm tying this thing to the roof. He won't. Mini Rengoku assured him. His trust on Kamado's demon was either impressive or downright stupid. He reached over to cover the demon with its Hayori, then bowed to Sanemi. Have a good night, Mr. Shinazugawa. TCH, gonna be surprised if I sleep. Sanemi scoffed once the kid left, staring at the ceiling. Much to his surprise, he found the demon's warmth, almost calming, in a strange way. And now he was left with his thoughts. And for some reason, he couldn't stop thinking about his family. Why was he thinking about them so much? You know why. The tiny voice in the back of his head again. The same one that had been plaguing him since he met the Kamado siblings. Because looking at them felt like staring into a warped mirror. Because he looked at the demon sleeping beside him now, and wondered if his mother had to die. If Genya was right to call him a murderer. Could Sanemi have saved her? He shook his head, banishing the thought and settling for a stern glare at the ceiling once again. Before he knew it, he found his eyelids growing heavy, and couldn't keep himself from drifting off. As sunlight streamed through the windows, Shinobu entered the medical wing. What she found surprised her. Nezuko slept peacefully, meaning the requested sedative worked. Shinobu sighed in relief. The poor girl needed the rest. But that wasn't what surprised the insect Hashira. What surprised her was what she found when her gaze drifted to Shinazugawa. Namely, the familiar checkered Haori his arm was wrapped around. How interesting. Shinobu thought with a mischievous smile, deciding not to disturb the sleeping wind Hashira. He needed the rest as much as Nezuko. Kochu. Shinazugawa grumbled. Well, there went that plan. Good morning. Shinobu replied with a warm smile. Shinazugawa stared silently at the ceiling for a moment, clearly waking up. Kochu. Who or what is the warm lump on my side? He asked. Shinobu couldn't quite hold back a giggle, lifting the checkered Haori carefully and meeting the familiar red gaze of one Kamado Tanjiro. The demon boy waved to her, and Shinobu covered him up again. I thought you said something about never accepting Tanjiro and Nezuko, she told the wind Hashira with a devious smile. Shinazugawa groaned, running his hand down his face. Not my choice, Shinobu, he sighed. Little brat wouldn't leave me alone, and I fell asleep before I could shoo him off. He does occasionally get clingy. Shinobu admitted. Against advice for his safety, I may add. I honestly have no clue what gives him such a lack of a self-preservation instinct. Oh, yeah, didn't he nearly throw himself into the sun during the trial? Shinazugawa muttered. Yes. It's definitely a mystery. Shinobu sighed before smirking at Shinazugawa. But he isn't awful, now is he? He sent her a withering glare, but any malice it could have had was lost to the sight of Tanjiro curled up beside him. He must like you, if he wanted to stay close to you last night, she added, pulling the blanket down to check Shinazugawa's injuries. She hummed at the sight that greeted her. What? Shinazugawa asked, tensing up as he looked down. Your injuries are all healed up. Shinobu told him, getting a disbelieving look in. Response. Those kinds of injuries don't heal overnight, he deadpanned while the Haori at his side wiggled, a tiny hand reaching out and patting his hand before slipping back into the safety of the shadows. Shinobu. Why did the demon pat my hand? Shinobu brought a finger to her chin as she considered the intent behind the action. Tanjiro sometimes uses his blood demon art. Shinobu hummed inquisitively as Nezuko explained what her brother was doing as he hovered his fiery hands over the comatose Rengoku. Maybe he's trying to help heal him, or thinks it'll wake him up. I remember my cuts from Mount Nadagumo hurting less when his fire touched me. I believe Tanjiro may have used his blood demon art to accelerate your healing. Shinobu suggested. Shinazugawa's eyes widened as he turned to the demon in question. You just keep getting weirder and weirder, he muttered, reluctantly reaching over and patting the lump in Tanjiro's Haori that was the boy. Shinobu smiled knowingly, then went to check on Rengoku and Nezuko. It may take some more time than most, but she had a feeling Tanjiro would manage to break Shinazugawa's barriers. No matter how hard the wind Hashira fought it. Shinobu took it upon herself to watch Nezuko during the girl's probation. Of course, she left it to Aoi and the younger ones if she got called to a mission, but she was left with a surprising amount of free time in the wake of the debrief of her encounter with Upper 5. Sanemi's time off made sense, he was still recovering from being poisoned, despite Tanjiro's help in burning it out. But when she asked about her own, the MSTR only smiled and told her she would know when the time came. So, Shinobu focused on Nezuko. She occasionally spoke to the teenager, listening closely to whatever she had to say. But she also did some more, discreet supervision. It wasn't like she was doing anything malicious, obviously. Simply making sure Nezuko slept enough and wasn't hiding anything. Especially anything that may require greater intervention. She still shuddered at the mission report from the Mugen train. That amount of in-dream suicide could not have been good for the psyche. Luckily, Nezuko didn't seem to need that kind of help. She needed help, no doubt about that, but not in keeping her from hurting herself. And Shinobu would help when Nezuko came to her. She didn't have to wait long. You should have been the one that died. Where were you while we were all being murdered? What would you have done if you did know what would happen to us? How can you hope to save your brother when you're too helpless to protect yourself? Why didn't you save us? Are you sure you're not just trying to make yourself feel better? To feel less guilty about surviving at no cost to yourself? Nezuko jolted upright with a gasp, her family's voices still echoing in her ears. She pressed her hands to them in a desperate hope to block out the noise. They'd never say those things. She whispered to herself, even as her eyes stung with tears and she tried to suppress the sobs practically begging to be released. If only to not disturb anyone sleeping around her. She hadn't had that nightmare since Lower One gave it to her, why was it coming back now? She knew it was a lie, so why did it still get to her? Humph. Nezuko turned to Tanjiro, meeting his bright red gaze. He pouted, pulling himself onto the bed and hugging Nezuko. Thanks, Tanjiro. Nezuko sighed as she returned the embrace. No matter how hard she tried, however, she couldn't get rid of that nagging voice in her head. The voice whose words were echoed by her nightmare's mockery of her older brother. Was she really going through all this to save her brother? Or was she also trying to cure him for the more selfish reason of feeling less guilty? Nezuko turned to Tanjiro again, and sighed. I'm gonna go for a quick walk. She told him, standing up and returning Tanjiro to his box. Just in case she wasn't back by sunrise, she didn't want Tanjiro making a wrong move and getting burned. Tanjiro reached up, grabbing her sleeve with a worried look. And given what happened not too long ago, Nezuko couldn't blame him for being worried. I'm leaving my stuff here. I won't leave without a way to protect myself, so you know I'll come back, okay? She assured him. Tanjiro reluctantly nodded, and Nezuko smiled before grabbing her haori. Here. You can hold on to it. She whispered, handing it to Tanjiro. He immediately hugged it close, burying himself in both his own haori and Nezuko's. Nezuko nodded at the sight with a smile, then closed the box and left the clinic. She felt a tiny pull, and decided to follow it. At the sound of footsteps, Shinobu looked up from her goldfish, setting aside their food to focus on the teenager in her doorway. Hello, Nezuko. Shinobu said with a welcoming smile, beckoning the girl to come in. Would you like to help me feed the fish, here? Shinobu asked. Nezuko shook her head, her gaze not leaving the little fish as she sat down across from Shinobu. Would you just like some company? Shinobu inquired. How do you do it? Nezuko asked. Shinobu stared owlishly for a moment. Do what? She replied. Because I do a great deal of things, Nezuko. I'm afraid specificity is important for me to appropriately answer your question. Nezuko's gaze remained on the goldfish, and the teenager sighed. How do you keep going? To try and bring your sister's dream to fruition, even if you don't believe in it? Nezuko asked. Do you ever just feel like you're trying to make yourself feel better after she died? Shinobu would openly admit she was shocked by such a personal question. Especially one that hit so close to home. I suppose I do feel that way sometimes. She sighed. I definitely have days where I need to convince myself it's worth it. That bringing Kane's dream to fruition means a part of her can live on in that dream of humans and demons getting along. She added, running a hand along the haori that once belonged to her big sister. It's never easy. Not to mention she'd given up on being the one to see that dream come true ages ago. Her mind unconsciously drifted to the vials sitting in her office at that thought. Yeah. It never is. Nezuko mumbled. Shinobu stood up, making her way to Nezuko's side before sitting down again. I take it you're experiencing something to that effect, yourself? Shinobu guessed. Nezuko trailed off, tears welling up in her eyes. What if it ends up being for nothing? She asked. What if I'm not even doing what I'm doing to help Tanjiro? Am I just trying to cling to a delusion that I can still have any of my family left? Am I just doing it so I won't be alone? What if, it's all just me being selfish? The tears were flowing freely, though Nezuko seemed unaware. Am I just trying to feel better about being the only one who didn't die or lose their humanity? That sounds like quite the conundrum. Shinobu replied with a hum. And I may not be an expert, but, she reached out, placing a hand on Nezuko's shoulder. If you ask me, your reasons are good. Grief makes us do some insane things. Again, she remembered the vials she kept carefully hidden away in her office. But you're doing a good thing, Nezuko. Even if nothing comes of it in your lifetime, I'm certain a cure can eventually be manufactured. And that will save so many people. Shinobu assured the girl. Are you trying to feel less guilty? I don't know, I'm no mind reader. She added with a shrug. But what I do know is that the Kamado Nezuko I met. The Kamado Nezuko my girls, Senjiro, Rengoku, and Kanroji have nothing but the highest praise for. That girl is a wonderful person. Kind, determined, not afraid to fight for what she believes in, or speak her mind. She's a fighter. But she also has a big heart and wants to help people. Especially her loved ones. Nezuko stared at her, dark pink eyes wide and brimmed with tears. You really mean that? She gasped. Shinobu nodded, jumping a little when Nezuko lunged forward and buried her face in Shinobu's shoulder. She began rubbing circles in the teenager's back, letting the girl sob and work out whatever mess her head was dealing with at the moment. Weren't you the one who told me not to hide how I was feeling? Shinobu asked teasingly, getting a tearful laugh. Seems to me you need to follow your own advice. At some point, Nezuko's sobs petered out, and her breathing evened out. Shinobu gently laid Nezuko's head on her lap, running her fingers through the girl's hair. Watching over Nezuko as she slept, probably better than she had without medication since the mission on the Mugen train, left Shinobu time to think. Nezuko was a child. Of course, that was far from uncommon in the Corps. But still. A 14-year-old girl, and she already had far too much stress on her young shoulders. Protecting her demon brother, Kibutsuji after her, the amount of 12 Kazuki she had faced in such a short time, the attempts on her life at the hands of both Kibutsuji and his demons. Shinobu was honestly shocked Nezuko hadn't cracked sooner. That kind of stress would be damaging to anyone. Shinobu sighed. She knew how it felt. Losing loved ones, suddenly being the older sibling when you always had someone older to hold you up. It hurt to lose that support, and be left to pick up the pieces. Shinobu looked out her window, to the rising moon. Oh, Kane, she whispered. I wish you were still here. Surely, her big sister would have had much better guidance for Nezuko. Well, the insect Hashira supposed, she would just have to work with her own 4 years of expertise as the oldest sister. Rengoku? Kyojuro turned to the voice, finding Iguro standing a short distance away. Kyojuro could also spot his father and Senjiro entering the room. Iguro. Kyojuro replied with a bright smile to the serpent Hashira. Please, come in. Father, Senjiro, you can also come in. That was the plan, Kyojuro. His father chuckled in response as the trio gathered around the flame Hashira's bed. How are you doing, Rengoku? Iguro asked. I'm doing well, Iguro. Thank you for asking. Kyojuro replied. What about you all? You seem to be doing well, yourselves. We're doing all right. Senjiro answered before he and his father turned to Iguro expectantly. Kyojuro couldn't deny he was curious as to what, exactly, was happening. So, what was it you wanted to talk to us about? His father asked. Kaburamaru tapped his head against Iguro's, seemingly reassuring the serpent Hashira. Well, you all know how I got here, he said, looking at the wall as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. Kyojuro checked to make sure nothing unusual was there, then turned back to Iguro once he found nothing. Well, I want to start this by saying you all have my gratitude for taking me in. No need to thank us, Iguro. Kyojuro turned to his father as the Rengoku patriarch spoke. You were a kid in a bad situation with nowhere to go. It was the right thing to do. My only regret is not doing more to help you. I have no excuse for that, given how I acted. It's all right, Shinjiro. Iguro replied. Kyojuro's eyes widened a little at that. Usually, Iguro was much more formal with the eldest of the Rengoku family. Regardless, Mitsuri and I have been discussing things lately, in the wake of how our relationship changed. Kyojuro wondered what he meant by that, but guessed there would be time for questions later. And it made me realize something. He looked over all three members of the Rengoku family. You three have been the closest thing to a family I've ever had. And after some consideration, I was wondering if you would agree to make it official. The three Rengokus exchanged stunned looks for a moment, then turned back to Iguro. Iguro? Kyojuro's father spoke up. Are you asking us if we would adopt you? Kaburamaru nodded while Iguro redirected his gaze again. Kyojuro's smile brightened. I, for one, think it's a splendid idea, he declared. I think so, too. Senjiro piped up with a nod. The three of them turned to Shinjiro, who smiled in response to them. Well, I guess that settles it, he chuckled. Welcome to the family. Though the serpent Hashira's mouth was covered by his bandages, the smile was obvious in his eyes. Thank you, Shinjiro. Abanai replied with a nod. With that settled, Kyojuro decided to ask the newest burning question. So, how has your relationship with Kenroji changed? At that, Abanai's face reddened greatly. Well, he trailed off, and Kyojuro began to worry for his health, given how red he was. He and Miss Kenroji are a couple now. Senjiro whispered. Ah. I see. Kyojuro laughed, reaching over to pat his new elder brother's shoulder. Well, you have my congratulations. I'm certain the two of you will make each other very happy. Thanks, Ren. Kyojuro. Abanai replied. Kyojuro nodded, happy to welcome Abanai into the family as a brother. So, how'd it go? Mitsuri asked as Abanai approached her just outside the gate. Abanai smiled under his bandages, taking Mitsuri's hand. It went well, he answered. Mitsuri lit up at that, hugging Abanai with her free arm. I'm so happy for you, Abanai, she squealed after stepping back. I'm so happy you have a real family now. I know they're all going to treat you the best, she added with a giggle. Thank you for the support, Mitsuri. Abanai replied. You said you had a surprise after I spoke with the Rengoku family. Mitsuri nodded enthusiastically, looking ready to burst from excitement. While we're thinking about family, I realized something, she admitted, tucking some of her hair behind her ear. I want to introduce you to my family. Now that we've been together for a bit, I think it's only fair. I'm sure they'll all love you. I hope to make a good impression. Abanai told her. Of course, he'd heard stories about Mitsuri's family. She loved them to bits, and Abanai only hoped he could live up to what her parents surely expected for their eldest daughter's partner. I'm sure you will. Mitsuri giggled, leading the way with Abanai's hand in hers. He was nervous, but he also trusted his girlfriend. And he had her to lean on if he needed it. Not to mention his new family, as well as Kaburamaru. So, hand in hand with the woman he loved, Abanai followed Mitsuri to the Kenroji home. Are we sure this is fair? Nezuko asked, looking from the familiar table of tea to Kyojuro. Now that he'd had some time to recover from his coma, it was time for him to begin recover training. Even with his missing left eye, however, Nezuko had her doubts she would provide much of a challenge. I mean, we have a big difference in skill. I have faith in you, my student. Kyojuro declared with a laugh. And we must also consider my own disadvantages. Rengoku's right. Shinobu spoke up. The main priority is to help him adjust to his limited sight. Especially the loss of depth perception. This exercise will be a little different than you're used to. Rengoku's task is exclusively to block, while you will be exclusively attempting to throw the tea in his face. Are we all clear? Yes, Kochu. Kyojuro replied while Nezuko nodded in agreement. Shinobu stepped back with a smile, raising her arm. Begin. Shinobu swung her arm down, and Nezuko reached for a cup, watching Kyojuro reach in the same direction. However, he overreached, allowing Nezuko to grab the cup and throw it in her mentor's face. Kyojuro spat out the tea, then began laughing. "Well done, Nezuko," he said. Nezuko smiled in response while Shinobu got set up again. They continued like that until Kyojuro was thoroughly soaked, after which the two flame breathers made their way to the Engawa. "You're getting better. You almost won the last few rounds," Nezuko told her mentor once they were seated, Kyojuro drying his hair with a towel. He pulled the towel off his head and turned to her, his hair puffing up comically. Nezuko snorted at the sight. "Your help is endlessly appreciated, little sister," Kyojuro declared. "You've done an excellent job. Wait. Can you back up for a second?" Nezuko told him, raising her hand a little to emphasize her request. "What? What did you call me?" "Little sister." Kyojuro answered before his posture and expression softened. "After my battle with Upper 3, before I lost consciousness, I remember our conversation. And it has made me realize something. Particularly what you said at the end of our conversation," he explained. "You, Tanjiro, and Kanroji have become part of my family. Both you and Kanroji have become my younger sisters, in a way. You are more than my students now. However, if you would prefer I continue to refer to you as my student, I will continue to do so." Nezuko's eyes widened, then she smiled. "I don't mind," she said. "We kinda have become a family in all this, haven't we?" "Indeed," Kyojuro declared with a laugh, which Nezuko joined shortly after he began. "Thanks," Nezuko replied, leaning back with a sigh. "We all missed you while you were out. It's good to have you back." "It's good to be back." Kyojuro chuckled. "Though, it did worry me greatly when I woke, only to find out you had run away." Nezuko hunched over a little at that. "Is there a reason you ran off alone?" It's stupid," Nezuko muttered. "And I shouldn't have done it." "Very true," Kyojuro replied, placing his hand on her shoulder. "But it happened. And something has clearly been bothering you since the Mugen train. I know I only regained consciousness a short while ago, but I wish to help you, Nezuko." Nezuko sighed, doubtful she would get out of this. "There's definitely a target on my back. Kibutsuji is trying to kill me, and anyone who gets caught in the crossfire, and probably even capture Tanjiro," she admitted, crossing her arms. "And it scares me. These demons are looking for me and Tanjiro, and I feel horrible every time I see someone get hurt protecting me. You only survived Akaza because he refused to fight women and I used that. What if we aren't so lucky next time?" Kyojuro was silent beside her, and Nezuko wondered what he was thinking. "I can understand the guilt that comes from seeing your comrades hurt on your watch," he told her. Nezuko turned to him with wide eyes. "I've experienced it, as well. As you improve, those instances will decrease, I assure you. But until then, it is okay to fail, and to rely on others. People will get hurt, Nezuko. There is little we can do about that. At least one person is hurt before every mission, as much as we wish it wasn't the case. What's important is preventing further harm as soon as possible," he added before crossing his arm and straightening up fully. "And have faith, little sister. In time, you will improve. Between your determination and your training, I'm certain you will reach Hashira level in a short time. Nezuko smiled at that. Thanks, she chuckled. I didn't realize how much I needed to hear that. Kyojiro nodded with a warm smile, and Nezuko breathed a quiet sigh of relief. She felt just that little bit lighter, now. Like a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. Nezuko? At the sound of her name, she turned to meet Kaneo's gaze. Hey, Kaneo. Is there something you need? Nezuko asked, putting down her haori and sewing supplies. At her bedside, Tanjiro grew to his teenage size with an excited series of hums and an enthusiastic wave. Kaneo responded with a small wave and a tiny, bashful smile. It's nothing urgent. Kaneo replied. I was just wondering if you wouldn't mind me taking Tanjiro to the garden for the night. I'll make sure he's back before morning. Nezuko smiled, turning to the topic of Kaneo's question. What do you say, big brother? Nezuko asked. Tanjiro was by Kaneo's side in seconds, taking her hand with another excited hum. The two left the room, and Nezuko smirked. She picked up her sewing again, quietly singing her mother's lullaby as she repaired the few tears that had appeared. You're singing it wrong. Nezuko nearly jumped out of her skin at Inosuke's voice, spitting out a long string of curses when she realized her needle had gone into her thumb. Inosuke, please don't scare me like that. Nezuko sighed, withdrawing the needle from her thumb. Least of all when I'm sewing, she added as she put down her supplies again, sticking the tip of her thumb in her mouth to deal with the blood. It wasn't much, but she'd rather not bleed all over her haori. You were still singing wrong. Inosuke grumbled, not moving from where he was crouched on the foot of the bed. What are you talking about? Nezuko asked. I've been listening to that lullaby since I was a baby, I could sing it backwards and forwards. It's not the right one. Inosuke snapped. You used to sing a different one. It wasn't about bunnies. He sat down, staring at Nezuko intensely. Nezuko stared back, unsure of how to process what he was saying. Inosuke, why would you think I used to sing a different lullaby? Nezuko inquired, picking up her sewing again. Because you did. Inosuke answered, acting as if it was obvious. It was a really long time ago, so it's really fuzzy, but I remember a really pretty voice singing about. I think it was Pinky Promises, he told her, something shifting a little in his eyes. Don't you remember? As Inosuke continued to stare at her, it began to click for Nezuko. Inosuke. I'm pretty sure you're thinking of your mother, she told him. Inosuke blanked for a minute, clearly processing the words before straightening up. But it was you. Your hair was long, and your clothes were a different color, but it was you, he protested. I remembered it on the Spider Mountain, too. I was really small, and I saw you. But that couldn't have been me. Nezuko countered. If you were a baby, then I was, too. Hell, I might not have even been born yet. And we never met before the Tsuzumi mansion. Inosuke deflated at that, turning to the boar head on his bed. Nezuko scooted a little closer. What do you remember about her? About who? Inosuke asked. Your mother. Nezuko replied. She's right there. Inosuke pointed to his mask. Nezuko stared at it for a moment, then turned back to its wearer. Not your boar mom, she chuckled. Your human mom. The mom who gave BRTH to you. Inosuke stared at her as if she had grown a horn. The lady you thought I was. I don't really remember much. Inosuke grumbled. I remember she had really long hair. And a really nice voice. But I also remember her crying on a cliff. He stared at the blanket for a moment. Before shaking his head and puffing out his chest. Not that it matters. She probably didn't care about me, anyways. And I had my boar family. You don't know that, Inosuke. Nezuko countered softly, tying off her thread and cutting it before putting away her needle. You were a baby. You probably don't have the full story, she added as she folded her haori. She gave you a name, didn't she? Inosuke stared at her for a moment before hopping off the bed and grabbing his mask. All this thinking is making my head hurt. I'm gonna go train, he declared as he shoved his head into the mask. Don't disturb anyone if they're sleeping. Nezuko called out as Inosuke ran out of the room. As her friend ran off, probably to find someone to fight, Nezuko turned to the window. Inosuke has a name. His mom must have cared about him long enough to name him. She thought, her mind drifting to her own mother. Then a thought occurred to her. Did Inosuke lose his mom to demons, too? I hope you don't mind this. Kaneo said softly as Tanjiro walked beside her. I quite enjoyed getting to do this with you last time. Butterflies fluttered in her stomach, but she ignored them. Anne. I wanted to thank you. For what you did. Tanjiro tilted his head, his eyes wide with inquisitiveness. She could see all the shades of red in his irises. Kaneo redirected her gaze, pulling her coin out of her pocket. You've really helped me, Tanjiro. Ever since you told me to follow my heart. I tried to do that, she admitted, rubbing the coin with her thumb. So, thank you. Tanjiro grabbed her hand, his eyes closed in what Kaneo could only assume was a smile. She smiled back, though it was much smaller than Tanjiro's smile that seemed capable of outshining the sun itself. Then she spotted what she had been trying to lead them towards. I thought I would show you a favorite pastime of mine, she whispered, walking up to the containers of bubbles and picking them up. She turned to Tanjiro, then realized there was a problem. His muzzle kept his mouth covered. Tanjiro jogged up to her, his face pinched with worry. Why did Kaneo not think this through? She really should have, she was normally better than this. Now Tanjiro was going to be upset. I'm sorry, she whispered, putting down the containers and bowing her head. Tanjiro responded with a gentle pat, causing her to turn to face him again. He tapped the ends of the bamboo. Do you think you'll be okay to take it off? Kaneo asked, getting a nod in reply before Tanjiro tapped her scabbard. Was he trusting her to stop him if he lost control? Was he asking her to do that? Kaneo could only nod, watching Tanjiro pull down his muzzle. She wordlessly handed him a container, watching Tanjiro blow a few bubbles before she did the same. Tanjiro smiled at that, and the sight left Kaneo breathless. Do you like it? She asked. Amicham. Tanjiro nodded, still smiling brightly. Kaneo couldn't help giggling at that. I'm very glad, she told him, releasing another stream of bubbles. As they floated, Kaneo admired the swirls of colors. How appealing, the simplest things could be. The two continued blowing bubbles well into the night, when they ran out of the bubble solution. Tanjiro pouted at the empty container before putting it down and putting his muzzle back on. A part of Kaneo hoped she would get to see that smile more, hopefully free of fangs and unblocked by a muzzle. I hope you had a good night, Tanjiro. Kaneo said as Tanjiro stood up and stretched. Amicham. Tanjiro reached out and hugged her. Kaneo tensed up on instinct, but managed to relax a little into his hold. The two parted ways, but Kaneo turned just in time to see Tanjiro pull his muzzle down again. Good night, he declared. Kaneo smiled at that, a tiny bit bigger than her usual smiles. And to you, she replied before entering the butterfly mansion, satisfied with how the night went. Nezuko. Hey, Zenitsu. Nezuko replied, turning to the blonde and seeing the flower crown in his hands. That's a appealing flower crown, she added while Zenitsu approached. Thanks, he chuckled, holding up the flowers. May I? Nezuko nodded, letting Zenitsu place the crown on her head. Thanks, she giggled, gently brushing her fingers over the petals before turning back to Zenitsu. How do I look? Like a princess. Zenitsu answered, bumping his shoulder into Nezuko's. Or maybe a flower or forest spirit. Nezuko giggled at that, leaning against Zenitsu. I'm sorry I scared you. When I ran off, she muttered. Tanjiro told me you were the first one to find out. I'm just glad you're okay. Zenitsu replied. You are okay, right? Yeah. I'm doing a lot better now. Nezuko assured him. Zenitsu nodded, and Nezuko saw him reaching into his pocket. I did get something else for you, he admitted. I was talking to Mr. Rengoku a few days ago. I would have asked Tanjiro, but, he trailed off, but Nezuko understood. Anyways, food came up. And I might have asked about your favorite. Nezuko straightened up with a shocked smile. Zenitsu, she cut herself off with a gasp as Zenitsu revealed the small bag in his hand, filled with familiar candies. You got Kamado? Nezuko exclaimed, enthusiastically accepting the bag and opening it. She pulled out a piece, holding it out for Zenitsu. She didn't miss the faint blush as he gingerly accepted the treat. She grabbed a piece for herself, popping it into her mouth with a smile. The two sat in companionable silence for a few minutes, listening to the songbirds and the rustle of the trees in the wind. It was nice to relax like this. But at the same time, Nezuko couldn't deny her curiosity about certain things in that moment. Something on your mind, Nezuko? Zenitsu spoke up. Nezuko turned to him inquisitively. You sound a little confused. If you don't want to talk about it, though, I won't press. It's okay. Nezuko assured him before laying down on the engawa. Just curious, I guess. About us. Zenitsu looked at her, silently urging her to continue. I mean, we're friends, right? Yeah. Zenitsu answered. Why? I guess I wanted to talk to you about how you feel about it. Nezuko sighed. Because I don't want to compromise our friendship. Zenitsu trailed off, rubbing the back of his neck. I do have a crush on you. But I know you probably don't share those feelings for me, so I'm happy to stay friends. I'm not gonna let my feelings get in the way of us being friends. I promise, he told her. Nezuko sighed in reply, trying to come up with a response. I'm not sure, she muttered. I want to think about it more, but... Your priority is Tanjiro. Zenitsu replied, filling in the blank. Nezuko nodded, feeling his hand brush against hers. And I won't make you choose. You can think about it when you're ready. Whatever happens, I hope we can at least stay friends. Me, too. Nezuko chuckled. Thanks for understanding, Zenitsu. Once Tanjiro's back to normal, I'll think some more about this. I'm just grateful for your support. Zenitsu smiled softly at that. Nezuko stood up, making sure to grab her Kamado before returning inside. As Nezuko vanished into the butterfly mansion, Zenitsu turned to the clouds. He shouldn't have been surprised, but Nezuko's earnestness and honesty left him stunned. He trusted her, and he would make sure she could do the same with him. That night, Nezuko was startled awake by Tanjiro pouncing on her stomach. Tanjiro, what gives, she hissed. Trying to decipher why he was acting like he was. She could tell he was unsure, but his twitching nose meant he definitely smelled something unusual. She turned to the door he was facing, slowly reaching for her sword as she slipped out of bed. Let's see what it is, she whispered. Tanjiro nodded, and the siblings left the room. Looking both ways, Nezuko immediately spotted two silhouettes walking down the hall. Someone's definitely here. Nezuko thought, her grip on her sword tightening. She didn't sense danger, but she didn't want to leave it be until she was sure. She tiptoed down the hall, Tanjiro following close behind until they were only a few meters away from the intruders. Humph. Tanjiro's eyes lit up, and he ran up to one of the figures. Tanjiro. Nezuko exclaimed while the two newcomers turned around, revealing familiar faces. Step away from Lady Tamayo, you insolent little heathen. Yashiro snapped, grabbing Tanjiro and tossing him back to Nezuko. Yashiro. Miss Tamayo. Nezuko gasped while Tanjiro stood up with a huff. What are you doing here? Isn't it dangerous for you to be near the core? She asked before a light giggle brought all their attention to the approaching insect Hashira. Tamayo and Yashiro, I assume. Shinobu said, her smile more tense than it normally was. The MSTR informed me of your arrival, and requested we work together. I am Kochu Shinobu, Insect Hashira and head of the Butterfly Mansion. You assume correctly, Lady Kochu. I was summoned at the request of Lord Ubuyashiki. Tamayo replied with a deep bow. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I hope that our combined skills and knowledge can prove useful to the demon slayers, and help defeat Kibutsuji. I hope so, as well. Shinobu told her. It seems you already know Nezuko and Tanjiro. Tamayo turned to the siblings with a warm smile. Yes, she answered. It's wonderful to see you both again. You have my thanks for the blood samples, so far, Nezuko. Of course. Nezuko replied. What are these blood samples used for, if I may ask? Shinobu inquired, getting a venomous glare from Yashiro. Tamayo returned her focus to the insect Hashira. With Nezuko's help, I'm intending to create a cure for demons, she told her, her smile gaining a devious edge to it. And another little surprise specifically for our greatest common enemy. I like the sound of that. Nezuko giggled with her own conspiratorial smirk. I agree. Perhaps this little alliance the MSTR requested won't be as tense as I assumed. Shinobu added. Well, let's not waste any more time. We have work to do, she said, turning to Nezuko. If I need a mediator, I know who to call for. I hope you won't need to. Nezuko replied quietly. Tamayo is an excellent doctor, and a good person. If you two can get along and become friends, Kibutsuji won't stand a chance. Shinobu smirked at that, then twirled to Tamayo and Yashiro. If you'll follow me, she said before the three disappeared down the hall. Nezuko turned to Tanjiro, and the siblings went back to their room. So, how's the Butterfly Mansion? Now that you've spent a few months here? Nezuko asked. Seems like they've accepted you as one of their own, she added with a smile, pointing to the butterfly clip Senjura now had. Yeah. Senjura chuckled, one hand reaching for the clip. All the girls are really nice. Miss Aoi can be a little stern, and Miss Shinobu can be a little scary, but I still really like it here, he continued. And I'm also happy to be contributing to the core, even if it wasn't in the way I thought I would. And you're doing a lot of good. Nezuko replied, turning to the patients in the next room. Because of the Kikushi, and the medics here, we slayers can keep fighting. Senjuru's smile brightened at that, then he wrapped Nezuko up in a tight embrace. Thanks, Nezuko. It's really nice to hear those words, he muttered. Nezuko chuckled before patting his head and returning the embrace. Of course, she whispered. What are siblings for? Senjura tightened his hold for a moment before Tenuji squawking caught their attention. Kamado Nezuko. Mission, the corvid squawked. Nezuko sighed, and turned to Senjuro. Duty calls, she told him with a shrug. Senjura nodded, and Nezuko began jogging down the halls in search of Shinobu or Kyojuro. Who are you looking for, Nezuko? Nezuko turned to see Kyojuro approaching her down the hall. Either you or Shinobu, she replied. You feeling up for a mission? I was just cleared by Kochu. Kyojuro declared. I take it you wish for me to join you. If you're up for it. Nezuko answered. Of course, my student. Kyojuro laughed. Just let me grab my last few things, and I will meet you at the gate. Nezuko grinned excitedly, nodding before turning around and jogging for the gate. Off on another mission? Nezuko turned to face Shinobu, being met with a gentle smile. Yep. Rengoku and I are off on another one. Nezuko replied. Best of luck to the both of you, then. And make sure Rengoku takes it easy. He may be cleared for duty, but I know overexerting recently healed injuries can cause them to happen again or worsen. Shinobu told her. You got it. Nezuko said with a nod. The two women turned to see Kyojuro exiting the butterfly mansion, cape on his shoulders and sword on his belt. The only difference from before was the patch over his left eye, the patch fittingly decorated with a flame pattern. Best of luck, you two. Shinobu giggled. The two flame breathers nodded, running off to find their new mission. It was raining by the time Nezuko and Kyojuro reached the location of their mission. And heavily, at that. Tanjiro had hopped out of his box before tugging it off Nezuko's shoulders and placing it on her head. Even though Nezuko had rain gear she could have worn, same as Kyojuro. We're here, she whispered, her gaze trailing up the steps to the shrine Tenuji had led her to. Then she turned to Tanjiro, unsurprised to find him completely soaked. Humph. He looked at her and shrugged before looking at the box with concern. Nezuko rolled her eyes with a faint smile. Yes, I'm still dry. Nezuko sighed. You know you can look after yourself sometimes, right? I'm not gonna melt in the rain. Your concern is appreciated, Tanjiro, but not entirely necessary. Kyojuro chuckled, turning to Nezuko. I will wait here. I trust you to handle the demon, but I will be on the lookout if you need any assistance. I'll scream at the top of my lungs if I need it. Nezuko replied, getting a nod from her mentor before the Kamado siblings raced into the shrine. So annoying, the demon muttered. Surrender your neck, and this ends peacefully. Nezuko told the demon. Unsurprisingly, it responded with an attack. Flame breathing, second form. Rising scorching sun. Nezuko swung at the demon's attacks, cutting them away in an instant. Alright, hard way it is. Nezuko muttered as she leapt at the demon, narrowly missing its neck. She ran up the nearby pillar, and the demon gave chase. Tanjiro, she called out, hearing a snarl behind her. What the? Nezuko leapt off the pillar with a flip, prepared to decapitate the demon while it was occupied with her brother. She raised her sword, prepared to decapitate the demon. However, before she could, it grew 4 insectoid limbs and threw Tanjiro off. It took the temporary distraction to escape into the rain, the clouds protecting it from the sun. Tanjiro, start tracking. We have to get to it before it finds a civilian. Nezuko told her brother, who responded by lifting her onto his shoulders and running into the rain. Nezuko waved to Kyojuro in his hiding spot as her brother gave chase. They made it to a barn after nightfall, finding the demon inside. Nezuko leapt back onto her own feet, watching the demon straighten up. Hopefully, this isn't another ambush. She thought. You sure are annoying, the demon spat. I seem to have that effect on demons. Nezuko replied. The demon turned around and lunged, but Nezuko was faster. Flame breathing, fourth form. Blooming flame undulation. The demon crumbled to ashes, leaving no trace of its existence, and Nezuko turned to Tanjiro. Let's go. In case backup shows up, she whispered before a light shone into the barn. Nezuko leapt, pushing herself into the corner while Tanjiro followed her. A little boy came into the barn with a light, looking around. I thought I heard something, the boy muttered before leaving. Nezuko relaxed a little, allowing Tanjiro to shrink down and return to his box, then dropped to the ground silently. She ran off the property with light footsteps, meeting Kyojuro just past the edge. Mission accomplished. Nezuko told him, earning a proud smile in return. Very well done, Nezuko. You have come far as a slayer. Kyojuro told her. Their mission complete, Hashira and Suguko began their trek back to the butterfly mansion.